We wanted to make sure that everything was good with the stream, and the St. Clair team has got it up and running. So let's get going. Before we get right into the day and introduce ourselves, I would like to acknowledge the land in which we gather. Slide. Thank you. So we'd like to acknowledge that we are on land and surrounded by water, originally inhabited by indigenous peoples who have traveled this area since time immemorial. We humbly recognize that this event takes place on the traditional territories of indigenous peoples who have been the stewards of this land for millennia. We would like to recognize and acknowledge that St. Clair College sits on the Three Fires Confederacy's traditional territory of the Ojibwe, the Odawa, and the Potawatomi nations. We would also like to acknowledge the many other tribes and indigenous nations that call this beautiful land home. We are dedicated to honoring indigenous history and culture and committed to moving forward, honoring and respecting the indigenous peoples of past, present, and future. Slide. Okay, let's get into it. My name is Mr. Kovacs. I am the chair of OSEA. I do want to start by saying thank you and congratulations to all the teams that are here with us this morning. I think you deserve a round of applause for yourselves for getting to the Nexus, the St. Clair Nexus in Windsor. It's pretty cool, if I don't say so myself. This is our second time here in the Nexus. St. Clair, I don't know what they were thinking, but they had us a second time. But hey, we're thankful. We love it, and hopefully today can give you, you can have that cool experience in the Nexus in one of the best esports arenas, we'll say, in Canada, right? So who are we? So slide. The OC team, this time last year, only consisted of myself, Mr. Wanamaker, and Mr. Rollo. So myself, I am Matt, or Mr. Kovacs. This is Matt, your league commissioner, who you've been chatting with on Discord for the last number of weeks, if not years and months. The one who has had to put 2 or 3 hours into adjusting the brackets like every other week, and he lets us know he has to do that. And we also have Mr. Rollo, who's also, where is he? Mr. Rollo, where are you? He's probably being Mr. Rollo and helping get stuff. Yep, there he is, getting stuff set up in the computer lab. Slide. And then we do have 2 additions to our teams. So Miss Pellegrino, Olivia Pellegrino, and Mr. Patterson, Blaze Patterson, who cannot be here today, but we do have now a total of 5 of us. They were with us at our Minecraft event just a few weeks ago at Microsoft in Toronto, and they were also instrumental in getting today's event and all of our events for OC up and running. So we would like to welcome them to the team. Slide. So just 1 or 2 quick things, although most of you probably already know this. So this may be more for your parents or any of your coaches who are with you today. So who are we? Right, so the Ontario Esports or School Esports Association, we are a nonprofit registered organization. We registered in September 2021, so around kind of the middle of the pandemic, where we saw that a lot of extracurriculars were killed in schools, and we needed a way to bring back some kind of social collaborative online environment for students. So we are all educators. We're all Ontario educators. Our day job, I work in the Halton area, Matt works in the Halton area. We're all from different school boards. So we are currently full-time teachers. And we of course are the official School Esports Association under Esport Canada. Some of you already participated with Esport Canada a few weeks ago. So we're their official affiliate as well. Slide, please. One last slide on this. So this is how we actually try to support educators in schools. So we try to provide guidance to teachers and coaches. which many of you already know. We try to work with superintendents, principals, try to convince them that video games are not just video games. They have so many other aspects to it. We don't just sit on our couch all day. It's tiring. It's exhausting. We do everything. We're top performers. So we are the ones that try to go in and convince those school leaders that that's the case as gamers ourselves. We do coach training. We recommend IT equipment for schools that are having trouble with that. And really, we're just here to break down the barriers to grow esports in Ontario, right? That's our job. So if anybody in your network, you need us to kind of come in and have that conversation, that's what we're here for, right? We want to see this grow and continue long term. Slide. Just a quick mention as well and a quick shout out to our partners. So we've been working with these organizations now for a few years. So eSport Canada, NASEF, ECNO, who sponsored our prize pack for our recent Minecraft competition, St. Clair, who's been awesome to us, and the Alumni Association that provided that travel subsidy for some of the teams that came from a long distance away. The St. Clair alumni, Girls Who Game from Dell and Microsoft, really big in Minecraft, and ICTC that funds a lot of this stuff, and they're a nonprofit charity. So we have a number of partners. We're only growing, bringing more on board, anything we can do to boost esports. Okay, slide. And then I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Wanamaker after this one. So I believe you already have a bit of a copy of this. This is just a very brief schedule for the day. You can probably already tell we're a little bit behind just because, like usual, we were dealing with some of the login issues, teams arriving from far away. Not a problem. This isn't set in stone. This is just a general kind of overview. We're going to try to move through quickly. Some of you have 7-hour drives. So we want to recognize that. So we are going to wrap up as soon as possible so we can get out of here, but we're also going to make it an enjoyable day, right? So you do have the schedule. I think you could already tell there are some food and beverage areas like Tim Hortons that are open if you need to take a quick trip down there in between matches or during lunch. We also have Lotus 8 from out west. They're set up here. They're going to be going over some things during the lunch, during a meditation, to kind of bring everybody and center yourselves because it is a stressful day of matches. We all know what it is or what it's like to play Rocket League for 6 or 7 hours straight with those red eye symptoms too. So they're going to guide us through. And yeah, we're super happy to have them today. I think that's it from me talking. I'm going to be floating around supporting all of you throughout the day, but I am going to pass it to your league commissioner who's going to go through a little bit more introductions and house rules and round format. So,
welcome everybody. So nice to see everyone back. So nice to see some familiar faces. My name is Matt Wanamaker. I have been your league commissioner for the last 6 weeks, and I am super, super excited to get our championship underway this weekend. For those of you, things should run a little bit more smoothly this year. For those of you that were with us last year, please just make sure that you're filling out those scorecards and giving them to the score table as soon as your match is done. That will allow us to track things much more quickly this year, get those points updated, and hopefully have that bracket ready to go as soon as lunch is done. Okay, slide please. So our round format, the way it's going to work is basically in the morning. For the middle schools, you are separated into 2 different groups. You will play everyone in your group once, and then you will cross over with 3 teams from the other group. So for middle schools, you will actually get 6 matches in your round robin this morning. Okay? For high schools, there is 6 teams in each division. So rather than separate it into groups, what I did was you're literally just going to play everyone in that division. So Plat Minus, you'll play everyone once. Diamond Plus, you'll play everyone once. And then again, we will reformat and retool based on the standings for the bracket. For the high schools, right, if you finish first or second after the round robin, you are guaranteed a spot in the semifinals with only the 6 teams. Okay, that's the way it works for the high schools. Obviously with middle schools, with 8 of you guys, we're going straight into quarterfinal matchups once we have those round robins done. Okay, and then the bracket is a single elimination bracket after lunch. Okay, I tried to ensure that everyone had enough games to play in the morning, but still kept those games competitive in the afternoon, and hopefully have enough people stick around to actually watch those championships when we get to that point. Okay, any questions about the round format before I move on? Okay, slide please. So house rules, obviously the most important thing is your login information. Okay, things have changed a little bit from the coaches package that I sent out earlier this week. Unfortunately, I couldn't guarantee that everyone is going to have a station to stay at for the entire day. So station 19 and 20 are technically our stage stations. So if you are on stage and playing, once you are done, you will be taking the spot of the next team that's coming up onto stage. Okay? So that means you will have to, if you're coming up on a stage, make sure you log out of Epic properly, or Steam, or whatever you're using to play Rocket League. Okay? And you have to ensure that your login information when you're logging into your PC is accurate. Okay? The big problem that we had last year running into Epic is the login attempts. That is, so if you try to force your password or force your email, what Epic does is it recognizes that you don't know your information, and it will lock out the entire IP. And that's what we ran into problems with last year. Okay? So if you are unsure of your login information, there's two things that we can do today. One, if you have data on your phone, use that to check your username and password before you log on to a PC. Okay? If that still does not work and you cannot figure out your login information, we do have some dummy accounts that can be used so that we're ensured that our IP is not getting locked out today. Okay? The switches are going to have to happen kind of quickly so that we can ensure that that flow is going throughout the day and ensure that we get those people out of here that have 7 and 8 hour drives at a decent time. Okay? So any questions about that? Okay. One last thing is rules for the championship are going to be the exact same way as they were in the regular season. So for your round robin, you're playing all 3 games within your match. Same way we did in the regular season. Same in the regular season. Also, stay out of quick chat, right? What are the 2 things that you're allowed to say in quick chat? No. You are allowed to wish teams good luck, have fun at the beginning of the game, and you can say GG's at the end of the game. Other than that, please stay out of quick chat. Especially with us being able to walk around today, we're going to be able to see the teams that are not abiding to that. Okay? And we will make sure that we are having those repercussions for teams that are not following those rules. Okay? For the only change that we have made to the regular season rules is we are implementing a mercy rule for the championship. Okay? So rather than a defense-only rule, if your team gets up by 7 goals at any point in the game is done. Both teams leave that server, and that team wins that first game. Okay, so let's say it's game 1 within your matchup, and one team wins 7-0. You both leave the server. The home team who created the server, the only change then you're making is you are adding a capital A to the end of your match server code. That will give us a new game. Teams join in the same way we did in the regular season, and we can continue forward with that. If you need to make a third game because of a mercy rule, then you're simply using the same match code, server name, and adding a capital B to the end of it. Okay, is that pretty straightforward for everyone? Right? So if you only have 1 mercy, then you're just adding an A to that match code. If you have 2 mercies, then you got to do A and B as your matches go on. Okay? Obviously, we put it in the coaches package as well. Please no food and as much as possible open drink around the PCs, right? All food, especially during lunch, should be eaten out here, please and thank you, right? St. Clair has been gracious enough to host us here. I do not want to have to use any funds to replace any of their PCs if that's applicable. Slide, please. I think we're pretty much good. Is that it? So that's the logins. You can go right to the next one for me. Acknowledgements, slide. So we would like to thank, obviously, St. Clair College. They have been awesome for hosting us this last 2 years, and their production is by far some of the best I've ever seen from colleges. So I absolutely love that they welcome us here for this provincial championship, and I hope you guys really enjoy it and get a chance to thank them and wander around and experience the space as well. Obviously, we want to thank the Alumni Association for us teams that have been traveling for a far distance. They have really helped us to be able to actually come and participate in this. So thank you very much. And obviously, thanks to Lotus 8. They are coming in to do a little mindful meditation with you guys in the afternoon, right before we get reset for those bracket matches. So we welcome them and we thank them. And obviously, last person we need to thank is all you guys and your coaches. Okay? Please, I am ecstatic that this has turned into what it has over the last 2 years, and I hope that it continues to grow, and I hope that you guys are enjoying the experience that you're having playing in these games. I know for myself, if I had had something like this when I was in high school, I would have been all over it. Okay, so thank you so much for participating. Good luck, have fun, let's get it going.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the OC Rocket League tournament. We're just about to get into our first match. Once again, I am Matthias, also known as Matthias. I'm joined by Daniil Betterson-McGee.
That is true. I am Daniil, also known as Betterson McGee, and he is not lying about the fact that we're about to have an awesome Rocket League match lined up for you today. And guess what? We have a lot more Rocket League lined up for you today as well. We're going to have a whole day jam-packed full of Rocket League, aren't we, Matthias?
Yeah, we have a lot of great games on store today. But what is going to be our first game? Would you like to introduce it?
Of course, we have Christ the King Secondary School, Billy Esports, and we also have the Panthers from Oswood Township High School.
Yeah, Osgood Township, a very competitive team. The Osgood Panthers looking to sneak their way to victory here. But before we get into that first game, what are you most excited to see here in this day full of Rocket League?
Well, honestly, one of the things I'm most excited to see, something I've been seeing a lot already, and that's just the excitement and the energy that people are bringing to the arena. I know you and I were talking quite a bit about just like, wow, in high school, like we had nothing like this. Especially not elementary school, or middle school. Nothing to this degree of competition, camaraderie that esports and any kind of competition brings out of you and your friends. I can only imagine how excited these kids are to be here to compete on the Saints stage. It's a really nice stage. Okay.
Yeah, it is really nice. And I would be so excited to be out there competing on that stage, and I'm excited to see what they do, how they perform. But we don't really know all too much about these specific teams, because we more specialize in the collegiate space, but it's nice to see the new burgeoning talent out there. If you just had to guess, based on the names alone, who would you guess who takes this one?
Well, I could guess better based off of the names, but instead of guessing, let's just completely observe and just take a great look at this action as we're getting started. Billy Gamers and the Panthers, we're starting off. Hyper is now already making a rush for the net, but it's going to get saved out by Iweezy. Now, coming off the side into the center, we have Boomhog, or Bognog rather. I love these names already. I'm a big fan of cool gamer tags, and we have some of them in space. I think my favorite team name is definitely Stormtroopers.
I like Frank My Fry. That one's pretty good. But so far, these teams seem to be very evenly matched. We see that is as we going in there for a dunk into the net, but can't quite get it as Vash Weiss manages to save it out.
Vash Weiss, an incredible name and an incredible player, I'm sure. This first game, I believe, is for Platinum and below division, but Frank My Fry already started things off with a great goal. You can see the focus, the excitement on their faces as they're on the stage, but a great pass and an even greater shot coming out. First goal going towards the Panthers.
Is it Vash Weiss or is it V4 Chewies? I'm just now trying to decide.
Vash Weiss is definitely cooler.
It could be, but Chewies is also a great name as well. But it looks like Aiden is going in and leading the charge with his team, and the Panthers are not letting up, trying to get their goal. But a nice save from Billy Gamers keeps them in the game.
Yeah, W Aiden, just barely missing that save, but HyperCK making sure that one finds the net. We're already tied up in the series, 3 minutes remaining, and we are looking at 1-1 already. These teams are looking fierce, Matthias, and I can't wait to see what the rest of this game has in store.
Exactly. This is looking to be a very competitive game. I'm excited to see who takes this first one. See Hyper going in, leading the charge for his team, looking for a setup, but the defense is strong in the Panthers right now. Looks like they're not going to let up, though. The aggression is mounting here. Aiden looking to clear this goal along with his partner. They managed to do so, but it's right up there in the air. They need to get control of this ball. They managed to do so, but it's a chase as Hyper is looking to be hyper aggressive and taking control, but they have a nice shot set up, and W Aiden gets the long goal.
W indeed, Aiden. What an excellent shot and a great follow-up off of the aggression. I feel like what really makes it or breaks a team is their opportunity-seeking potential that they have. Rocket League, especially as you get better, does not present you with a lot of opportunities. So any opportunity you get, you've got to take it and make the most of it. And I think that was a great example.
Exactly. I don't know if anyone's seen Demon Slayer, where you have to see that opening thread and go for that strike. And that is looking like a Bognog have found that opening thread, and he went for it, making this score 2-2.
We love Bognog, and we love goals like this already, 2-2. It's only been about 30 seconds since we were tied before, and we are tied once more. This is just game one, ladies and gentlemen. These teams are being completely unstoppable so far. Now we're getting V4 Chewies trying to catch that ball mid-air, but Ozzy almost gonna catch that one. Gonna have to take that one to the net. However, it's gonna get centered up. No follow-up, however. It's gonna get taken to the corner. It's gonna be a little bit of a fight for it. Off of the post, almost. W. Aiden sends that one to the center, tries to get it going forward, but we're gonna have the V4 Chewies take the pass to the corner. Aiden now and Frankfurt Fry, they're all just taking these shots. The defense is there, however, and Hyper's gonna be able to take it out, but he's gonna get demoed in the process.
Demo comes through. That might be an opportunity for them to strike. They can't quite make it there, but now they're not going to let up. They almost get it in. Just not quite. Now Aiden is going to be the one to take the lead here. The setup is going close, and break by Fry sees the opening and dunks it in.
Beautiful goal again. Well, thankfully, this one had a little bit more of a gap in time between the previous goal and this one. So 2-16, Billy Gamers still has time to really try to find their next goal to tie it up if they have a chance of taking this first game. But I've been seeing the defense from the Panthers so far, and I gotta say, it's been pretty impressive, especially when those high-pressure moments really come together. I feel like their comps must be really good if they're able to kind of hold together and push through as a team. But, like I mentioned, their defense is solid, but their offense is as well. They're maintaining the pressure. W. Aiden taking the next shot, and his teammates already on the back line ready to try to follow up off of anything. It's gonna get saved out, and it's gonna get cleared. Frank Mike Fry just barely missing that one, but ready for the follow-up, going for the shot. It's gonna get saved by Hyper, a beautiful save, and right now it's back to the corner and right back to the center, but V4 Chewy says absolutely not, intercepts it and makes that a goal. Now the Osgood Panthers are up 4-2 over CTKs.
Exactly, and Osgood has a firm lead now. Billy, though, has answered before. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see this get tied up once again, but with 1:30 on the clock, it's going to be a tough ask.
A tough ask, but not an impossible one. We've seen how many goals these teams can get in such a short amount of time. I wouldn't be surprised if Billy Gamers were able to tie this one up. As you can see, Hyper already going for it, and Ozzy there to make it possible. The dream has come true, 4-3 already. You can see Coach there trying to get the team ready, get the team focused up. I hope it's working because Billy Gamers, they are doing excellently so far. I love that goal effect, by the way. I might have to pick that up myself.
That was a nice synthwave goal effect there. Now there's still just a minute 20 left on the clock. This is not a lot of time, but it's a lot of time for Billy to try and tie this one up. But Osgood wants to maintain their 2-goal lead. They don't want to be in a position where this could go to an overtime game. For another goal right here, getting a setup off the backboard, trying to go for the dunk, but the clear comes through from Billy. Can't control the ball, but Osgood Panthers are not letting up on the aggression. Getting in front of the goal once again, it's gonna just barely go back over to Hyper, and he's gonna try to tie this one up for his team.
And now you can see V4 Chewy is doing a great job of controlling the ball, taking from the center to over to orange. But the blue team here, Panthers, they're trying to find it, take it into the net. It's gonna get saved up by Ozzy, and they're now gonna have to keep fighting to make this one go in. But thankfully, they have Frank Mike Fry just slowing it up a little bit to slow down the offense. But Billy looking to turn it around and make this into a counterattack. All of the Panthers are ready for the defense, however. They have Hyper in the back line ready to try to pounce, and they're gonna clear it, taking it right back over to blue side, almost went over to orange. Billy, they have 10 seconds to make something happen here. Do they have it? A great save from Bognog. Can they only take it over to the next side, but halfway across the field, Frank Mifai tries to get one final goal. It's not gonna get going, but Panthers are gonna secure game one.
And they secure the fist bump as well. Not left hanging. You love to see that. Up here in the collegiate, sometimes we see the fist bump left hanging. But you know, these kids, they have it on lock.
They're ready, they're focused, they're a strong team. They'll never leave their teammates hanging. But like we were just talking about, Matthias, that's just game one underway. And already, I'm very impressed. This is the Platinum and below division, but the gameplay that we're seeing is still very impressive all the way through.
Yeah, very impressive gameplay all around. These teams very evenly matched, but Osgood just barely overtaking that first game. But I'm excited to see how they adapt going into the next one. Billy could maybe throw out some more tricks going into the next one, I bet.
For sure. One thing I'm noticing, at least with these two teams, I wonder if the trend will continue along the rest of them. The way that they're playing the offense and defense, there's just a lot more skirmishing is the word I'll go for. There's a lot more fighting for control of the ball at all points of the field. And the teams also play a lot more connected. You don't really have people segmented too far. Oftentimes, you'll see at least one person in the back ready to get on the defensive side of things, but they're not afraid to kind of go all together. Heat-seeking missiles, all chasing down the ball. You know,
yeah, they're like torpedoes flying through. Sometimes they get the setup way far down on the net. Their teammate sees it hanging there. They're like, I'm going to use all my boost, fly all the way through, and get the slam into the net. So it's been some very exciting games so far. Or just game, I guess, singular, as we're going into our second game. I'm excited to see how this one shapes up.
Shake it up indeed. Get it completely shaken, so when you open it up, it fizzes, bubbles, and spills over. Not sure where I was going with that one, but we're going to continue and take it through to this next game here. We have the Osgood Panthers versus Christ the King Secondary School Billy Gamers. And already, with 20 seconds, like I said, a lot of skirmishing, a lot of fighting. They want control of the ball, and they're not afraid to fight and chase for it. We've seen some demos. Last game, I think, had 2 or 3, and I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing a lot more. In fact, there we go. We already got one, and that's going to give it an open opportunity for that team to try to get more control. But like I said, we see the demo, we see the goal. Not surprised in the slightest. The Panthers starting strong.
Yeah, strong start once again, Billy. And this one very soon though. Gotta give props to Frank My Fry. He just finds these goals time and time again. Let's see how he performs after this. The kickoff goes over to Billy Gamers, but quickly regains control on the side of Osgood. Still just hanging there in the middle. We're gonna see who takes control here. It's gonna be Osgood once again. They're so good at maintaining this pressure on their opponents.
2 in the corner there. Now they're kind of finally spreading out, dispersing. Before Chewy's there to back up W8 and Frank My Fry in the back line, ready to get that save. Taking it up now, Bognog chasing it, but Hyper is there to follow up as well. Off the corner, down towards the center. Can they get the goal? No, it's going to get intercepted. Ozzy's there to recover it, take it right back over to Blue and reset the offense, but W8 is going to intercept, clear it, and try to even get a goal here with support from Frank My Fry. It's going to get centered, but it's going to get cleared by Ozzy. This could even be a goal, but it's going to get intercepted once again. Frank My Fry ready to recover it, but now Bognog taking it up to the ceiling. It's going to go down. Who's going to find that? That's going to be Hyper taking it right over to the net now. Popped up once more before Chewy's. Ozzy's going to be the one to chase this one out. Hyper in the corner now. Going to have to skirmish and fight with Frank My Fry. A scary fight indeed, but it's eventually going to find its way to the center. Going straight towards the net. Hyper's going to take this one out. Frank My Fry is going to meet it there. And once again, Matthias, it's just a lot of fighting for control.
It's a lot of back and forth here, but this might be the finishing touch. But for Billy, they got a nice setup going with a clear. It's looking good from Panthers as well. Managed to clear it up, but now it's still in that back and forth kind of limbo right now. Hyper trying to get a setup for the team, going for it, and there it is. They get a nice shot on the goal, but it gets saved out by V4 Choose, but he doesn't let up. Ozzy evening up the scoreline 1-1.
Neon Sun has risen once again over this game as Billy Gamers picks up their next goal against the Panthers. I think they're starting to find their stride in this series. What they need to do is just make sure when they do have those opportunities to fight for control of the ball, they don't leave too many openings, and I think they're starting to recover that now. They are patching up their defense, and it's becoming really difficult now for the Panthers to try to find any openings as Billy Gamers aren't giving them.
Not letting up in the slightest. They're already looking for that second goal, but now it's 1-1. Just continuing the aggression here. Looks like Billy is just in total control of the ball currently, but Osgood not gonna let that go down without a fight. They get a beautiful setup here, but a beautiful clear is answered by Hyper. there is going for a run back there. The rebound is not going to land, but it's going to be okay. I see there's going to be more choices along the way.
Gonna pass it back to his teammates there. I respect that decision. It's better to give more control, even if it's closer to your side, than to kind of hope and pray that you're able to recover that while you're closer to the enemy team. But an aggressive play coming up from Hyper. It pays off, just running down the defense, not having any care in the world, and it paid in dividends. As you can see, before Chewy is not able to save that one, Hyper is gonna get hyper aggressive on the offense and force that goal in.
Now, kickoff has started. Osgood trying to get control of this ball here, but Hyper and the rest of Billy Gamers not going to let up off that pedal of gas. They are just continuing to drive this one home. I mean, look at Bognog, just pure aggression over here in the corner. Just an absolute brawl of Gars. They have to back off, though. They want to try and keep control. Keep on running out the clock on the Panthers. They're still going for these goals after goals after goals. I mean, look at that. Chewy's getting a nice save. Only Frank McBride, they're not going to let another goal pass them just yet as they're trying to regain control of the ball and regain the lead in this game. But a nice save is needed right there.
Yeah, what a save indeed, Matthias. Now, W8 and Frank McBride, Hyper, they're all chasing it, but that wasn't a demo, but it definitely felt like one. Ozzy just completely knocking the competition out of the park there. Frank McBride's chasing. B4 Chew is going to intercept now. Hyper clearing, but Frank McBride run clearing that one, obfuscating if anything. You can see the focus on the players' faces. Frank McBride and Hyper off in a little bit of skirmish here, and W8 is going to be caught in the crossfire, completely demoed, but Frank McBride's patience paid off, going for the goal, just going to miss the post. However, the W8 back in the game, refocused, trying to find something, but Oz is going to be there to block him. 30 seconds remaining. Panthers need to find one more goal to at least tie things up, take it to overtime, and they find it from cross field. An excellent play. It was left open, unfortunately, for Billy Gamers, but Panthers found the opportunity. They saw it, and they went for it completely, and just had total faith in it. An excellent shot, and it worked out for them.
And now, with 24 seconds left on the clock, unless one of these teams can break this stalemate, we're going to be seeing our first potential overtime. But still, it's Panthers going to the lead at the last moment.
Yeah. But Matthias, as we always say in Rocket League, there are many last moments. 18 seconds, a lot can get done. But let's see if Billy Gamers can find this opportunity to just cinch the victory out of the jaws of defeat. They have a reasonable amount of time to work with. I think they just scrounge up the boost that they can, starve out Panthers for their own, and just get hyper aggressive. I think they can make something work here, but with 5 seconds remaining and more shots being taken, this is it. It's all or nothing here. 1 second remaining. Can they keep the dream alive? It's looking like they might be able to. It's almost going in, but V4 Chewy's with the save, and that's gonna be it. The ball touches the ground, and Panthers are taking game 2.
Taking a game 2 in a very close victory. Billy in the driver's seat for most of that game, but somehow Osgood Panthers managed to clutch it up near the end and take it all the way home.
Yeah, Panthers just showing the resilience they have as a team. Like I mentioned before, I'm sure the comms are probably really solid. They're able to just make sure that they're filling each other's gaps. They're not leaving anything up to speculation. I'm sure they're all on the same page as well, because you can see it in their play. They're really coordinated and playing as solid as a team can be. And I'm sure that Billy Gamers are thinking of ways they can make that team synergy crack.
Exactly. Frank McBride going to take initial control of the ball, bring it up high in the air. Someone looking to meet him there. Now Fortune is going to get a nice shot on the goal, gets saved out by Bognog. And now, once again, this ball is flying high. Both these teams trying to get these aerial shots in here. See it's up in the air, Aiden looking for the dunk, can't quite get it, but now that's going to leave an opening for Billy, and they almost get a nice shot on the goal, but Chewy is going to get a beautiful save.
Beautiful save indeed. Bognog tried to make that a beautiful goal. Unfortunately, it's going to get stolen right out from him. And now Ozzy He's going to be on that wall like a spider, trying to find an opportunity to jump on that fly. That's the ball. Hyper going to have to chase this one to the corner, but it's going to get demoed. Ozzy is going to be ready for anything here. Finding it, taking it along the wall, centering it, giving an opportunity for the team to take a shot, but Frank My Fry is there to disrupt them as much as possible. No shot will be taken, but the offense is still not let up. Bognog, but D4 Chewy is going to steal that one away. Ozzy is now trying to clear it, but facing a little bit too much pressure here. The Panthers are getting aggressive right off of their defense, but Billy Gamers are able to recover.
Able to recover, and now it looks like Billy recovers even more, getting a point on their scoreboard. I mean, look at that setup from Bognog, the pure speed from the side of Hyper, and he can dunk it in there.
Yes, and now Billy Gamers establishing a strong lead already. 1-0 with 3 minutes remaining. Panthers, of course, still have ample opportunity to turn this into their favor. But as we've seen in these previous games, a lot can take place in a very short amount of time. So who knows how much chaos is going to ensue in these next 3 minutes. Billy Gamers, however, they're going to try their best to stretch out this lead that they have and turn it into an even bigger one. As you can see, the offense is getting stronger from Billy Gamers, and of course Panthers, they're going to have to strengthen the defense as a result. That boost is going to get stolen right away from him. He's not going to be able to make a play as a result, but Bognog still able to maintain the pressure, try to get that one centered, and Ozzy's going to take the opportunity, but it's going to get stolen once more.
It's very back and forth here. Hyper, though, maintaining control for his team, but Osgood might have found an opening. They're not going to let up off the gas pedal here. They're going to keep taking shot after shot after shot, but Billy going to have to be forced on the defense because of it. But now Ozzy finds the opening, going to go for a nice shot of his own, but does not find the final shot. There's a demo coming up from Frank My Fry. That's going to be a nail in the coffin for Billy, but it's not going to spell the end for them just yet, as Hyper and Billy is going to find a beautiful shot.
A beautiful shot indeed. It seems that Billy has found their stride. They're really doing their best to maintain that offense again and leaving no gaps in their defense. I think they've really perfected the craft right now, and the Panthers are definitely going to have to make more work in order to capitalize off of any mistakes that Billy Gamers make. But I don't think Billy Gamers want to be making any more. As you can see, their offense is still so strong. Bognog already charged down just like a torpedo, like we said, and it's going to get taken to the center. Hyper's already there to try to turn this into a goal. It's going to get caught in the corner. Bognog there to try to intercept, but it's going to go right over the defense, but Hyper is there to save it in the last second. V4 Chewy's taking that to the center. Frank My Fry ready for the shot, but Bognog there to take it out of the skies, take it to the ground, and now it's a fight in the middle. Hyper is going to take this to the ceiling to try to find an opportunity to take it right down the center. Ozzy as well, now trying to keep that going over to blue side, but it's going to find its way over to orange corner. They're going to try to take it out, but W8 is there to maintain the pressure, taking right now to orange center, almost goes in, and that's open.
Wow.
But Bognog was there for the last second save. Ozzy there to try to turn it into a goal. Frank My Fry says absolutely not on my field. Hyper is there ready for the pass. Bognog there to try to make it happen, but with all three Panthers in the corner, the net is open. Billy Gamers just have to find an opportunity to take it out of the corner and into the net fast enough, and I think Ozzy's found it with that side shot. It's going to get saved out thanks to the boost that Panthers had in their reservoir, but Bognog coming from the center. V4 Chewy's there to save it. The pressure seems to be overwhelming right now for the Panthers.
The Panthers, 44 seconds and counting left to get 2 goals. They're going to have to get 2 goals within 20 seconds. It's going to be an absolute crazy task to do. If anyone wants to do it, it's the Panthers, already winning 2 games in this series. But Billy looking to hold firm so far, even looking for a 3rd goal at this point, as they're not letting up on this aggression. They've mastered the attack and they've mastered the defense here. Aiden trying to regain control for his team and start the blitz for the Panthers. Goes over the defense, gets the setup off the backboard, and now his team is in a good position. But once again, it goes back over to Billy, and they almost get a huge dunk once again, almost securing the 3rd point. But right now, with 2 seconds remaining, this is going to look to be a game for Billy.
Billy taking that last game. So I believe that might be the series right there.
Yes.
That's going to be 2 for the Panthers, and that's going to be 1 for Billy. So they're not going to get 3-0'd. They are at least going to take 1 game away from the series. And I think even though they came out of the series with less points, I think the adaptation that they demonstrated was more important for how they're going to play for the rest of the tournament. They demonstrated that they are able to take some disadvantaged situations and turn it into a situation where they are coming out on top.
Yeah, for sure. They played amazingly, especially in that last third game. They didn't let the Panthers get a single goal. They really upped their defense to a great degree. And the Panthers, they had that amazing mindset as well in that second game. They were down so many points, but they had that will to withstand the will of fire. Yeah, the will to try and bring it back, and it worked out for them. They did, and you got to give props for that.
Yeah, I've been giving a lot of props. I think we've both been giving a lot of props because the props are due. These teams deserve the props. They're earning them. You work a hard day's work, you get the props at the end of it. And again, props to both of these teams playing so well throughout the series. Panthers coming out 2-1 over Billy Gamers. But like I said, ladies and gentlemen, that's just some of the Rocket League that we have today. Of course, that was the Platinum and below division, but we have Diamond Plus coming up next. Do you know who we have coming up next, Matthias?
Yes, I do. That's going to be the Bay Ridge Blazers, and then we're also going to have the Black Panthers as their opponent. So 2 Panther teams as well. Must be a popular mascot.
Yeah, so
same school.
Yeah, O's good. They have the Panthers and they have the Black Panthers, and then Bay Ridge Secondary School. They're gonna have their team coming up next. But before we head to that series, Matthias, any final thoughts on this last one we just saw?
Oh, it's just great gameplay all around. That was as good of a game of Rocket League as you want. It was very close, always within at least a few points of each other. No one really stretching the lead, and it was just very good. A lot of comebacks, a lot of highs and lows, and that's what you want in a good esports title.
Absolutely. All kinds of competition. I always say it's entertaining, it's interesting, it's fierce when the teams are close, and I think that series kind of encapsulated it fully. Very close games, very strong competition. Couldn't ask for anything more. But ladies and gentlemen, as we're getting ready for the next series, we're going to take a quick break, but we'll see you all very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us once again. As we're getting ready for the second game, we are going to be taking a deep dive into the Diamond Plus division as we have the Bay Ridge Blazers from Bay Ridge Secondary School going against the Black Panthers hailing from the Osgood Township High School. Matthias, lay it out for me.
Yeah, Osgood has had some great games already. I'm excited to see their Diamond Plus division, which consists of Plop 548, Kiwi 01, Eden 0445. Those are the players on the side of the Black Panthers. As for the Bay Ridge Blazers, we have Pronged 05, Happy Cappy 5, and Hockey Shark 63, and Big Grand as the substitute.
Big Grand. What a very grand and big name indeed. But that is the next game that we're going to have coming up. In the game, there are some account issues, so we're going to have some players borrowing some accounts. But rest assured, it's these players that are going to be on the field demonstrating their talent for us. But speaking of talent, speaking of demonstrating it for us, Matthias, we had some pretty excellent games just before this one. You want to take us down memory lane? Do you remember what was going on in those previous ones?
Of course. It was a very close first game between Osgood and the other team there, and that one ended up, I believe,
2-1.
2-1, yes.
Panthers came up 2-1. I believe that Billy Gamers, they were down 0-2 against the Panthers, but they really recovered and they were able to kind of rekindle their defense and strengthen themselves to maintain a strong offensive pressure against the Panthers that they weren't able to resolve fast enough. But, ladies and gentlemen, as we are getting ready to head into this next game between the Black Panthers and the Bay Ridge Blazers, we still have so much more action to get underway.
And here we are already at the kickoff. It looks like Bay Ridge already putting the pressure on the Black Panthers. They're going to answer right back here. Just putting it back forward. You can already see a lot more aggression here from these teams than the last game. You can tell that they are just going in here quick. They're already warmed up. Things are looking very explosive.
Very explosive indeed. And speaking of explosive, I almost thought we were about to see a demo coming out here as the Blazers, they're trying to maintain control over towards the center and the left side, but as it's going to get cleared out now, that's going to allow a great reset opportunity, but it's going to get intercepted. Right now in the corner, the fight's still going. Bay Ridge Blazers, they are actually doing a great job of just controlling this ball and preventing it from going too far out of their comfort zone. They are trying to make sure it can go in, and they actually turned that into an opportunity to get a goal. Just like I was saying, they kept it exactly where they wanted it to, and eventually the defense was not ready to handle that shot, and it's going to go the way of Bay Ridge Blazers.
Yeah, starting off strong, you know, and these teams are so evenly matched. Getting points on the board matters so much. Now Bay Ridge going to get another point on the board, just starting off very, very aggressive, very quickly. It looks like Panthers looking to answer this up with a 3 commit, and for good reason. They get a goal off the kickoff.
Yeah, you can see on their faces the focus and intent, and you can also see, you know, pat yourself on the back for an excellent goal that you get there. But I'm sure they know that their work is far from done. There's still 3 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock, and this is only game 1, so you can't get too complacent yet. You still have a lot of work to do, and as you can see, they're still doing it as the Black Panthers now seem to be being reinvigorated. I feel like they're coming back now with a lot more energy, with a lot more offensive pressure. They're trying to get their own goal now. I feel like once you're down a couple of goals, you start to care a little bit less about going down even more and more caring about just getting at least one on the board here. And I think it's working out for the Panthers right now. As you can see, they're trying to get over into the center, but as their defense over on Bay Ridge Blazers is also recuperating, they aren't going to have an easy time doing that.
Very great right now, but the defense from Bay Ridge is just absolutely tantamount, and their aggression as well as they're teeing up for another goal. The defense from the Panthers is there to answer as well. A nice clears put some pressure on the Panthers. Looks like Bay Ridge shooting these long-range shots, forcing Panthers to play much more defensively than they would probably like to. So we'll try and get these goals soon. Right now, Bay Ridge not letting up on the gas, continuing to just hammer this ball into their net every single chance they get. The defense from the Black Panthers is not letting it through just yet. Now there's an opening for the Black Panthers to go for a goal, but a nice clear from Bay Ridge keeps things interesting.
Very interesting indeed. Underneath all the mystery and intrigue, there lies a layer of fire that keeps both of these teams burning. And just before the fire gets extinguished, we have Bay Ridge making a very good save and another one to follow it up. Right now, getting taken to the corner. They're trying to find the shot, but it's not a great angle. They're going to have to try their luck once again after they take it out of their side of the field. It's going to get cleared out after a demo goes through two onto Eden, but the center is open, and that means a shot's gonna get let loose. Happy Cappy takes a shot, but it's not gonna get found, but a teammate's there to cement it. They're up 3-0, and they're doing an excellent job of maintaining that pressure.
A beautiful job at continuing to maintain a strong lead here. And Bay Ridge is just so in tune with their team synergy right now. They have some amazing tactics at play.
Amazing tactics indeed. They're doing so much work to try to just make sure they're always in an advantageous position. It's not easy to control the ball itself, but more so, they're even controlling the enemy players by manipulating the ball to be in positions to get them in positions that they want them to be. Just like that, they have the ball going off to the right. That forces the players to go off to the right, which means they have to get out of the net. They're able to take the shot. It wasn't going to go in, but that's the kind of strategy, that's the kind of gameplay that will elevate you to the next level.
Black Panthers here. Clear the ball, 1 minute remaining. They need to close this 3-goal gap and quick. There's going to be a time to get goals. The time is now. With the defense from Bay Ridge, it's going to be a tough ask. The one and try and lead the charge on through, get another goal, secure their victory even further. Right now, Black Panthers looking to try and keep themselves in this. You at least want to start off a goal to try and get this momentum going. Plop, though, looking to put the nail in the coffin here, trying to get that last final goal. With 30 seconds left on the clock, it is very, very close to being over for the Black Panthers, unless they can find some miracle goals very soon.
Absolutely, 15 seconds on the clock. It'd be a miracle if the Black Panthers would be able to find 3 goals, let alone 4 within this time frame. But as the time ticks onward, it's looking more and more certain that the Bay Ridge Blazers are going to be able to take the game.
They secure game 1 with a 3-0 lead, but that game was very competitive in the first half. It just seemed like Bay Ridge really figured out a strategy that worked against the Panthers, but now going forward in the second game, I'm excited to see how the Panthers react.
Yeah, right now it seems the reaction is to just stay level-headed and make sure that they don't try to, you don't want to try to fix things too much, because that often leads to misconfigurations and chaos. When you face a loss, when you face any kind of hardship, it's very important to understand what you can and can't control. And right now, I feel like that team just is doing their best to make sure they are trying to stay on the same page and they're trying to communicate with each other. But ultimately, that game was pretty dominant over for the side of Bay Ridge. I'm curious to know, what do you think they kind of did well to give them that edge in that first game?
I think they did a lot well. They just had a little bit more team synergy. They were a little bit better at passing the ball between each other, getting the setups going the way they want. I think, honestly, in terms of where Panthers can improve, not all too much. They just need to play a little bit more confident, I think. I think they had a little bit of a mental hit there, but they seem not totally, out of whack. Just, the pressure's on, especially your second game back. You want to try and continue to get those wins. But now, I think, after that first game, the pressure should wane a little bit more, and we should be having a very interesting second bout.
Absolutely. I think one thing that the Bay Ridge definitely did better, and like we said, is just their team coordination. But like I was mentioning, in the game as well, the way that they've been controlling the ball and controlling the field allows them to manipulate not just the ball, like I said, but their opponents as well. When they try to play aggressively, they do so in a way that forces the net to get open. Otherwise, the offense gets too overwhelming, so you're forced to send a guy out to try to alleviate it. But once again, that just makes more openings for them, and they also do a great job at capitalizing off them. So if Black Panthers can try to avoid playing into their hands, I think they'll have a lot of success be able to replicate their own strategies and really take the game's control into their own hands. But as we get into game 2 here with 4 minutes, 20 seconds remaining, the players are scrambling now for control. As you can see, a shot from the ceiling. It's almost going to get something there, but not quite. There's going to be no follow-up block there to bounce that one off and away towards an opportunity for their team. And now you can see the shot going towards the corner, but no follow-up just yet. Plop is there on the back line as well as one of their teammates to make sure that things don't get too complacent over for their team. Black Panther still has a lot of work to do, but with that shot, it's gonna get a little bit easier, and you can see that energy coming out of their team.
Yeah, the Black Panthers getting a very clean dunk all together there. Wait, is that not the Bay Ridge? Yeah, the Bay Ridge getting, wait, is there a bug on the screen? No.
No, I'm pretty sure Black Panthers was the one that took that shot.
I believe you are correct. And now, it looks like the Black Panthers trying to get this one here. Looking to get the shot in here. It's going to be very, very difficult. Plop and control the ball right now. Go for a shot on the goal. Can't forget it though. The kid's cleared up, but a clean shot from Eden secures the Black Panthers a second goal.
And just like that, you can see the life breathe back into this team. Like I said, you just have to make sure you're maintaining control over what you have control over. One of those things is definitely your mentality. Even if you go down a game, it's important to stay together as a team, as a unit, and you don't let it get to you too much. And that's exactly what this team is doing, and it seems to be paying off for them as they're able to even, right off the kickoff, find a third, and it seems that this team is going absolutely bonkers right now, and they are doing a complete 180 from that first game.
That's how you want to kick off your second game. They shook off the pressure and they are locked in here. Starting off with a 3 lead just 2 minutes in is absolutely impressive indeed. Yeah, it looks like Bay Ridge going to try and answer right here, going for a triple commit. I don't know how well that's going to work out here, as the pressure from Bay Ridge is just absolutely insurmountable right now. The Black Panthers still continue to look for these amazing shots on the goal. For the defense though, clear the ball, and they managed to do so. Right now it's in this limbo going back and forth. They're going to try and take control here, take a nice shot, and the goal gets cleared out once again by the Black Panthers. This is just so back and forth right now. I don't know who's going to take this one, but now it is on the side of Bay Ridge to try and take it. They get a nice bounce up there. Doesn't quite go towards the goal, but it's going to be a nice setup. They clear it into the corner and position it back in front. Can someone get control of the ball here? Yes, someone will. But it's not going to be enough. It's going to continue to just keep going in on Bay Ridge. They need to try and clear this and quick.
Finally, they are able to get it out of their side of the field, but Bay Ridge was doing such a great job at preventing it from even leaving that side of the field. Now, the pressure is mounting. They're trying to find a shot themselves here, but it is still quite the struggle. It looks to be the case that the Black Panthers they found maybe their match, but not quite yet, as the defense is still strong from them. Flop getting a nice save. The Bay Ridge Blazers almost getting that shot in, and it rolls. There is nobody there to save it, nobody there to get that one protected, and that's going to be at least one now on the board for the Bay Ridge Blazers.
They're starting to lock in here. They could potentially answer. They still have almost 2 minutes to answer 2 goals. That's a lot of time to make this one equal. But now it's still going to be a very tough path to tread as the Black Panthers still continue to try and hammer in goals. I mean, look at that. Bay Ridge, or Black Panthers getting another beautiful goal, securing their 3-goal lead once again.
3-goal lead seems to be the theme for this game. Even the last one, it wasn't 3-0, it was 2-0, and that just seems to be the natural equilibrium that these teams are comfortable with. If there's a 3-0 lead on any side, these teams are comfortable, and they're going to try their best to maintain it. With a minute and 30 seconds remaining, who knows whether or not that's going to be maintained for long, as we already see a long field shot, and it's going to get followed up once again. Take everything I just said and throw it out the window, because now we have a 4-goal lead in this game for the Black Panthers.
Beautiful goal, now a 4-goal lead. Just a few more, and they could even seal the deal for this match. But I think Bay Ridge is definitely going to keep this one coming up. They won the first game here, so they're looking to try and tie this one up. But 4 goals in a minute 20 is going to be a very tough gap to close. See, Plop gets a nice shot on goal, doesn't quite go in just yet. Eden is still hammering away with the rest of the Panthers, trying to keep up the pressure. Found their prey, and now it's the time for the Panthers to strike. There's the setup, going for the bounce back, gonna go for a setup once again. 1 minute remaining, and Bay Ridge needs to find something and quick. Time is starting to run out. They've done so well in the first game, they need to try and even this one out. With Black Panthers having a 4-goal lead on them, they need to get a goal in this 10 seconds, and now they got the first one. This is the first step of 1,000 miles, as they have only 3 more goal gaps to close.
It is a big gap, but honestly, again, I always say this, and I learned this to be more and more true the more Rocket League I watch. Anything can happen in that amount of time. 40 seconds, realistically, is not a short period, especially when you're seeing things like kickoff goals that the Black Panthers were able to achieve, and a goal almost scored there for Bay Ridge. So, with 30 seconds remaining, the gap is getting shorter for them to be able to get that many goals, but it's still definitely far from impossible. Right now, Black Panthers are doing the best to control the ball. They don't even necessarily need to go for their own now. They just need to make sure that they're keeping it completely contained over on Bay Ridge's side of the field. That's exactly what they're doing. They're making it impossible to leave. Bay Ridge will have to find a complete escape opportunity, let alone with the ball. They can barely even escape with their cars right now without risking getting demoed. But with 3 seconds remaining, it seems that the Black Panthers have guaranteed this game 2 to go their way.
There it is. Game 2 done and dusted for the Black Panthers. And what an absolute insane showing after that first game. Things were looking the best for them, but they managed to lock in for the second game and absolutely wow everybody there.
Yeah, wowed indeed. I think I'm pretty comfortable to say that I'm wowed, because if after that first game, Matthias, you told me that we'd see Black Panthers getting a victory, let alone with like a 3 to 4 goal lead, I would be pretty shocked, and I am pretty shocked, and we just witnessed that. So pretty interesting game nonetheless.
And now this is the first time going into our third game that both teams have a point. So now this is going to be the big tiebreaker game, and I have no idea which way this is going to go.
I really don't either, especially, again, of course, Black Panthers coming with a huge surprise from that first game to even win the second one. But even so, Bay Ridge was still demonstrating that they still had a lot of fight in them themselves. So, it's going to go right underneath him, but Bay Ridge able to save that one from the clutches of defeat, but Black Panthers off the follow-up of the save, there was no clear. So it's still going to stay on their side of the field, and that's going to give an opportunity for Plop to find a shot as they're retreating back to their side. Something that they weren't quite expecting, but it was a possibility at all points there.
Lots of possibilities here. Black Panthers are starting off with the first goal. Another strong start for them. Bay Ridge, though, needs to try and close this gap as soon as they can. They don't want to let Black Panthers stretch into a large goal lead like they did before. But it looks like Black Panthers are already keeping up a lot of pressure already. Bay Ridge in control of the ball, getting a nice air carry there, gonna try and go for a setup, but once again, Black Panthers very good at clearing, and the demo to boot. Double demo, looking for the triple demo, just barely saves his own skin there as Plop gets out.
Yeah, barely saving the paint off of his chassis, and it's in the orange corner at the moment, and there's a swarm of cars trying to find the control of it. A shot was made, but it was eventually missed, as now Plop trying to get the clear off the wall. They barely missed that as well, and a capitalization is going to be found off of that from Bay Ridge. They're maintaining the pressure, they're not letting it get cleared out, and they're taking continuous shots. This is exactly what you need to do to make any team crack underneath the pressure, and even the best teams in the world will eventually fall to this strategy here. And again, taking it away, not letting them clear. Eventually it's going to get stolen out. That's going to be a little bit of breathing room now for Bay Ridge, but it's going to go right back over to the Black Panthers side as they're trying to get some shots of their own. One's going to get made, almost two, but an interception is going to be found. And now coming up the wall, trying to center it, prevent it from going back to their side. It seems that Bay Ridge, they had enough of the offense and they're trying to go for it themselves, but a shot's going to get intercepted once again off the post, almost going from one side of the field into the net of the other. They're going to lose the 50 both to each other there. Nobody coming out on top in that exchange, and with some bumps and bruises coming out of that exchange there, both teams are still going to be vying for control with 2:50 remaining in this game. 1-goal lead. This is uncharacteristic for both teams. It seems that they found each other out, and now we're truly getting close to a stalemate of sorts. But as I say it, it's going to get broken as the Black Panthers find an opportunity to get a goal, and they execute it perfectly. Look at them rolling through the air like that as a team off of the initial pass coming from the clear. So realistically, that was just a perfect setup from all three.
Yeah, beautiful setup all around from the Black Panthers, but now looking at the Bay Ridge Blazers, this gap is not impossible to close. You still have 3 minutes left in the game. It's a good amount of time to get these goals, but you need to start playing a little bit aggressively. You don't want to leave that net wide open because the Black Panthers do not let up on their aggression either. They like to keep on hammering that net with shot after shot after shot. And I mean, just look at that. They get a nice shot through the corner. Bay Ridge Blazers sneaking that one in there.
2:22 remaining. This could be foreshadowing that we're going to have a 2-2 tie for a while. I'm not sure, but with Bay Ridge Blazers getting that goal, we are one step closer to that reality. Is now off the kickoff. It's going to go, ooh, a demo. Immediately getting a shot. And just like I said, we're now tied 2-2 off the kickoff. A demo is going to be what's going to make that possible here. It's a shot, but it was, never mind. It was him that got demoed, and that turned into a goal for them regardless. A kickoff goal, you love to see them, but now the pressure's on for both of these teams.
This is looking to be a very exciting third match here, folks. There's only 2 minutes remaining. It is 2-2. Everything's on the line here. Want to try and get as many points as you can, and it looks like Bay Ridge Blazers, after being in the catch-up position, they finally boosted into the lead here with 3 back-to-back goals.
Yeah, that tie was not one that lasted for long. Unfortunately, my prediction fell through, but with that broken, now the pressure is on for one of these teams. At least the Black Panthers now have to fight for control and do their best now to try to maintain that offensive pressure, but Bay Ridge Blazers have not let up on their own. In fact, they're trying to make this 4-2 very quickly, but there's equal exchange in all things. You give up your defense in exchange for a strong offense, and it seems the Black Panthers want to capitalize on that. Getting the interception, preventing that from going to their side now. It seems Black Panthers trying to set up a goal, but Bay Ridge in the corner is trying to send it out. Gonna miss that shot. I think that was intentional, in fact, just to bait out the reaction, and that's going to almost be a shot coming out, but eventually is gonna get stolen away. But Bay Ridge, they're almost gonna be able to take this over to the Black Panther side, but it's gonna get cleared out pretty quick. But now, at an open net, can someone get there in time? Yes, we have Eden there to get that interception, prevent a goal from coming through. A minute is remaining. Can the Black Panthers find something here after that, get that clear, after they take it over to blue side? It's going to be a demo to prevent it from going any further, but with still a strong lead in the pressure side of things, the Black Panthers still have an opportunity to make something work here. They just have to keep fighting these clears. Plop is going to be able to take it out, but no, it's going to get stolen right out from under him. Sideswept now, trying to recover it, trying to prevent it from going in, but a shot's going to get taken. Thankfully, Eden's there with the excellent save. It's not leaving the orange side, even though it's exactly what Black Panthers need. 30 seconds are remaining. Can they find an opportunity in time?
Yeah, 30 seconds remain for both teams. Black Panthers still within that gap, closing distance, just 1 goal away. I mean, look at that. It's hanging at the doorstep of the Bay Ridge Blazers. They're ready to answer the door here. There it is. They're sending it in, but no, it's going to be answered by a goal save. Instead, with 10 seconds left on the clock, will Black Panthers be able to tie this one out and send us to our first overtime? And no, it's going to be Bay Ridge Blazers securing a 2-goal lead with 5 seconds remaining.
An excellent game all around, and I've been going on and on about how anything's possible in a short amount of time, but I think we can both agree that this is going to be going the way of Bay Ridge. With only 5 seconds remaining, there's not a lot of room to get much done. However, I gotta say, Matthias, that was one hell of a game.
That was one game indeed. I am so proud to be able to cast that one. That was beautiful gameplay all around.
Absolutely.
And I'm just excited to see
Look at the sportsmanship.
even more. Yeah, look at the sportsmanship all around. No hard feelings. Everyone's just here to have fun and play some Rocket League.
And of course, win the trophies.
Of course.
Of course, competition is a great part of all things here, but it is important to maintain a level of sportsmanship, camaraderie, and of course, a spirit of good fun.
Some class.
Still, you want to win. Both of these teams coming out with at least 1 point in this series so far. It was hard fought. It was a strong battle indeed. And it's going to be Bay Ridge coming out on top with 2 points over the Black Panthers 1.
Yeah, that was just a very exciting game back and forth. In that first game, I was a little bit nervous that it was going to be one-sided, but the Panthers really brought their A game in that second game. They locked in. Got a beautiful lead there, but then going to that second one was very back and forth, very exciting, and it seemed one-sided in the beginning there as well, but a quick answer once again from Bay Ridge. What a match.
Yeah, absolutely. It was an incredible game indeed. But, you know, it is in the past now. We got to look towards the future. And I believe for the next game that we're going to have coming up, it is also in the Diamond Plus division. So the high rank action is not going to end just yet. But before we take a quick break to get ready for that next game, Matthias, once again, what are you excited for most?
I'm excited to see more demos. We saw become more of a factor at the end of that game, and I think that really started to change things. We saw some more in that second game, a lot of demos. I think we saw a double demo as well in one clean sweep, so I'm looking forward to seeing more of those. Those are always so fun.
Absolutely. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get ready for that next game. We'll see you all very soon after a short break.
And we're back right into the action. Massey Mustangs up 1 point. Bear Esports looking to take this one right back, though. They're keeping up the pressure, and they're going for an insane push right here, right now. Can they do it? I have no idea if they can, but we shall see soon enough.
Soon enough, indeed, we will see. But right now, it's all about that pressure. Massey Mustangs already up 1 point, but Bear Esports, they don't look too far behind in terms of the momentum side of things. It's still a strong back and forth over here on center field, which always shows the strong sides of a close series. But as we get to the corner, that's where the secrets start to get revealed of who has truly the upper hand. And it seems right now, Massey Mustangs has been doing a great job of keeping Bear Esports out, but not good enough, as Bear Esports has been able to just now steal away 1 goal, tying us up now 1-1. And Bear Esports, of course, hailing from St. Joseph's Scholard Hall Catholic Secondary School, whereas Massey Mustangs come from the local Vincent Massey Secondary School themselves.
They are doing an amazing job right now. Bear Esports, though, looking to tie this one up even further. Once getting a huge kickoff goal, but it gets cleared out by the Massey Mustangs. They're not going to let up off the gas, going for another goal once again, but once again cleared out. It is such an intense game already. You can tell both teams just hammering away at these goals, and that's why we're here in this division. This is the best of the best we're going to be seeing, and you can tell that they are playing at their best.
Best indeed. You're coming all the way here, well, some further than others for sure, but coming here to play on this stage in front of all these people for all of these different prizes and trophies, you better be doing at your best. And I can say for sure that these teams are bringing their A game. In fact, their A+ game. Those report cards for Rocket League are looking to be stellar, on the honor roll, in fact, as the ball gets taken over to the corner now. It seems that they're done playing around, as they're going to start going for some demos. Bear Esports trying to wrest control back of this game with 1 minute remaining. They're doing a great job at holding their lead. They just need to stretch it out to create a gap instead. Now, back to the corner on orange side. They are able to clear that one out, but over on the side of Massey Mustangs, they are looking to get a little crafty here, letting Bear Esports take control of that ball from center, but they're doing a good job now of trying to recuperate it and turn that back into a retaliatory clear. This is how you get goals, is by stealing the momentum away from your opponents, and you do that by giving it to them and taking it away at the worst opportunity for them. As I'm saying that, Bear Esports are able to steal away a goal from themselves, as there is a little bit of a confrontation right in front of their net. They are able to try to clear it out, but eventually it finds its way in.
And now, with 25 seconds left on the clock, it's all up to the Massey Mustangs to try and bring this one back. And they're going to start off with an explosive defense, as Bear Esports wants to try and secure an even further point. But now Massey Mustangs is going on the triple attack here. They need to. They got to try and throw everything they have at this net. This is it. There's an opening right there. Drift Candy going to try and get this one, but it's going to be the Bears taking game 1. A little bit of a comeback situation.
Yeah, in a very impressive situation for sure. The Bears were able to kind of recuperate from, like we said, a deficit there. They had no goals to start, but they turned that not only from, getting goals back, but they turned it into a victory nonetheless.
Yeah, turning that into a victory, that is just the kind of wherewithal you need to make these things happen. That's very important in any esport. You need to try and lock in when you're down for the count, when things don't seem to be going your way. Just need that first goal, and then you can get that momentum going, that ball rolling, and I'm excited to see how they do in the second game.
Sometimes it can feel like rolling a ball up a hill, but eventually when it rolls back down, you just got to keep rolling it back up. Eventually, you will find your goal. And speaking of goal, we're trying to find one right off the bat. Bear Esports, they're doing a good job of trying to keep things on their side of the field in a good sense. And as soon as they're ready to take it over to the enemy side, they are doing so in a well-coordinated fashion. Things like this is what allowed them to get the edge out over in that first game. But Massey Mustangs, they have to make sure that they don't let the Bear Esports get away with anything too crazy so far. It's what got them that first game, and with shots like that, it could cost them a second. A very good shot coming up from Bear Esports. Massive Mustangs now, they are maintaining their pressure and holding a strong stance out front of their field. Now over to center, over to blue in the corner, and can they get that fight won in their favor? Absolutely not. It's going to get cleared out, taken back over to orange side. They have one ready to go for that save, but just a little too late as the Bear Esports now taking another goal in this game too.
And an absolutely beautiful air carry goal right there. Just a little bit short to say, but that's all right. These things happen, but you got to admit that was just an absolutely beautifully orchestrated goal. And now the kickoff happens once again. It's going to go over back to Bear Esports. Once again, they're going to keep putting on the pressure here. But Massey going to try and keep some pressure of their own.
Yeah, that carrying on the top of your car, you see that often, but when it's right in front of your net like that, it's like a golf tee just waiting for someone to putt that right into your hole of your goal. But as we see now, Massive Mustangs trying to get control here. Bears Esports almost finds that shot. It's not going to be good though, as Massive Mustangs doing a great job of holding down the fort. Now Bear Esports, 3 minutes on the clock, 1 goal in their favor. If anything, they just have to make sure they don't let a goal go their side. As you can see, they're playing the defense now. Massive Mustangs looking to get a shot over onto that blue side. But, backing up, almost sent that into the net, almost capitalized, and in fact, it gets found. Massive Mustangs are able to take that opportunity that was presented to them and turn it into a goal, and that's going to be now a tie game once again.
Yeah, Drew Kenny getting a very clean goal right there. And now with 3 minutes left on the clock, it's all even across the board. It's all up in the air to see who will take this game. We see Massey's defensive approach, regaining control of the ball. They're going to knock it right down the field. Try and set something up for themselves. It's up in the air. It's teed up, but it's going to go over to Bear Esports to try and take control.
Trying to take control is a lot easier said than done. Have you ever driven a car with rocket boosters trying to chase the ball twice your size? I don't think so, Matthias, but these players are doing that, and they're doing it and making it look easy all at the same time. The way they are manipulating this ball and trying to make sure that they're maintaining control of their field. They're playing the micro game, they're playing the macro game so excellently, and once again, in those high pressure situations, you gotta be ready to react, and there, of course, Massive Mustangs able to get that save, trying to send them right out of that corner there, and it's going to get taken right back there. After we get a demo, a shot is made. It's not going to go in, however, but it made a statement. More importantly, that statement is that we want to win.
They are looking for this win. Everybody's hungry for this win at this point. You want to try and win as many games as you can, try and make it through these pools. Now we see the ball going back and forth. Things are dead even across the score and on the field. But it looks like it's going to be Bear Esports making a mad dash for the goal once again, but gets cleared up by Massey. They can regain control of the ball here, try and get themselves in this is where they can start to take shots of their own. Now, it's at a standstill here. We'll get the first clearance. Looks like it's going to be Bear. Going to pass it back and forth down the field, putting pressure on Massey's goal, going for a nice little shot that gets saved out by Massey. But now, it's once again just dribbling back and forth. There's a nice setup, and the dunk from Bear Esports secures themselves the second goal.
Bear Esports, they're wearing the scoreline well. Two goals looks good on this team, and they are doing a great job at finding it continuously. We're back to the same scoreline as the previous one, 2-1 right now. Massey Mustangs does not want a repeat of history, but Bears Esports are quite content with to keep it that same way. Now with 1 minute remaining, it's going to be all things offense for Massey Mustangs. Of course, they can't fully commit to it too hard because that would just open them up to even lengthening that score gap. But you can't be playing to reserve if you want to have a chance of getting any goals here. Massey Mustangs, they're trying to maintain control of this ball close to the side of blue, but it's not going to go their way, however. Their Esports are able to steal it out and turn that that attempt into a goal for themselves. Oh, what a good play coming out from Bear Esports.
Brilliant play from Bear Esports, now securing themselves a 2-point lead. Massey Mustangs have a very hard gap to close now with only 38 seconds and counting remaining. They're going to go for the mad dash though, try and get as many points as they can. It's still going to be a very tough job. 30 seconds left on the clock. The defense from Bear Esports is insurmountable with the demos coming out as well. They're going to have an opportunity to take one more shot on the goal. Their teammates respawn back in, but with 20 seconds left and counting, things are looking very, very dire, but they get the last second goal, and if they can get something here, might have an overtime.
We might have a game on our heads here. 3-2 with 17 seconds remaining. That one goal is all it takes really to make you feel like you got a chance. And as long as you feel like you have a chance, you do have a chance. Looking, 30 seconds down, 3-1 is a lot scarier than looking down the clock with 17, 3-2. So Massey Mustangs, they play their cards right. They can tie this up, turn this to an overtime, but a lot of wind is blowing on this table and their cards are starting to fly away a little bit. It's all gonna come down to this one. It does not find that goal off of that shot, and the ball is gonna hit the floor, which means that's gonna be the end of the game. Bear Esports takes game 2, and it was pretty close near the end of it.
Bear Esports just seems to be able to find these comeback angles every single time. Yeah. It looks like they're down and out. They have such a big gap to close, but they manage to do it every single time. And I'm just very thoroughly impressed by Bear Esports.
Yeah, it's not impossible. We could see a game or a 3-0 for the first time on the stream right now. Bear Esports, if they keep maintaining this pressure. But of course, I'm sure Massey Mustangs didn't come all this way for nothing. They want to show us what they're capable of, and I think they're doing a great job of it so far. I think the way they're playing, they have a lot of spirit. They have a lot of fight. They just have to channel it correctly and put all of that energy, all the effort to a little bit more of a coordinated package, and I think we can see some of that coming out right now as right off of the kickoff, Massey Mustangs comes out swinging, come out fucking Broncos, and turn that into 1-0 over Bears Esports.
Yeah, beautiful kickoff goal off the crossbar there, the double dunk in there. Beautiful plays from Massey. They're looking to take this third game in their hands. But so far, Bear Esports seems to answer every single time. Whether it's now or later in the game, they're still putting up that pressure. Massey just trying to get control of the ball. They're finally breaking out some demos now. Getting frustrated here. They want to try and open up this goal as much as they possibly can.
That might have actually been everything. It's a small gesture, but it took away so much control of the ball from the player that was trying to send that towards the center. Now, as they take things up the ceiling, it appears that Bears Esports is trying to set themselves up from a goal. A shot's taken. Defense is going to slightly miss it, but the shot wasn't going on course anyway, so they can breathe a sigh of relief, but not for too long, as now Massey Mustangs is turning their offense back up to 100% here. Massey Mustangs taking another shot, but it's going to get saved out. Corner, it's going to escape just barely, but as it escapes towards the center, Massey Mustangs takes that and turns it into a goal. I might have spoken a little too soon here. It looks like Massey Mustangs does not want to go down 3 games in this series.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to quite see the 3-0 just yet. But there's always room. If there's any team to do it, to make the comeback angle, it's Bear Esports. I mean, look at that, already putting up so much pressure on the Massey Mustangs. Have to try and find a better angle, though. The demo, trying to open things up for themselves, with Massey is not letting up on the aggression. They seem to think that best defense is a good offense, and they're proving that monitoring to be true so far. As you can tell, they're just going all in, but it looks like through that committal, Bear Esports finds an opening, putting up the pressure on the Massey Mustangs, but they're still in front of control of the ball. They see an opening going for the pass back and forth off the top. Can they get the save? And they do. They get the clear as well. Now it's going back and forth off the right side of the field. We're going to see Massey go in there, go in for the pass, try and catch it in the corner there, stay in control of the ball. But right now, Bear Esports is finding some amazing shots here, gearing it up towards Massey's side of the field. Right now, it's all up there once again. He's going to send the pass back and forth. This is such a tough game for both teams here. Bear Esports wins the first one. They want to get the first 3-0 of the series, but right now, Massey Mustangs is just in complete control of the game right now.
Complete control. It definitely could be the case. It could also be an illusion. As we mentioned before, a great strategy for your offense is to give offensive control over to your opponents. Just steal the ball away, and as they're trying to maintain pressure, they're not very focused on defense, and you can turn that into a goal, just like we see here from Massey Mustangs. Bear Esports is trying to get their offense started over here. As you can see, they were caught off guard, and that allowed Massey Mustangs to get the goal as Bear Esports retreated to try to get a save. If you just allow your opponents to kind of play into your hands, you can get a lot done, as the mutual demo in fact, is going to get the kickoff started. They're going to pop back in as the ball is taken over to orange side, and now Massey Mustangs still maintaining the pressure. They have to do a good job of controlling the space, and they're doing it right now. Bear Esports, they're stuck on their side of the field. Not a lot of opportunity to escape or recuperate, but it's not impossible. We still have about a minute and a half now as we're getting closer to the end of this game for Bears Esports to turn something out of this 3-gap scoreline.
Wow.
But maybe now it's going to be even slightly harder as it's a 4-gap scoreline. It's going to be pretty difficult for Bears Esports to recover from this one.
Yeah, this is going to be a very tough job for Bear Esports if they want to try and even this one out. As Massey securing that 4-goal lead with only a minute 30 left, it's going to be such a hard job to close that gap. At this point, Massey Mustangs is just looking for even more goals. I mean, look at that. Already with the aggression, they're going to get the 5-0.
We could even see our first mercy rule coming to effect here. 5-0 right now, a minute and a half remaining. Bears Esports is now on the back foot. I think Massey Mustangs in just this game alone have scored more than all the goals that have been scored in this entire series. If only they're able to spread out these scores a little bit more among the earlier games, they might have been able to steal a game or two before, but now, if anything, they're at least putting on a great show of force that they are not to be messed with. And once again, same as we saw in the first series of the day, you know, you might have lost this series, but you showed that you are able to adapt and overcome your opponents eventually if you're given enough time. That alone is a huge thing you can take away from a series that not only gives you confidence, but helps to swing the confidence of your enemy team.
Now they're trying to get a goal in here, but I don't think it's going to get cleared out once again. And they're going for a goal of their own, and you're right, the mercy rule is within reach. Now 1 point away, 6-0 for the Massey Mustangs with 44 seconds remaining.
They've come back to life, and they're running full speed ahead. Maybe they were just thirsty, and they finally got a drink of water in between games or something. I'm not sure what it is, but this team is looking like a completely different squad as they are completely dominating this last game here. Bears Esports, you know, time is basically up. I'm not even sure if you can score that many times within 30 seconds, but if they were able to pull something like that off, I must say I would be very, very thoroughly impressed. As unlikely as it is, however, this series is most likely coming to an end, but it was definitely a series to remember.
Beautiful series indeed. A very close goal, but it gets cleared out. Now with 10 seconds remaining, will Massey Mustangs get the mercy roll, or will there be a goal answered right back? And it looks like Bear Esports going to get 1 point on the board before the clock runs out.
Before the clock runs out, they at least get one. And yeah, honestly, again, like I was saying, even if you end up losing the series, Massey Mustangs, with a showing this strong, they are able to kind of recuperate some of the confidence that they may have had shaken throughout this series, and again, put on a show of force for the other teams to know that they are not to be trifled with.
To be trifled with indeed. A beautiful showing for the Massey Mustangs, showing that this could have easily been a completely different series, but Bear Esports did come out on top, ultimately in the end winning 2 games. Massey did prove a point with winning that one game, though.
A point proven is often all you need to come out satisfied. And like I said, I think their point stands strong. No one will disagree that they are a very strong team to contend with. And of course, the Bears won the series, so no one would disagree that they are a strong team to contend with either. But that game is now behind us, Matthias. That was an excellent one and one to remember for sure. But we still have a lot of action underway. I'm curious to know what you thought of that series overall.
Oh, a beautiful series overall. Very back and forth. The comeback angles from Bear Esports was just beautiful. Just so exciting to see when they're down in the points, but they still managed to bring it back time after time after time. But, you know, you got to give it to that last game. I think that one was a favorite of mine. That was just absolutely amazing gameplay from the Massey Mustangs, just showing that, you know, if they really locked in there, this could have been an entirely different series.
For sure, but what matters more is that they're locked in now, and their future opponents are going to have a lot to deal with. But, like I said, the action is still quite a long day ahead. We still got a lot more coming, and coming up next, we have another Platinum and Below division game. We're going to have the CTK's Christ the King Secondary Schools, the Reapers, going against the Dragons, hailing from, pardon my French, École Secondaire Catholique Sainte-Marie Rivière. So it's going to be another match coming up, and before we throw it to a quick break, any last thoughts from that last game with us?
No, my thoughts are sealed. That was a beautiful game. I'm just thinking about the next one at this point.
Sure.
I'm excited to see it. We'll see you soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us once again. We have a lot of Rocket League action ready to go in store for you after coming off the heels of such an incredible game from the previous series, the Bears versus the Massey Mustangs. I'm very excited to see what these next teams have in store for us. We're going to have the Dragons going up against their next opponent, and I'm very excited to see how that's going to go for both of these teams.
The Dragons versus the Reapers. What a name. Those are two very good team mascot names. Those are beautiful names. Very cool, very edgy. I'm excited to see who comes out on top. We saw CTK's Billy Gamers team earlier today, so this is their second team. I think this should be a good showing as well. We have no idea what the Dragons have in store for us, so let's see what they have going on.
So far, it seems that they're going to be doing a great job right off the get-go. It's already over on blue side. The Dragons are fighting for control. They're going to take it to orange, but it's not exactly going to be very easy for them as they're wrestling for control, taking over to the blue now off the ceiling. It's going to bounce off the wall to be a nice setup for teammate Venom. Zilla is going to find a nice demo over on the Happy, and Ali is going to try to recuperate that one. Taking it back to blue corner. Grim Rips is going to be able to be on the back line, not going to fight too hard for it. Restraint is a very important part of the battle. If you go charging headlock in, you will not like the result. So it is important to just wait for the ball to get cleared out before you react onto it. But Grim Rips doing the exact opposite, chasing it down, cross field, taking it, and launching that shot right into the net. Excellently done. Dragons are taking that first point of this series.
It's a beautiful point for the Dragons, starting things off strong. The Reapers, I'm sure, will answer back until very soon. As we see, the kickoff goes relatively well for the Dragons, and now trying to take control of this ball and go for a bit of a big dunk here, getting a beautiful setup. Can a teammate dunk it in? No one can find it, as there's a beautiful clear from the Reapers. And now true AJ Cannon going to take control of the ball and try and open something up for his own team.
Yeah, and now, as you see, the Dragons doing a good job stealing that away from Venomzilla. True AJ Cannon is trying to get something working here. A Mega Shoe offering the support. That was almost a goal there, but thankfully both defensive players from the side of the Dragons were able to steal that away, and in fact are able to turn that into yet another goal. We're only a couple of minutes into this first game, but with 2 goals on the line already, it seems that the Dragons are really feeling themselves and are awake, ready to go.
Yeah, Dragons living up to their name. They're like beasts out here, the king on the horde of gold. They're looking to get even more gold here as they're looking at these points. So you see Grim Rips gonna go for a contest there. Once again, it's in the control of the Reapers. They might be able to make something happen here. Once again, it's back over to the Dragons. They find a beautiful opening, and Grim Rips gets another goal.
Another goal, and again, it is often about just making the statement, and I feel like right now a strong statement that the Dragons are making is that they are not afraid to get their hands dirty. We've seen that in these engagements, in these control situations, they are not hesitant to get in and start fighting. Right now, the Reapers are trying to at least get something on the board here. Going down too many points not only puts you in line of being put in the crosshairs of the mercy roll, but it also is pretty hard to recover mentally from, you know, losing a game too difficult. They want to at least show that they have some signs of life, or else the Dragons will feel very comfortable kind of walking through this series. You never want your opponent to feel comfortable in any competition. So the Reapers are doing a lot of good work right now to put that pressure on the Dragons. They haven't found a point yet, but if they keep on their current track, they'll find one soon, as true AJ Cannon leads the charge. It's not going to find the goal just yet, but like I said, if they can maintain what they're doing so far, it's not too far away from finding its way in.
Not too far away indeed, but right now things are looking very good for the Dragons, continuing to claim dominance here on this battlefield of Rocket League. Now things might change though, as someone gets teed up once again. Grim Rips looking for the goal, but can't get it in just yet, as the Reapers defense is getting stronger each every time. Look at Omega Chu trying to find something as well. Gonna try to go for a clear out as the pressure is mounting from the Dragons. They go for another shot. Can they manage to clear it out? And yes, they do. They manage to save it. Venomzilla now making a blitz for the goal of his own. Going with his teammates. He's going back because this is just such back and forth aggression. The Dragons know that the best defense is a good offense. They're keeping that ball hanging on that blue side, not letting it get close to their side at all.
Not even letting it get in a scary position. I feel like right now, the Dragons, like I said, they made a statement and they made a point with these first 3, but I feel like they still have a lot more to say, and they're gonna let their wheels do the talking as they almost get that shot in, accidentally nudging it out in the last moment there. The Reapers breathing a huge sigh of relief, but it's not gonna be long before the Dragons come back with a vengeance, and you can already see the shot getting made. Grim Rips coming off the assist with a teammate. Happy launching that off of the corner, and that's going to be leading to an excellent goal. 50 seconds remaining. It's not impossible, but the Reapers right now might just be preparing mentally just for getting comfortable for the next game, figuring out what they can do better, and you know, just resetting and forgetting this one.
Going to try and reset after this because the Dragons are just riding that high, continuing to be dominant, carrying this momentum throughout the game. I mean, look at that. 5 goals now on the board. It's 5-0. If we do see a few more goals, the Mercy Rule is now within reach.
Yeah, and if that happens, then your team will just have to make sure that you, one, don't let it get to your head. You still have 2 more games to play and a lot more Rocket League to play throughout the day, so you can't let that boost you too much. And on the other side of things, you can't let that deflate you too much, you know. Sometimes you're just not playing at your best. You just got to make sure you come back in the next game fighting even stronger. As we see the next goal coming out from the Dragons, such a clean shot. The setups are looking so fierce from the Dragons. They're not giving any room to capitalize on any of these mistakes that they might be making. The Reapers don't have enough time to take those shots. So with 20 seconds remaining, either team could get the goal. That would be the last thing that really leaves the taste in our mouths from this game. It'll be what we remember. Will we get the Mercy Rule, or will the Reapers at least put 1 on the board? Of course, neither of those things could happen, and we just have to wait and see what both teams have in store for Game 2.
There it is.
Game 1.
That's the end of Game 1, going over to the Dragons 6-0, and I think that is one of the best performances we've seen so far from a team. They played very, very well. It's nothing to say against the Reapers either. They played very, very well. I think the Dragons are just on that next caliber from what we saw of that first game.
Exactly. The Dragons were able to just completely control the field in basically all respects. They never really let up on their defense. Of course, with 6 goals, they never let up on their offense. The Reapers were just struggling to find an opportunity to make something work. But we've seen it many times today, just alone, let alone in, you know, our experience seeing collegiate. It's so far from over. It'd be even foolish to start thinking for a second that it is, as the Reapers, even in that game alone, demonstrating that they still are very capable of fighting and doing a lot, getting a lot done. In this game too, I'm sure that they're going to look for even more opportunities to do so and even walk away with victory.
I've seen so many teams that ride on that momentum. If you can just get that first goal, everything else seems to work that much easier. So I think the Reapers may be one of those teams looking for that first goal to get the domino effect started. As we see, it looks like they're going to start going very, very aggressive here on the Dragons' goal, trying to get a big setup going. Back and forth, but they managed to find the clear, and that is the Dragons finding a beautiful opening, and that is going to be the first goal going over to them.
And like you said, Matthias, so many teams can ride the momentum. Sometimes all you need is that first goal, and I don't think the Dragons need any more momentum than they've already gotten yet. Here we are. They are the first to get a goal in this next game as well. That could spell, you know, what the rest of this game could look like if they keep this going so far. Right now, throughout the whole series, they're 7-0. this game. They are 1-0. That almost was 2-0, but thankfully the Reapers defense is still holding on strong. They have not let up in that regard. Far from it, in fact, as now they're trying to get it clear. They're going to get some good bumps as well, preventing Happy from getting control of this shot. But as Ali now trying to clear out in the corner, Grimrip is going to do good work to help him out, as the Dragons now are turning their attention to the offense. They're starting their attack. They're controlling the left side of this field, but now as it goes over to the right, Happy is recentering, refocusing, and trying to get the shot off. It was intercepted, however, by AJ Cannon, but Grimrips is going to take it right back over to Blue. In fact, looking for a shot, going to slow up and make it a pass instead to a teammate, passing to himself, in fact, and now it's going to be going up the side, but a pass is going to get shot over, intercepted from Venomzilla and taken out of the corner. Now over to orange side, the Dragons are going to have to play a little bit of defense to make sure the Reapers don't find and tie this game up.
Exactly. They want to try and keep this one competitive now until the Reapers have thoroughly advanced their defense. It's so much harder for the Dragons to get these goals that they got in the first game. They're still not letting up on the attack. They're looking to answer the score. They're just so close. They just need to dunk it right into the clear. For the Dragons, makes it that much harder for them to do. So once again, it's back to a neutral state of the game. Dragons now looking to put some pressure on the Reapers. And that is a shot towards the goal. Now they're going to start to mount these attacks, wait for the tee up from the teammate, go for the setup, but it gets cleared out once again.
It's just so hard, especially in these neutral situations. Reapers, Bryce and King, secondary school, they are doing a great job at not relenting. Every single time the ball gets close to them, they all come together as one squad and try their best to make it work. But I feel like that even might be biting them in the back a couple times here, as when they are too close, they are too together, that leaves a lot of gaps in the offense for the Dragons to capitalize off of and turn them into goals. As you see here, Ali finding the opportunity as they were both together on that side. Those are two less players you need to worry about, and their last one is probably occupied with the Dragons offense, probably bumping and bruising him in a corner too. So the Dragons are doing a great job at splitting up their offense and forcing the Reapers to split up as well, and it's just complete and utter control coming out from the Dragons team.
Utter control and complete and utter chaos back and forth here in this corner. You can tell that these players are itching to get these goals moving once again. See Ali taking control of our ball, going to make a blitz with his team, but they have to watch out. The Reapers getting more aggressive with each passing second. Now this might be a goal for them on there. They need to clear, and that's going to be the Reapers getting a point on the board.
Yeah, the first one of the series, and they needed that for sure. They really needed at least some kind of kindling, some spark to get the fire started, and I think this might be what they need. In fact, that goal kind of shows the way this match has been going for the Reapers. Is more so they've been trying to play off the back foot from the Dragons' initiative. But I feel like for that first time there, they took control and were able to make something happen. If they can learn the lesson from that goal and turn this into a trend throughout the series, I think they'll have a lot of success. But a shot coming out from Ali, going right over the head of the defense from the Reapers, that is going to further extend the gap in this series. And now we're looking at 3-1 in games.
3-1 for the Dragons. They're still showing their dominance, but now the Reapers definitely within closing distance and cleaned up their defense quite a bit since the last game, keeping things very competitive, putting a point on the board. Just a few more for them, and things should be looking good. And that's a nice shot on the goal, putting a lot of pressure on the Dragons. They're forced to go for the treatment on the defense. Now once again, it's cleared out. AJ Cannon going to be the one eyeing this ball, getting a nice angle towards the goal. Pressure's still mounting from the Dragons. They take a shot on the goal. Now the defense has to come through for the Reapers. They're doing an amazing job on the defense as well. It's improved so much from that first game, but still the Dragons finding new ways to shoot on this goal, still managed to score the points.
Another shot, another goal coming up from the Dragons. I feel like it's not surprising to say right now they are looking to be on fire, a team for sure to be on the watch out for any of the teams here. And the Reapers are definitely bearing the brunt of all of this pressure that the Dragons are laying at their feet. But after another kickoff, that's going to be another possession coming with the Dragons. That's going to be another shot, and that's going to be another goal going their way. We have a 4-goal gap here in game 2, but the Reapers are still fighting, and ultimately that's all you ever truly need in any competition.
Yeah, this is looking very good for the Dragons right now. The Reapers did an amazing job at holding themselves in this game for so long. Now the Dragons have seemingly found their momentum from the last game once again, and getting this massive score lead is going to be an amazing boon for them going forward. Ripper's going to go for a goal once again. They get the setup. 6-1 is a great scoreline for the Dragons.
A great score, and I'm sure even now they're probably not content with. They want to make that even wider. As we always see, their continuous offense never leaves any breathing room for their opponents, and it's exactly what you need if you want to see yourself take this tournament away. You have to make sure that you are capable of taking games like this, and the Dragons right now for sure are showing us what they're capable of, and that they have a chance to contend for that winning title here. As in the last 3 seconds of the game here, the Dragons are just barely taking it up now 1-7, and if not for that first goal that the Reapers took just a little bit ago, we already would have seen that mercy rule.
Yeah, 3 seconds left. Dragons could potentially get the mercy rule if they get the kickoff goal. But that's going to be pretty much impossible, as now there's no time left. But Dragons, once again, having an absolutely amazing showing, and good progression for the Reapers to hold out for so long, keeping that scoreline very competitive for the most part.
Yeah, very competitive. The Reapers, while they're only able to find 1 goal, they did do a lot better of a job of, fighting back against the Dragons offense. It was 1-7, but I'm telling you, Matthias, it could have been 1 to a lot more if the Reapers weren't staying on point consistently and ensuring that they were acting as a team, acting as a unit to prevent themselves from getting overwhelmed from the Dragons offense. Now, going to game 3, I'm sure that the Reapers have been talking, they've been figuring out strategies, things that they need to do to come back in this series, whereas the Dragons, I think all they need to do is make sure, once again, they don't get complacent, they don't ease off of the gas at all. They want to make sure that they're still playing at 100% and act as if their life is on the line, because as soon as you let up and as soon as you get complacent, that's when series really start to get stolen away from you.
Exactly. You don't want to get complacent, but you have to give some props to both teams here. The Dragons just absolutely playing in their peak form. They're doing an amazing job so far. Probably one of the stronger teams we've seen so far in the tournament. But you also have to give props to the Reapers. They're keeping this very competitive, at least for the first stretches, But it's just like a few gaps in their defense that they need to tighten up just a little bit, and then they're right up there with the best of the best. It's just the fact that the Dragons are able to find these impossible gaps in those defenses and slip the ball in time after time.
Absolutely. So that was an incredible game, and now actually that is going to be an incredible series, as we're just receiving word now that the Reapers are going to forfeit game 3, so that is going to be 3-0 for the Dragons. And again, an incredible team, an incredible series, well played from both teams. But ladies and gentlemen, do not get it mistaken, we still have so much Rocket League in store for you for the rest of the day. But that is going to be after a brief, momentary, hour-long lunch break before we come back and continue the action for the rest of this tournament. Again, I'm Daniil, also known as Betters McGee, joined by
Matthias Talbot.
Yeah, and we'll see you all very soon.
Check, check. So ladies and gentlemen, just a quick announcement. We are on lunch right now. Lotus 8 will be doing their presentation at 1 p.m. We are going to cut the coaches show match, unfortunately, to save a little bit of time. I know, very disappointing. I've been practicing for weeks, Kieran, you know. And then we will move right into bracket as soon as Lotus 8 is done their presentation. Thank you, everybody.
Check, check. Just a quick reminder that the Lotus 8 presentation will be starting in 5 minutes at 1 o'clock. The Lotus 8 presentation will be starting in 5 minutes at 1 o'clock.
Hello? Hello, hello? You can hear me. Nice. Okay. Am I good to go? Yeah. I can introduce myself. It's fine. Am I good to go then? Okay. Hello. How's everyone doing today? Sweet, sweet. All right. So, let me introduce myself. My name is Saul Magdaleno. I am one of the owners of Lotus 8 Esports, and I am the director of the Lotus 8 Academy. Let me give you some background information on what Lotus 8 Esports is. So it is an esports organization that is based on some basic principles that are important for esports players. So we focus on mindfulness, focusing on mental health awareness, and focusing on fitness and health. So we do believe that those three things can really enhance a player's skills in the game, but not just in the game, but also outside of the game. Just to be honest with you guys, about 3 to 4 years ago, I was diagnosed with depression and anxiety. And that was something that was really, really tough, to battle through. And it's still something that I battle through to this day. It's not something that just goes away the next day. It's something where, you're going to be battling it for quite a while. And sometimes, if you don't have the right tools to, better yourself, to push yourself every day, it could be, problematic. And one of the things that I love about esports is that I was able to find a community. My best friend over there, Oz, I actually found him through Rocket League, right? We were playing online. He invited me to play with him. And then ever since, it became history where, I was depressed. I would go on to Rocket League. It would help my mental health so much. And like I said, it brought me a community. And that's what I love about esports, is that it creates a community for you. If you don't feel like you fit in, or feel like you're struggling, that's what, esports means to me. And that's why I've put together this curriculum called Lotus 8 Academy that really has all of these things combined, like mental health, fitness, meditation. We've combined them and used it as an enhanced training program for Rocket League players specifically, because that's my game. I'm GC1, by the way, just to let you all know. I'm not trying to flex. So let's talk about our mission here. So like I said, these are the three things that we really focus on. So that's, promoting our PMM, which stands for Performance Mindset Mindfulness. So, it's mental health, meditation, fitness. Those three things are three pillars of, what the Lotus 8 Academy is and what Lotus 8 Esports is as well. So, what we're trying to do here is we're trying to make you guys, as Rocket League players, the best possible players that you can be by promoting all of these things, incorporating it on like a weekly basis for you guys, so that you guys, have a better understanding of what it's like to be, a better player, a better person. If you don't mind going to the next slide, please. Right, so again, these are the three pillars of specifically for the Academy. So when we're talking about the Academies, we're looking at esports excellence. We're looking at life skills that we're teaching you guys, and we're looking at your overall health as well. We're going to be providing services that really help you guys, again, become better people, become better esports players. But overall, like, this is stuff that you're going to be using, tools you're going to be using outside of esports. Next slide, please. So let's start off with esports excellence. So with esports excellence, what we're doing is, you're getting your Rocket League coaching, you're being coached on a consistent basis. You're looking at, we're trying to teach you guys how to use these skills within an esports context, but also outside the esports context. So you'll see when you're working with coaches, you'll be working on team strategies, mechanic drills, things like that. Something that you obviously would see in a standard, esports program. A nice thing that we do is we really keep track of stats, right? So we want to make sure that you guys are progressing and you have something physical to look at. You're like, okay, well, when I first started off with the academy, it was just, I was GC1, I was getting like a 10% shot on net, but after like 2 months into the program, you'll see like, oh man, my percentage went from 10 to 15%. So we really care about that, and we want to make sure that you guys understand how you're improving with us. That's something that we really take into account. Next slide, please. Right, so with the life skills pillar, we really, again, are trying to emphasize that we want you guys to learn skills that's not just applied to esports, but also applies to like when you're trying to go to college, when you're trying to get a job, things like that. These tools that we're going to be teaching you guys are going to be exactly for these things. So, one of the things that we do is we teach like networking workshops, right? Teach you how to connect with college scouts, how to talk to people that maybe you're not comfortable talking with, right? Like how to send a message on Twitter, how to write an email, things like that. You guys will be able to learn that to make sure that you guys are getting prepared for the college level if you guys are interested in going into that. Another thing that we do is we try to make sure that when you guys are put on a team through the Lotus 8 Academy, you guys learn how to play well together. Not just like in the game, but like interacting, becoming, in a sense, friends. Building a community within each other and being able to trust each other is another thing that we really try to emphasize with the academy. Next slide, please. So this is where the PMM aspect of our academy really comes in, right? So we have performance, mindset, mindfulness. So what that means is, you get to see, meditation instructors. You get to see, you get to work with a fitness coach / mobility. So they'll teach you how to stretch, how to limber up, making sure that you're not going to be like, playing 8 hours a day and you're not, stretching enough. And after doing that on a consistent basis is just going to have some sort of damage on your health. So you want to make sure that you're staying on top of that and getting in early and making sure that you're not going to do anything long term. I used to game 8 hours a day, and I can feel every time I game now, my wrists are starting to hurt, my fingers hurt. It's rough. I don't want that same thing to happen to you guys. Another thing is that we also provide mental health check-ins, wellness check-ins. We connect you with someone who actually is an expert in psychology. He has a bachelor's and master's in psychology as well. But again, we want to make sure that you guys are okay. We're trying to create an environment where you guys feel like you're free to talk about things. Now, I do want to make sure that you guys understand that we're this isn't therapy, but it is a space where you guys can talk about, how gaming is, how esports is, because, competitive esports gaming is stressful, right? It's like real sports. There's a big mental game onto it. So we want to make sure that you guys are taking care of yourselves. If that means, you guys opening up and telling us you had a bad day, things like that, that's the type of environment that we're trying to build here. You can go on to the next slide, please. Yeah, and then, just giving you guys an understanding of, what exactly, how we fit into the market. This is, the academy is really, it's for the colleges. There's so many colleges being built, being introduced into the esports world, and so we're trying to pretty much cater to those colleges and giving them kind of like a scouting pool, so they can choose players for you guys to call a college to call home. So potentially getting scholarships. But at the end of the day, not all of our colleges that you'll see in our network offer scholarships. But at the end of the day, what we want to do is give you guys those collegiate pathways. You can move on to the next slide, please. Again, what we're really trying to battle, right, is you guys creating bad habits from gaming. Like I said, I've gamed 8 hours a day. It's it can be really damaging to your body if you're not moving, if you're not going out, you're not socializing enough. So we're really trying to address these things. You can go ahead and move on to the next slide, please. Again, this is our PMM. And there you're going to see Coach Mao's, he's our fitness instructor. Coach Mao, that is our meditation instructor. You know, if you guys join the academy, that's something that you guys, those are the people you'll be working with. You can move on to the next slide, please. So one of the things that we offer for you guys to connect with colleges is showcases. So we invite college scouts to come watch you guys play in exhibition matches, and then from there, you know, if they like what they see and they see that, you know, you would be a good fit for their program, you know, we would connect with you guys, and you guys could potentially get some scholarships, really depending on your skill level, but also your grades. That's a big thing, right? You guys got to make sure you got to keep it a certain GPA if you want to get certain scholarships in college. All right, you can move on to the next slide, please. Yeah, again, we offer 2 types of showcases. This is just another one of those. One of them being, you know, you get a placement within the academy, and then the other one is, you know, those college showcase scouts where we're actually inviting them over to watch you guys play. So, you know, you do get scholarships through our program if you guys win, like, your matches, things like that. So, you know, we're providing a lot of cool opportunities for you guys to keep competing in that sense. You can move on to the next slide, please. And then these are just some of the colleges within our network, right? Some of them are Canadian, some of them are from the US, some of them offer scholarships, some of them don't. You know, just letting you guys know that we do have 30+ colleges, and you'll be able to network with all of these. Next slide, please. And then these are just some of the players that we've actually helped connect with their colleges as well. So, you know, letting you guys know that this is something that's been working for us, and we can do the same for you guys just as we did for these players as well. Next slide, please. Yeah, and then this is, you know, some of the achievements that we've earned through Rocket League, right? Some of our academy teams, all these tournaments and events that you see here, we've placed 3rd place or higher. So, you know, what we're doing works. The PMM, all of the practice, we see our players getting better, and you can see it through all the achievements we've made. Next slide, please. And then just some of the organizations that we've worked with. You know, you see Manitoba, OSEA is up there as well. Yeah, TELUS as well, if you guys are familiar with TELUS. We're actually partner with them. We host Rocket League tournaments every month. Next slide, please. And then this is just the overall of what we offer with the academy. Just some, you know, really great things. 48 hours of Rocket League coaching, 4 hours of workshops, 12 hours working with our PMM, and this is on a 3-month span, by the way. You know, the weekly check-ins, you guys are, you know, working with us on a scheduled basis, and you're also participating in events that are really tailored for you guys as well. Next slide, please. Yeah, and that's you know, that's what the academy is. And we do have a 5-minute video that we'd like to show you guys. Thank you. How long is that? How long is that?
You look at me for the cube, it was about 13 minutes. It was pretty good.
That's not bad.
And that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's not bad.
You did good, buddy.
Oh, there's no sound.
So this is Steven, Lotus 8 Esports. Also our current CEO and also our certified meditation mindfulness teacher. I'm also a certified high-performance mental health coach through NCCP. Something that myself and Lotus 8 is very proud that we have created a unique system to support the ecosystem of esports is called PMM. It stands for Performance Mindset Mindfulness. It integrates performance meditation, mindfulness training, fitness and conditioning, and mental health performance boost workshops. Help myself and esports athletes like yourself to excel in esports and to create more healthy gaming habits. That's why I wanted to take this time to talk to the students, the teachers, the colleagues at St. Clair College, and OSEA about the importance of taking care of your mental health and what we could do to utilize some exercises to create these habits, right? Like, for example, daily meditation is one. enhances your focus and concentration. It helps promote self-resilience and emotional stability better. It helps regulate emotions more efficiently during competitions. Proper sleep schedule is another one that is very important, which would improve your physical endurance and cognitive function, which will lead to lesser burnouts so that we can sit longer periods of time gaming. Daily exercise is another very, very important one. Enhance your physical endurance and overall health every day, which will also help boost your mood, regulate your stress levels a lot better. And the last one that I have on my list would be proper dieting, which would provide essential nutrition for optimal brain function, which will lead to better decision making as an individual. And kind of like combining all these kind of components, you would like see these kind of different benefits. For example, like enhanced performance, which would be improved physical and cognitive capabilities, which would lead to better gameplay. Physical endurance would be increased stamina and resilience during longer gaming sessions. Self-resilience, the ability to cope with setbacks and challenges is another one. Enhanced focus and concentration, which would lead to a clearer mental focus, which would lead to better game performance. A couple more last important ones would be better decision making, which would lead to better gameplay and strategic moves, which would also lead to better team dynamics, right? So that's why I wanted to take this time to just talk to the audience about why it is very important for us esports athletes to take care of ourselves and kind of combine all these components together. It's because there's nothing physical about what we do. We sit at our computers again for a long period of time, right? So we need to integrate these components or these activities or exercises into our everyday life, which would lead to better performance, would lead to a better mental health overall. If it's not for esports, right? You could use these practices for your everyday life. I wanted to also take this time to teach what we do at Lotus 8 to your audience. So I'm going to teach you guys a pro tip about what we do. We use something called a warm and cold sensation deep breathing technique. For example, I like everybody to kind of just try it on your own time, at your home, in a comfortable space, or before a tournament, or even at Sinclair right now, right? So all you kind of have to do is kind of like the lowest position. You would sit straight up on your chair, 90 degrees. You could either plant both feet stable to Mother Earth for team balancing, or you could cross your legs into traditional Lotus 8 Lotus position with your palms facing up. And do it with your eyes closed, please. That's when you're more fully aware and you can move your focus and concentration around. So the whole exercise, guys, is 7 breaths, right? 7 breaths. Your job is to focus on how cold the air is going in your nose and how warm it is going out. But your second job is now to keep your tongue at the top of your mouth and keep your mouth closed at the whole 7 breaths, and to mainly focus on how cold the air is going in and how warm it is going out. It's a good trick to kind of distract your mind from any frustrations before the tournament or anxiety or anxiousness, right? The whole idea of this training is to just draw your focus and concentration to your breath and use it as an anchor to distract what's going on around you, right? But anyways, guys, thank you for your time. Thank you again to OSEA. Thank you to Sinclair for having my team talking about the importance of mental health and talking about our academy program and doing Rock League activations. So thank you very much. Again, I'm with Lotus 8. My name is Mao. I'll see you guys next time. Bye.
By the way, guys, we're running a competition back there. It is a rings map. You get 3 tries, 5 minutes each try. Whoever gets the highest level wins a $50 gift card. So if you guys want money, you know where to go.
One more time, can we put a round of applause together for Lotus 8? Thank you for coming. And I am excited to say we are ready to get into our brackets, our single elimination brackets. So, middle school, your matches will be starting at 1:15. We have Team Parrot versus the Royal Bots in quarterfinal 1. Exterminators versus the Three Amigos in quarterfinal 2. The RLs versus, oh, I'm going to butcher this, Cyber Egals Dior. Did I say that okay? Here, you say it. You're probably better than I am.
Cyber Egler d'Or.
See, there we go.
Put a French accent on it.
Which I do not have. And quarterfinal 4, we have Zesty Three Amigos versus Rage Team. So middle schools, if you want to start getting yourselves set up, you can do that. High school Platinum Minus Division. Quarterfinals will start at 1:30 with Bears Esports 2 and Dragons. Your teams will be on stage. And then Billy Gamers and the Reapers, you are quarterfinal 2. High school Diamond Plus, your matches start at 1:45. Quarterfinal 1 will be Bay Ridge against Massey. Quarterfinal 2 will be Bears Esports 1 against Black Panthers.
Those games?
Welcome to the Rocket League OC Championship games here. We're just about to get into the quarterfinals here in the St. Clair Nexus.
Yeah, Matthias, we've been cooking up a lot of action here in that Nexus, which you just got a beautiful aerial view of. And now you got the boots on the ground version, the FPS first-person camera lens of what's going on here in this arena. And today we have, like you said, the OC Rocket League Championship. And there is so much energy and passion going into these games, and I cannot wait to get them underway.
Exactly. We've seen so many good games on display here today. So many close games, so many unexpected turns of the game as well. Some teams seem so dominant, and then some just flip it right back later in the game. So I'm excited as we're easing into these quarterfinals. We've been whittled down to the best of the best, and I'm sure we have some amazing action in store.
Amazing action indeed for the winners. Quarterfinals of the first game we're going to be looking at, it's going to be the Bears versus the Dragons, two of some of the most dominant teams we've seen here today, and they're already facing each other to get things started off. I think we are going to be seeing a lot of close games if, at least history repeats itself.
Exactly, and this is the Plat Minus division here. This is looking to be a very competitive game. The Dragons, I think, even got the only 3-0 we saw on display here today, but I'm sure that's not the only 3-0 here today. But we shall see what the Bears have to face against them. Here we are in the game. 10 seconds left already in the match. No goals have been taken, but the first goal is going to go over to the Dragons.
Yeah, I think this might have been a little bit of an issue with the lobby. I noticed that the timer was counting up and not down. Now, that was my first warning sign, but at least the players got a little bit of warm-up time, got their hands nice and ready, because they're going to be utilizing them to their full 100% maximum capacity, okay? Ordinary hands are not built to handle this kind of gameplay, okay? My hands, your hands, there's a reason we're at this desk and not playing.
Yeah, you either need the hands of a bear or the hands of a dragon if you want to be as good at Rocket League as them. And they're here getting ready. Thumbs up all around. As you can see, that third guy, no thumbs up for him. He's locked in here. Both teams seem to have one locked in member as well. Everybody else locking, getting the team synergy going. And that's what you need. You always need one guy locked in, focused, piloting the whole thing. The anchor point for the whole team.
It's a reference point for your team. Like, you gotta, you can be nervous. You can look around left and right, like, I don't know, and then you make sure. I should make sure I'm acting like the anchor here. As a reference point, keep you grounded, keep you stable. But as the players are getting into this game, I'm sure the instability will only rise. I can hear the countdown going. We're going to be going right into the game as we're starting things off. 5 minutes at least guaranteed of the action that we're going to get started with today.
Yeah, and there is a big save coming out already. Now we're going to see. Looks like the Dragons are making the first approach, and they get a nice sink in to start things off.
Absolutely. The Dragons, they have been riding this wave of pure, unbridled aggression from their previous series, and since then it feels like they haven't even skipped a beat. It's just been non-stop domination coming out from this team. But I believe the Bears, if anybody, can give them a run for their money so far. And you can see for sure right now, the Bears are trying to kind of counteract some of that offense with some of their own. They're not letting up. They're not giving any ground to the Dragons because they know what can happen if you get this team going. It can just become too much to handle and roll things right out of control. So right now they're doing their best to maintain their own aggression. That way the Dragons won't be able to get theirs started. And just like that, with that game plan working out for them, I don't see that changing anytime soon, since they've already gotten their first goal.
Yeah, it's 1-1 here in the Battle of the Beasts. The Dragons have one, Bears have another, and now it's all up to see who takes the lead once more. 4 minutes remain on the clock here in the quarterfinals, and wow, what a nice save from the Bears, keeping themselves in this as the Dragons take a mean strike at their goal. Now the ball's up in the air again. The Dragons not letting up on the gas. They're continuing to hammer away at this goal. They're going to give it all they got. Maximum aggression here. It's all up to the Bears defense to keep themselves safe. But now, you see Dragons up there, another attack going around, and it's all up there right now. It's being passed back and forth. I just can't wait to see who will take the goal. That was a nice shot, but a nicer save from Dragons.
Yes, so far these teams have been playing at a peak we haven't really seen so far today. It feels like they've kind of come into a new form altogether. They've ascended beyond their previous forms, and it's just looking completely on lock. And I think at this rate, it's only a matter of time before somebody cracks, because everything's been going basically perfectly so far. I couldn't imagine that you could maintain this level of play for very long. It's just going to be a race to see who can hold on to it the longest. It's going to be an endurance battle, but right now it seems like the Bears are getting ready for their shot, and they're going to find that in. That's going to be the second goal of the series, going the way of Bears Esports.
Slow and steady wins the race for that goal as they get the nice setup, and through sheer persistence alone, the Bears stretch in the lead, but there's still nearly 3 minutes remaining left on the clock. The Dragons are sure to close this gap.
Surely, there's a lot of time left. 3 minutes, especially in this game, you can make a lot happen with that. But right now, it's looking to be quite difficult as the Bears are already mounting up another offense, and it's going to be quite a while before the Dragons will have any breathing room to, breathe all that fire that I'm sure they've got stored up throughout the day. But right now, that's not going to go their way, because the Bears have shot another goal, and you can tell that this team is really feeling themselves.
Yeah, the Bears are looking very good so far, and just barely not saving that goal, unfortunately. But there's always room for more saves. The Dragons have shown that they have a lot of comeback potential. We shall have to see if they can do that against these vicious Bears.
Vicious indeed. I hope Dragons brought their bear spray, because right now it seems that just being Dragons alone isn't enough to intimidate them, because look at the way that this team is playing. Again, Dragons have been one of the most dominant teams we've seen so far today, without question, yet the Bears are playing so confidently, and I feel like that's a core element of any team and having success in any game. Just having the confidence to make your plays as if you know that they're going to work. And the Dragons now are retaliating with some confidence of their own. An excellent shot coming up from the Dragons, but it's going to be masterfully blocked by the Bears, and again, they're going to turn that defensive position, and they're going to get a goal off of it instead. A very good opportunity-seeking team, and when they look for opportunities, it's very rare that they go wrong.
Exactly. That was a beautiful shot by the Bears. Now they're in a 3-point lead against the Dragons. They have just been playing impeccably on the attack and on the defense. So many nice saves coming out from the Bears. Now they're going to kick things off. They're even going to put on the aggression more than they already have. As we see, they tee up for another goal going back, but the Dragons are boosting their defense. I'm going to see if the Bears can sink this one on. It's a nice setup going in over the top, and the Bears got another goal on their point board. Scoreboard.
I gotta say, Matthias, I really was not expecting to see such a strong showing from the Bears so far. Right out of the gate, their roster right now, I'm looking at it: Space Kangaroo, Lonely Not Human, Sanitz, and Code Red RL, Kev12 Gamer, a lot of players on this team, and I'm sure that they all give 100% into making sure that it runs like a very well-maintained ship. Right now, they are sailing and cruising their way to victory after they get another clean goal right off the top. And again, you can tell that this team is really feeling themselves. It's not every day you get to put on such a show for so many people, and it's moments like that you got to appreciate and just make the most of it. And I'm very glad to see that the Bears definitely are.
And the Bears have locked in here, and they are looking to get even more points. Look at that. They're not even letting up on the aggression. They could run on the clock for another minute, but no. They're going to keep on keeping on for these goals, and the Dragons are going to keep themselves in this. But look at that. The Bears are just utterly dominant right now. They get these amazing setups time after time, and this one's just going to go right in. I mean, just look at that slam dunk that they're able to pull off. The team synergy on the Bears is absolutely impressive.
100%, and like you mentioned, Matthias, another goal, but one thing to point out is that they're one away from invoking the mercy rule. If this goes in, that would be the end of the game, but it's not going to go in quite that way. So far, the Dragons are mounting an attack of their own, trying to find something, anything. At this point, it would be pretty hard for them to win the game. I don't even think they're playing for that. They just want to get something to revitalize them, remind them of what kind of team they are, and that they are capable of being just as, if not more, dominant than the team that they're playing against right now. So hopefully they can find something, one or maybe even 2 goals here, or at least prevent yourself from losing another goal, because that would be hard to handle. But what we've seen from every team here today is that they have a lot of resilience, and I'm excited to see what the Dragons bring for us in the next game.
So the Bears teeing up for an amazing shot. The Dragons just need this to slam the ground, and look at that, almost getting another goal, but they managed to save it out the last moment. But the Bears taking this first game 7-1.
7-1 indeed. And like I mentioned, the Bears roster is doing an excellent job so far. But now I'm even looking at the Dragons roster. We saw a couple of them already, and they have some more players than the ones we saw before. You know, we have Grim Rips 2006, Honeycomb 017, Devoted 187, Ali, a lot of numbers after that one, and Happy. So I'm sure that with this team, they have a lot of wiggle room to try to coordinate and maybe even make some switches to see if they can get a roster or a squad that can be confident and comfortable on the stage playing together at 100% capacity. But whatever this team decides to do, I'm sure that they're going to make a decision that's best for them.
Exactly. Having such a wide array of members is always a good thing to have. You know, maybe someone's a little bit better at setting, maybe someone's a little bit better at defense. You can more play around your strengths to your opponent's strengths as well. But with how dominant the Bears have been, it's going to be a tough job nonetheless. The Bears have proven to be such a strong team. They're good at making those comebacks. They're so good at the attack and the defense. I gotta say, their defense is just completely impenetrable from what we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, some of the most impressive shots we've seen today have come from the Dragons, and even in that series alone, and most, if not at least letting through one at the beginning, the Bears were able to defend against all of them. So I'm excited to see how both of these teams develop, not only just throughout the day, but even just through this single game here, because it's definitely been close and it's definitely been interesting to watch throughout the whole day. But as we get into game 2, I want to see if the Dragons have kind of decided to make any changes. And one thing I can see for certain right now is they are playing a little bit more spread out. There's a lot of clustering before. You can even see it on the Bears side as well. But I feel like once a team kind of commits to spreading out and is able to really coordinate their plays instead of kind of clumping together, that's when you start to see a little bit more creativity. And that's when you can see that they're able to capitalize off of more opportunities and kind of set things up for themselves, more so than just playing react.
Now we're seeing the Bears go in here trying to get another goal. They can't quite sink it in that time, and now it's going to be Dragons going in on the attack, and they get the first goal once again. They're back in this, and this could be the first point that starts their momentum swing.
Absolutely, this team is doing a great job so far. They've come back from the brink, but hate to be the bearer of bad news. This is, well, bearer of bad news. Yeah, of course. But this is how that last game started. So I wouldn't count the Bears out just yet, but at the very least, the Dragons are still in this game, and they are still willing to fight and more than capable of it at that. But as the offense is now coming out from the Bears, they are still trying to get the ball over to the blue side of things, but it does end up swinging back to the orange. The Dragons are now circling the ball like it's like a cow in a medieval peasant's field. I'm not sure what Dragons really like to eat, but they are looking very hungry with that ball, but even more so, they're looking ready to defend against anything. The Bears going for a shot, but it gets absolutely denied. The Dragons are completely on fire right now, and they're looking to set fire to the rest of the competition, as right away they find themselves a second goal, and I think we have ourselves a series right now, Matthias.
For sure, they have a 2-0 lead, and the Bears having as good a game as they did last time, but now there's 3 minutes left. They can still make a good comeback, and we've seen the Bears make many amazing comebacks time and time again. But so far, the Dragons have been having an amazing showing so far. I'd be remiss if I had any doubt for them at all. Bears still idling, trying to get their foot back in the door as the Dragons are in the driver's seat right now, controlling the pace of the game. Right now the Bears gonna get in control of the ball, and that is a clean shot in the goal, but doesn't quite make it. The 50 is lost, but his teammates there to make it up. They're not gonna let out off the aggression.
Nice save.
Another attack, but amazing save from the Dragons.
The Dragons now, they are trying to posture themselves a little bit more defensively, but I can't really blame them. The Bears are just mounting such an aggressive offense there. A couple of misses on the ball, but it's ultimately going to find the way over to the blue corner, which is going to present a nice opportunity to really set things up. Where you decide to take the ball, you have all the opportunity, all the ample choices in the world to send this where you want to go. It's going to end up going to the opposite side, but this time now in the Bears' possession, it's going to go to the corner, 2 chasing, 1's going to get it, taking it right back to the opposite side. It's going to go up, 3 popped up, 3 in the corner waiting, and now it's going to come down right back to center. They have to try to get this cleared properly this time, because if they allow it to get intercepted again, it's going to be disastrous for their defense. But it seems that they are able to succeed in getting it out back over to the opponent's side, and in fact they're allowed to get a nice shot on. A follow-up was almost there, but intercepted indeed. This could even turn into a goal themselves. It's going to roll up on the wall, but they have 2 there ready for the counterattack. Both of them are going to go for it, but it's going to ultimately find its way retreating outside. But another save coming out for Orange side here. The Bears are doing a great job making sure they're staying alert, staying ready for anything, as they don't want to give the Dragons any more opportunities to further distance the gap. But a minute and 30 remaining, there's still plenty of time for either of these teams to get more goals.
Wow.
In fact, maybe even a second or 2. That's all they need. The Dragons are now up 3-0.
And now we're seeing a totally different story than the last game. The Dragons being the dominant ones here, 3-0. Their defense is utterly astounding. They have continued to just be consistent on that attack as well. These teams are very evenly matched right now, but it looks like the Dragons have soared into the lead. But wow, from downtown, just as I say that, Caster's curse, whatever you want to call it, the Bears sink one in from downtown.
1, 2, 3. We are 3-1 right now, and it is still anybody's game, honestly, with the caliber that these teams are playing at. I'm sure they're more than capable of making opportunities for themselves to really get away with a lot. That's going to be off the kickoff now, going into possession of the Dragons. They're going to go for a shot, but it's going to get absolutely rejected. The Dragons are trying to reset. They find that, taking it to the corner. It's going to be a bit of a fight, but he's going to win the 50 off the wall now. Going to get boost, use that to get the ball completely cleared out, take it to the enemy corner now. Bears on the defense, but it's going to be a shot going their way, rather. Dragons unable to defend that shot. That's going to be another goal for the Bears. We're now 3-2, and with 1 minute remaining, I'm pretty sure, Matthias, we've seen that both of these teams are capable of a lot. This is still absolutely a complete toss-up as to who can take this one.
Exactly. It's just well within reach for these Bears to bring us to our first overtime we've had on stream. But you know, it's still a minute left on the clock. That is not a lot of time left. It's doable, but it is a do or die situation, and they need to get this very, very soon. The Dragons having an amazing defense and an amazing offense. Look at them continuing to push the aggression, and they want to secure that lead with 1 more point. With 30 seconds remaining, they could also just try and stall overtime. Dragons have a lot of options, while the Bears just have one. They need to win. They need to score this goal. 30 seconds and counting left on the clock. They need to get into a good position. It looks like the Dragons are going to sink in 1 more goal potentially. If they can save it out, the Bears might have a horse in this race here. This is going to be a very close game.
A very close game indeed, with 10 seconds on the clock. It's going to be another shot for the Dragons, and just to ensure victory, they get 1 more. Now we're looking forward to 2, and that's most likely, if probably math is to be believed, that is going to be game 2 going the way of the Dragons, unless Bears can really make something excellent. You have to get the goal off the kickoff, and then a follow-up after that. That could be what they need. Are they able to find it? Not quite. That is not going to go in, but very close enough, at least enough to be scary, and that's going to be game 2. Once again, game 2 going the way of the Dragons.
Now we're going to a game 4 situation. Now it's 1-1 on the score. We're going to be going over to game 3. It's going to be all up to who takes the lead at this point. It's all looking pretty good for both teams. The Dragons very, very competitive in that game, just utterly dominant throughout most of it. But the Bears seemingly figured out some strategy against them closer to the end. So I'm excited to see if that will translate to the next game.
For sure. And one thing I definitely want to point out from both of these teams is the way that they're coming back from all of them. You can always see on the cameras, you know, they're talking, they're active, they're trying to figure things out, they're trying to come to solutions. It all comes down to whether or not you're able to implement these plans to find success. So hopefully either of these teams are able to really nail down what's working, what's not, and come to a solution, because that's what's going to be the defining factor for them in this game. But the Dragons, right off of a successful kickoff, are able to take that momentum, turn it into a goal from themselves, and now they're up 1-0 in this game 3 situation.
Looks like the Dragons have locked in. They always seem to get the first goal, win or lose in the game. They always set the pace in terms of goals. And now the Bears are on the prowl, trying to answer this goal as soon as they can. We're going to see if they'll be able to do it in a timely fashion.
Timely fashion might not even be necessary here. As long as it gets done, I'm sure they'll be content with however it turns out. And it's going to be close to the net, but not quite. Going to get saved very well by the Bears. Dragons are still soaring up along that wall, but it's not going to be completely safe as there's flying bears in the air too. Never thought you'd see the day, but here it's come, and they're taking the ball right over to your corner. They're not going to let off the offense yet. They're going to take a nice shot, center it up, give it to your teammate. A great pass, a great opening they found, and they're making it into goals. Very well done by the Bears.
Yeah, insane goal right there, sinking it in. No one was looking, and Bear Esports looking very good, getting their head back in the game, looking to even get ahead in terms of points. It's 1-1. It's all even on the scoreboard, and that's an opening the Bears love to see. They sunk it in across everybody else, threading the needle. A perfect shot to start themselves in the lead.
I really am just impressed with how things are going for the Bears right now. Again, it's like they're taking turns trading back and forth who gets to win. It's just such a dominant fashion both times here. They're making it look easy, but I know for sure it's not. These teams are playing Rocket League at such a high level, and they're using not only their mechanics to get them forward, but of course strategy is such a huge element of any kind of team-based game, and they're making it work for them so well, so effortlessly. And you can see right now the Bears are chasing it down. They're trying to set themselves up for another aggressive play. It's going to be in the blue corner now, and that's going to force everybody into a bit of a scramble as they try to wrest control of it and get it cleared out. But with a clever interception, potentially no, it's actually going to go right over it, but there's the double interception, and it's almost going to be a shot, almost going to be a goal, but just missed that one. Coming off the wall now, bouncing out of the corner. Can you make this into something? Teammates not there to follow it up just yet, but at least now they're up. You can go for another one. Someone can go for another setup. Gonna try to center it. Stuck in the corner. Two of them in the corner once more. No one on the other end to cement the goal. That's gonna lead to an opportunity for the Dragons to make a breakaway. Taking it to the orange corner now. Up in the air. Once again, we've seen this many times before, but can this be made into a goal? Not quite. Just a little bit early on that shot, but it's still gonna be on the Dragons side of things to maintain the pressure. They're gonna be able to break the clear, take it right back over to orange, and maintain the pressure. Off the corner once again, trying to center it, but it's going to get intercepted by a Bear and taken out back to the blue side.
So back on the blue side, and it's back to the Bears to set that pace for the attack. And now he's going to go in, try and sink this one in, but the defense from the Dragons is just so to hand him out. And now pass back and forth. They're just trying to keep it out of the Dragons' hands, but no, they wrestle it right back into the Bears. Once again, it's all up there. It's very back and forth here. Both teams battling for dominance. The Bears going to set the pace once more, gearing up for a goal. Almost get the sink in. They got the goal almost, but they don't quite get as the clear comes through for the Dragons. The Dragons the pace. They need a goal within these next 2 minutes. They need to try and even up the scoreline.
They're trying their best right now, but again, I can't blame them. It's so difficult. The Bears have been able to make so many things work. Fortunately for them, they were able to get a roller shot just a little bit earlier, so at least they don't have the initiative to make this goal happen. Having the initiative to make a play, being forced to be the ones to make things happen, always adds an extra layer of pressure, and with pressure comes difficulty. So the Dragons facing that down, I wouldn't be surprised if that's a factor in what's making things so difficult for them right now. Nonetheless, they still have to do their best to make something happen. Otherwise, they'd be risking giving the Bears even more opportunity to make this a further and further game. Just like that, from the corner off the wall, it's going to roll into the corner. Nobody was ready to defend that one out, and that's going to be another goal for the Bears.
Bears securing their lead way by 2 points. Dragons, not an undoable task, but a very difficult one to pull off. Now, they have to move quickly. Each second is going to count here, and as you can see, they're moving quick. The Dragons moving, trying to get this goal as soon as they can, getting it right in front of the net. The clears from the Bears are just too strong, and now weave past all the competition, trying to gear themselves up for another goal. But it's still just going to be a tough decision because the Dragons' defense is nothing to sneeze at as well.
Nothing to sneeze at yet. Right now, it seems that the Bears are just sneezing all throughout this game. 3-1 right now with 30 seconds remaining. I'm sure they're feeling really comfortable, but the Dragons are still doing a lot of work to make them feel any slight discomfort possible. They're trying to make sure that they're maintaining pressure without alleviating or without leaving gaps in their defense, but as the Bears kind of kick things up a notch and start stepping up offense on their own side of things, it's going to get harder and harder to maintain that composure. As we see now, with time ticking down, the Dragons just have to figure out what they can do going into this next game to make sure it goes their way instead.
Yeah, the Dragons have such an amazing offense, but I think sometimes the Bears just play the patient waiting game and kind of wait them out and wait for their amazing offense to maybe overcommit a little bit. But overall, both teams have been playing very, very well. The Dragons have such amazing plays and amazing synergy as well.
Yeah, the Dragons have just been soaring completely throughout this series. Through the previous one primarily, we were able to see their strong suit, their strengths. Once they get an offensive pressure going, it's very hard to shut down. But the Bears have seemed to figure them out so far. They haven't really let up any pressure. They haven't really I haven't really seen them struggle on the defense like we've seen other teams so far today. You can tell when a team is playing comfortably. You can tell when they're confident. And right now, that's all I see coming out of the Bears. Whereas right now, I still see that the Dragons are trying to come up with solutions, which you always have to be if you're not the one in the driver's seat. But they have to get on the right track soon enough. Otherwise, the Bears are going to run away with the series.
The Bears are looking very, very good right now. 1 point away in the series, and they're looking to try and set the pace with the first goal. But the Dragons don't want to let their reputation go away just yet. They've always gotten the first goal in the series, and they want to try and set the pace right here. But no, it's going to be the Bears getting the first goal this time.
Maybe that actually spells good news for the Dragons. You know, they've gotten the first ones in the previous games, and it didn't go their way. But now with the Bears getting the first one, perhaps this is the pattern that they need to break. Now, going into this one, 1-0 against the Dragons, they really have to do the work to make sure that they don't kind of check out. They have to make sure that they still play 100% consistent, ready, and eager, willing to keep fighting.
Wow.
Although it might be a little bit difficult when the Bears are just playing at this level, just getting goal after goal after goal. The Dragons are going to have a lot of work cut out for them, but they still, at the very least, have plenty of time remaining in this game.
Especially with how competitive these games have been on the defense, you don't want to let any goals past your gate. The Dragons now have to think go for a full aggressive play, but it's a gamble as well. You'll let yourself maybe even get another goal shot on you, as it looks like the Bears are looking to do. They just barely save it out from their team, and now the Bears flying this ball. They don't want to let up on the gas. The Dragons trying to take control of this ball and trying to set the pace for themselves. So go up the wall, try and get it set up that way. It's right in front of the net. If someone can swoop in and get it, it's going to be the Bears getting that one up in the air. And they're going to continue to put the pressure, just keep the boost, depriving Dragons of any advantage they can possibly get in this game. They're doing an amazing job at controlling this game. And their Dragons have a nice shot and a nice demo. There's an opportunity to strike, and now is the time. They open it up with the defense from the Bears. Clears the ball.
I'm really starting to look forward to seeing how the Dragons are going to try to come back from this 3-0 now deficit. They are doing such a great job over on the side of the Bears of just dominating so far. I really have liked how the Bears have been looking so far today. The way they're playing really just shows a level of discipline is the closest word I can think of when it comes to how they're making the plays, the decisions that they're making, and how they're executing these plans. The Dragons as well. If any other team has been as close to the Bears as I can recall, it's been them. But right now, it seems the Bears have just had their number so far in the series, up 4-0 right now, 3 minutes remaining. Plenty of time for the Dragons, but again, I feel like the Bears have just got them figured out right now.
And the Bears just have the tactical knowledge of what makes the Dragons tick, and they seem to figure out the gaps in their armor. They keep hammering away at those small little gaps. Right now the Dragons just have such good pure aggressiveness. I mean, look at that, almost already in the goal right there. Bears just have that defensive knowledge to keep themselves safe. I mean, look at that save. A beautiful save from the Bears, and now they're surely going to turn this into an aggressive push of their own.
The little in-game cast are kind of showing us up a little bit, like, what a save! Hey, man, let us cast, all right? Going now, 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining, close to, and right now, the Dragons are trying to find something, anything, once again, if not to even close out the game in their favor, to at least show themselves that they still have something, some kind of energy. I believe this is a single elimination bracket, so if they go down here, they might be out for the day. So single elimination, everything's riding on the line for this game, but with how things are going so far, the Bears are 5-0, 2 more goals, and the Dragons won't even get a chance to continue fighting because of the mercy rule.
Exactly. The Bears looking utterly dominant right now, and for good reason. They have been such a strong force throughout this game, even more so than the Dragons right now. The Dragons still have some fight left in them. They're not going to go down without a great fight. Their defense is trying to keep this ball away, but the Bears just keep hammering it in. One of them is bound to land. At this point, the Dragons are eyeing this goal. They're not giving up. They're going to keep on fighting to the bitter end. And right now, it's looking pretty good for the Dragons. They're getting a nice tee up, but the Bears are just constantly in control. They're always setting the pace. There's a nice air hit from the Bears. It's going to get cleared out by the Dragons once again.
Cleared out, but not forgotten, as the Bears are stuck on their scent. They're tracking them down, and they're on the hunt, because after right now, the Dragons going for that shot, they do find it. Thankfully, they still have the coordination, they still have the energy, the will to keep fighting, which is always a good thing to see, and they're able to execute and get at least 1 goal. Whether or not they're going to be able to get 4 to 5 more, we're going to have to wait this 1.5 minutes to see, but at the very least, this team is showing that they can still play, they can still fight, and not only that, they're still willing to, which is ultimately the most important part of any competition.
Exactly. You don't want to give up, and they certainly are not. They're still playing, and they still play it like they can potentially win this here, and they very well could if they can keep getting these goals. We've seen miracles happen in Rocket League, so there's no point in ever giving up. And the Dragons soaring through the sky, looking to get this ball in that goal once more. The demo comes out from the Dragons, but the Bears get another goal to get their 5-point lead secured once more.
So far, so good. The Bears, again, look to send a message to any onlooking teams. Be warned, everybody. We are not playing around. 6-1 against the Dragons. The Bears are looking in perfect form right now, and hopefully they can carry that forward into their next series if they're able to come out on top here against the Dragons. With a minute remaining and 5 goals staring them down, the Dragons have a long path to recovery here, but again, not impossible, but still very difficult indeed. Almost 30 seconds remaining, and the Bears make another shot, and they're actually able to find it. That's another goal, with now just 1 goal away from separating them from a mercy rule victory, but 37 seconds as well being another barrier preventing them from reaching that. Can the Dragons or the Bears find any more goals in this game to at least send a message to themselves?
Exactly. You don't want to go down without a fight, and they certainly are not. I mean, look at the Dragons already being so aggressive. They're not going to go down to a mercy rule if they can very well prevent it. Right now, they're getting amazing clears, amazing saves, and amazing demos. They're going to keep on fighting. A good fight. Let's get another goal right there. They're still keeping their form in top shape. I mean, look at this gameplay here. It's up in the air, but they can't manage to slam it back down. The Bears clear it out. They're hungry for 1 more goal. They want to invoke the mercy rule. If they can manage to do it, it would be the first one we see today. But no, the Dragons successfully prevent the mercy rule. But the Bears advance further in.
Very much so. They advance on to the next game. They're still alive in this tournament, and they can still keep fighting. Unfortunately, we will have to be saying goodbye to the Dragons in their tournament run at least. But from what we've seen from them today and what we've seen from them just now, I'm sure they're more than happy with their performance, because they played very well, and I'm sure they should be very proud of the results. But going to the next series, we're going to have now the Bears are going to be going against the Osgood Township Panthers in the next game for the semifinal match of the winners bracket. So we're going to be seeing whether or not we're going to get to watch that game on stream as we're getting ready to continue on in this playoff bracket. But after that match, I'd be remiss to not kind of just reminisce on it a little bit longer with us before we go to a break.
Yeah, that was amazing. The Dragons always getting the first goal, always being so good on that first attack, but the Bears just have that comeback potential, and they have that defensive play that lets them outlast the long 5-minute rounds. They manage to get those goals time after time. It's like a war of attrition for them. They like those long games. They like to stretch it out all the way, and they know when to strike.
Absolutely. But, ladies and gentlemen, while we're getting ready for that next game, we're going to throw it to a quick break to give time for the teams to get settled in and get ready. But like you saw that action from that previous series, there's plenty more to come. We have so much more Rocket League to play through. We'll see you guys very soon.
I'ma keep winning. But you wanna go play yourself. I'ma keep. You can try to save yourself. But you wanna go.
Squeeze this muffin.
You can try to save yourself. But you wanna go play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need a
100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans, just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, them C's doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is all. The throne is mine, take that. I got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they've been asking me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who was the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning.
you can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
I came this far, nothing can't stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out.
we are, but everybody in the Rocket League semifinals. Once again, I'm Matthias, also known as Matthias, joined by Daniil Betterson-McGee, and we've been here seeing so much good Rocket League action, but now we're closing in on the end.
Absolutely. We are getting closer and closer to the ever-coveted championship match. I'm sure that these teams are really feeling excited, really feeling the heat as they walk on the stage and get ready to get the action started here today. We are once again in the winners semifinals. This is a single elimination bracket, so realistically there are no winners, only competitors, warriors entering the stage as we hit the field in this game one. We have Bay Ridge Blazers versus the Christ the King Secondary School BMX Bikey Boys. And we're gonna get started off already with a very aggressive lead coming out from the Bikey Boys as they try to maintain a strong presence in front of the Bay Ridge Blazers net.
Yeah, they are showing an amazing performance so far. That both teams rocking around their arena here. But it looks like Bay Ridge Blazers going in for a dunk there, but a huge defense from BMX Bikey Boys.
BMX Bikey Boys seem to be trying to get control, taking it over back to the Bay Ridge Blazers side of the field. But with Happy Cappy taking back to the corner, we have that shot going to the net. It's going to get saved basically immediately. Doesn't even really count as a shot at that point, as now they're trying to take it back into control. The Bay Ridge Blazers are trying to get that towards the goal, but it's going to go right over the top and just barely miss out. That's going to be a shot towards the net once again. More of a centering coming out from the Bay Ridge Blazers, trying to get it ready for their team. A shot coming out and then a follow-up, but it's just going to get intercepted and shut out completely by the Bikey Boys as they get ready to mount an offense of their own.
Yeah, this is a big stalemate happening here. Just back and forth. Neither team finding the perfect opening as both defenses are absolutely stalwart. But it looks like Bay Ridge Blazers looking forward. Small gap in the armor, can't quite close it out, but they're still going to continue to hammer on through. This BMX Bikey Boys have to be very careful here as Bay Ridge is closing in shot after shot on their goal. But it looks like the Bikey Boys are going to take control of the ball and start taking some shots of their own.
Quite the opposite of the last years. We're seeing a lot less goals, more so it's just a bit of a stalemate. These teams are a lot closer. Again, it makes sense as we're heading into the winners semifinals. Of course, we're going to get some closer competition as we get closer and closer to that championship match. But right now, the Bay Ridge Blazers are doing their best to make sure that the Bikey Boys have a hard time establishing a defense. But as we're seeing a traded out demo, both teams are going to try to get an opportunity to capitalize off of that, but it's going to be the Bikey Boys making the most of the opportunity. They find a shot, they find a goal coming right out, and they're going to go up 1-0 against the Bay Ridge Blazers.
1-0, getting the first point in the game, first point of the series. The MX Bikey Boys looking very good. We're only halfway through this match, or just about. Bay Ridge Blazers still have a lot of time to close this gap. They're only 1 point away from evening the odds. The MX Bikey Boys would like to have a little bit more insurance in that, so they're going to keep on going for these. But that is crazy. Another double demo coming out from both sides, and the Bay Ridge Blazers using that time to close the gap.
Close it indeed. I really do have a lot of faith that this team will be able to try to close things out. We saw this team play a little bit earlier in the tournament today, and they've demonstrated that they are more than capable of sealing away some victories and establishing a strong, dominant lead. With 2 minutes remaining, that's ample time for them to make something work here, but that won't be too easy if the Bikey Boys keep up this pressure. First time seeing them on the stream today, and they are for sure making a strong first impression with a second goal in this game one against the Bay Ridge Blazers.
And the Bay Ridge Blazers now having to close this gap by 2 points. The Bikey Boys doing a very good job, and now with another demo, they're going to open this up even more. They are just so good at stalling this one out while managing to find those key small openings. And now, look at that, they're going for another attack, but it's going to be met in midair by the Blazers. And once again, they're going to continue to try and be an unrelenting force on this battlefield. There's a demo. There might be an opening for the Blazers off the top, going for another double bounce, and they manage to sink it, going 2-1, closing this gap to only a 1 point lead.
very well done by this team. You can already see it on their faces, but they are starting to feel the pressure of these games getting closer and closer, but they are still doing their best to make sure they don't let that affect their gameplay. They are sticking close, they're sticking strong, and they're making sure that as they act as a unit. No lone wolves out on this field, and they're going to be trying their best to make sure they can establish some presence in this game one. Once again, as I've been saying throughout the day, even if you don't win this game, you want to walk away feeling like you can win the next, and that will all come down to how you perform as this one gets closer and closer to the end, and getting at least one goal in this game will help you at least feel a lot more comfortable going to the next. 1 minute remaining. Bay Ridge Blazers still have the time to get another goal going, but with the Vikey boys playing as they are now, I think it will be quite difficult for them to find one, as they are already trying to line up a third goal for themselves over on the Vikey boys side of things. But Bay Ridge Blazers intercepting the shots and intercepting all the control that is trying to come out from them. They're going to steal that away while we're trying to clear. That's going to be a third goal for the Vikey boys. Excellently done. 37 seconds remaining. The Bay Ridge Blazers, do you have what it takes?
Is the question you have to ask yourself, and they certainly do have what it takes to even this odds, but do they have the time to perform with only 35 seconds and counting remaining? The pressure is on. It's not impossible, but it's going to be a very difficult gap to close. And now with time ticking, Bay Ridge Blazers looking for an open. They just might as well see it. They're going to be forced to go on the defense as the Bike Boys keep on the pressure. They have one back in the net, but that might not be the case, as the Bay Ridge Blazers almost have a goal on their hands. This is straight away. They're going to go for it. They almost get, but the defense, the save from one of the BMX Bikey Boys players is absolutely massive. And now with the offense from the Bikey Boys, the Bay Ridge Blazers not going to be able to save this one, but the Bikey Boys are going to take this first game of the series.
Game one looking good. They made it look comfortable. I can tell that they're really feeling themselves so far. They look like naturals right there on the stage. I'm not sure if it's the first time on our stage today, but it definitely doesn't feel like it the way that they're playing so far. It feels like they're right at home with this gameplay. But of course, the Bay Ridge Blazers, we've seen, like I said before, how dominant they can be in game, but they just need to find their footing in this next game.
Exactly. It is not an impossible task for Bay Ridge to bring this one back, but the Bikey Boys, that's the first time we've ever seen them play. So if we're going to extrapolate off just the info we have from them, they looked very, very good. Very defensive gameplay on both sides, but I think Bay Ridge really performs in those attacking-based games, but they're just unable to gain their footing there. But nonetheless, we're going to get right back into the swing of things. It looks like the Bay Ridge is going to be the first to start the attack.
And hopefully they'll be able to execute it strong, but a nice save is going to come out from Bay Ridge, trying to bring things right back over to the new side. They're going to succeed in that, but it's not going to be there for long. Actually, they intercept the clear, and this is going to be a good opportunity to strike. If they can get a center and have a teammate follow up and get a nice shot in, this could spell the doom for the Bikey Boys. There's the shot, trying to cross it over. Can you win the 50? Yes, you can, but someone is there to stop it out. Bikey Boys defense looking so solid, and they turn it into a shot themselves. This is the importance of making sure that your offense doesn't sacrifice too much of your defense, and if it is, you got to make sure you're definitely getting those goals. Otherwise, opportunities like this will sneak up for the enemy team, and they will be sure to take them.
We mentioned earlier, Rocket League is all about opportunities, and Bikey Boys know when to strike when those opportunities appear. I mean, look at that! They found something out of nothing and explode into a 2-point lead within the first minute.
Very well done. 2 points already on the clock with not even less than a minute underway. Bikey Boys are looking to comfortably take game 2. Of course, that's how they'd like to see things. Bay Ridge Blazers probably sees it as something else entirely. This is just an opportunity for them to really show what they're made of. If they can come back from this deficit, it would do great things, not only for their reputation as players, but just to show that they have what it takes to be competitive Rocket League players. But if they're going to make sure they can get this one going, they can try their best to keep it over on blue side. A shot's going to come out, bounce back over, and hopefully they can try to maintain this pressure. Right now, they're trying to stuff it down inside the goal line, but not quite. It's getting there. It's getting close. They just need to make sure they coordinate their assault and make sure it goes the way they need it to. That's going to be a nice pop-up, a nice center, but no follow-up shot's going to come out. Over back to the corner, a center, it's going to come through. It's going to get cleared. Bay Ridge Blazers, they're going to try to intercept that one, but no way, no how. Mikey Boys turns that once again from a clear to a goal, and it seems that Bay Ridge Blazers defense is really suffering so far.
Unfortunately, they're unable to find some footy as the Bikey Boys just know how to play through the rules of engagement. They know how to get them into the places where they need them, sacrifice their defense, lure them in with a false, weakening defense. They know exactly when to strike. Bikey Boys 3-0 lead so far, 3 minutes remaining. It's not an impossible gap to close for Bay Ridge, but it's going to be a very dang tough one to close. As we look back over, we're going to see the Bikey Boys, like the defense once again stalling it up. They see the opening, they're going to go for a strike, the pass back and forth, and they manage to sink it once again. We're going to see a 4-point lead.
4-point lead, and it's looking tough so far. The Bikey Boys are just doing such a great job of controlling this field. Almost halfway through this Game 2 situation, and Bay Ridge Blazers has not been able to put a point on the board. That just goes to show how well the Bikey Boys are playing, because even though the Bay Ridge Blazers are playing very well, looking almost in peak condition, the Bikey Boys are doing even better. That just goes to show what quality, what level of team we have here today. So far, it's still anybody's matchup over in terms of controlling the ball, but another one stolen away off a breakaway. In fact, mostly just a clear or a redirection. That's going to end up going in the net since no one was able to save that one over on Bay Ridge Blazers side of things. Another goal goes away with Bikey Boys.
That is the danger of a triple commit. You know, whenever it's up there on the field, it's just so hard. You know, you get desperate right now in these times. You need to close that gap, but sometimes you just need to keep playing the simple defense and hope you can find those openings. But right now, Bay Ridge gonna find a big opening for themselves. That's a big tee up right there, but no one's there to act on it right now. It's gonna go back over to the Bikey Boys. They see an opening of their own. They're gonna go for a big save from one of the Bay Ridge Blazers, but they're not gonna let up on the defense. Another big clear from the Bay Ridge Blazers. This might be able to turn this one into a big breakaway for themselves, but right now the Bikey Boys gonna flip it right back. We're back to an even standing in the game.
Standing would be quite a ways away. 5-0. Bay Ridge Blazers are looking down right now. Still not impossible, but I would be very, very, very shocked and impressed if they're able to come back from this one. But again, they still have one more game to recover, one more game to figure it out. If I was on the side of Bay Ridge Blazers right now, I would just spend this game collecting data, see what you can get away with, see what you can't, see what feels good to do against this team, and see what feels difficult, see what you're struggling with, and just take all that information into your next game to make your decisions a lot better, a lot cleaner. But as we're heading into the end of this second game here with 1 minute nearly remaining, we're just going to have to wait and see what kind of information Bay Ridge Blazers can walk away from this one.
Bay Ridge Blazers still trying to figure out how to play against the Bikey Boys. This is just R&D at this point. They're still going for these goals, trying to find somehow to counter out the Bikey Boys' tactics. But the Bikey Boys just play so clean. I mean, look at that disruption right there, taking the control away from the Blazers. It's just so dang annoying to deal with, but that's what you have to do if you want to stay in this. The Blazers just continuing to hammer away at the goal, but the defense from the Bikey Boys is able to keep up with it. I mean, just look at that. They find every single goal shot, and now the Bay Ridge Blazers 30 seconds to close this gap. This is nearly insurmountable in the air carry from the Bikey Boys. It's looking to be another clean goal from the triple commit from the Blazers.
A triple commit once again leaves you so open to the offensive pressure that the Bikey Boys are more than capable of laying out. Very strong gameplay coming out from this team so far. 22 seconds remaining. Bay Ridge Blazers, all they can do is learn as many lessons as they can against this team before they head into their potential final game of their tournament life. 15 seconds on the clock. Viking boys looking to set themselves up for another goal, but it's going to get saved out, intercepted by Bay Ridge. If they can get this one, if they can get any goal, it would at least go away to make sure they can feel a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more confident heading to the last one, but I don't even see them getting that. I think this is just going to be the end of the game, and game 3 will be going to be the next game with we're going to see the Bikey boys take game 2.
Yeah, they are going to be taking that game to Christ the King Secondary School. Has a very good team on their hands right here. They have just been so dominant in this series so far. Not to put down the other team there, but they are just not being able to find a way through that defense.
Yeah, and more so, they're leaving their defense very open against the attacks of Bikey boys, which when you see what this team is capable of, it seems a little bit like a death sentence when you're trying to retaliate. But I definitely understand the strategy behind it. In fact, I employ the strategy very much myself in basically any game I play. If I'm not very comfortable with my defense, I just go all out on the offense because that forces your opponent to stop theirs. As we head into this potentially last game, hopefully Bay Ridge Blazers have been able to figure out a strategy that they want to come into with this next game. Otherwise, Bikey boys, continuing their trend of success, might be able to steal the series away.
Steal the series potentially, but right now Bikey boys close this one out. Right now it's pretty even across the board. No one able to get that first goal. Just had no kickoff goals, but already the Bikey boys gearing up for a very quick start with the triple commit. Very dangerous. We've seen that sting the Bay Ridge Blazers before, and now they get a nice setup. One shot on the goal is the price they pay for the triple commit. They're going to go for a nice clean shot, and the Blazers get the first starting goal for their team.
Very good, very well done by Bay Ridge Blazers. This is exactly what they need to get themselves back in the game. They can just completely forget about the last 2 games. Well, they can make sure they remember the lessons learned from those games, but they can just take this last game as a fresh start, treat it like a best of 1, and just play with their all in line. But the Bikey boys answering back very quickly, getting a goal right off the kickoff. These teams are completely on fire right now, and I don't see them changing up anytime soon.
No, sir. The Bikey boys are here to win it all right here. They want to get the 3-0 sweep. We've only seen it one other time here on stream, but I have a feeling we might see it once again. But the Bay Ridge Blazers keeping this very competitive, getting a nice demo, trying to delay that goal as much as they can. They're trying to save it out. And wow, what a shot from the Bikey boys, almost sinking it in right there with the Blazers able to clear that goal. It's very tense. The Bikey boys not letting up, and he finds a mid-air slam, dunking it, spiking the ball right into the net.
Such a clean shot. Well done indeed. You can see the way the Bikey boys are just playing just so coordinated, like a unit, off the ceiling there and down towards the net, bouncing off the roof of his teammate. That's how you know these guys are on the same wavelength and they're playing as one. And once again, this is how you differentiate yourselves from other teams at your skill level. Once you are able to kind of play past just the mechanics of things, if you're able to coordinate, synchronize, and play as one, that's what's necessary in order to elevate yourself to the next level. Bay Ridge Blazers demonstrating the capacity to do this as well, but Bikey boys just so much more consistent with it so far in this series. And when you look at how they're going about it, their defense, their offense, everything is just strategically sound. They're not leaving any gaps, any openings that can be easily exploited by the enemy team. In fact, I can barely see any gaps to do anything that the Bay Ridge Blazers, they're going to have to find something, anything they can do to exploit this team. But the Bikey boys aren't giving them much room to do so. As you can see, they're forcing the pressure. They're not even allowing them to leave their side of the field. Even just getting a simple clear seems like a fight for life and death. And as a result of that, in fact, Bay Ridge Blazers were finally able to get it out from their side of the field, and as soon as they did, are able to turn that into a goal. Very well done by Bay Ridge Blazers, showing they still definitely have signs of life in this series.
The Blazers refuse to go down without a fight. A little bit of a misspoke. It's a long day. But anyways, now we're going to move on here with the Blazers continuing to go through right here. The Bikey Boys keeping this one very competitive as well. It's 2-2. Who will break through this stalemate? It's 2 minutes and 30 seconds. We're about halfway through this match, and it could be all it is for the Blazers. They want to keep on going through. And now it's back and forth. No team taking real dominance just yet. And Happy Cappy playing on the defense, keeping this one very competitive. Right now the Mikey Boys continuing to hammer in on this attack.
Yeah, they're just hammering it in. They're just putting down so much pressure. And with 2 minutes remaining, like I mentioned before, it ended up actually resulting in Bay Ridge Blazers getting a goal for themselves. But that just goes to show Bikey Boys are doing such a good job of keeping them stuck on their side of the field that as soon as Bay Ridge Blazers was able to escape, they actually did turn it into a goal. But again, Bikey Boys are just making sure they don't get these opportunities by keeping it stuck on orange side, which gives them so many chances to take shots and try to set things up for themselves. So looks to me that they're trying to do the same thing right now, and hopefully they can find something, an opportunity to get another goal for themselves.
Hopefully there's only 1:25 remaining left on the clock, and now Bay Ridge Blazers continuing to hammer this in. They want to take this game. I mean, look how quickly they are closing in on Bikey Boys net. They're giving it all they got. They are putting the pedal to the metal, using all the gas they have left. And right now, we're seeing the Bikey Boys struggle on the defense, and now the Bay Ridge Blazers have taken the lead 2-3 with only a minute remaining.
First time, I believe, in the series we're seeing Bay Ridge leading. I'm sure Bikey Boys has an answer waiting in the reservoir. They probably aren't content with this, but I'm sure the Bay Ridge Blazers are definitely feeling happy with themselves right now. They were coming back from such a huge and dominant deficit coming out from the Bikey Boys in the previous games, but now they have the upper hand. If they can maintain it for just another minute, they will walk away from this game with at least one in the series. But as a shot comes out from the Bikey Boys, just barely misses, and it's going to get saved by Bay Ridge. Another shot's going to be coming out from them, but it's going to get saved out by one of the Bikey Boys, taking it over to the orange side now. Looks like they're setting themselves up for a shot, and it's going to get saved, actually. Bay Ridge Blazers keeping their lead, but another follow-up shot's going to come through. Another save's going to come out, but they're going to send it right back over, return to sender, and this package is not going to get delivered, but it's actually going to get returned right back. Bay Ridge Blazers taking another shot, but Bikey Boys, they don't like it. They don't want to take that without a fight. They're sending it right back over to orange side. They're just throwing away defense. It doesn't matter. It's completely irrelevant at this point. They just need to find another shot, but Bay Ridge Blazers are able to definitely cement themselves as taking this game away 2-4 right now, and that's going to most likely be the game going over to Bay Ridge Blazers.
Likely. What a comeback from the Bay Ridge Blazers. Bikey Boys seemingly like too low for majority of the game, but the Blazers able to just come back with goal after goal after goal after goal. And now this is going to be it. The Bikey Boys going to keep it up in the air. If they can get one more goal in there, they'll have a chance to tie up the score, but no, it gets slammed down by the Blazers. And now they're definitely still in this game.
For sure, Bay Ridge Blazers able to take at least one game. You can see it, they're trying to figure things out, strategize. Like I mentioned, those previous two games, while they didn't win it, they are at least able to get a lot of data out of it. And I think right now, that's where we're seeing that data becoming particularly useful. They're talking, discussing, figuring things out, how they want to go about trying to cement their dominance in this series so far. But likewise, on the side of the Bikey Boys, I'm pretty sure they're doing the exact same thing, just trying to figure out how they can come back and inform from the first two games and just ensure the dominance going into this next one. Going into game 4, I feel like now we can truly say it's anybody's game going into this next couple of games. Game 4, maybe 5 if we see it. It's just a matter of time.
Exactly, we're going to have to see what happens here. We're right out of the gates and right into the thicket already. Already some goals being threatened by the Bikey Boys, but the Blazers threatening a goal of their own. It seems like they've discovered that going up high might be the key for them to sink these shots in. Right now it's just bouncing between these goals. Bikey Boys first shot on the goal. They need to try and defend this one, clear this one out. It seems like the Blazers have just woken up out of nowhere and have awakened some powers of their own. And now the Vikey boys still threatening goal after goal. You can tell these are some top contenders right here in the semifinals. Some amazing rocket gameplay on display here. The Towers are closing in on a minute through. No goals have been taken. This is going to be a long game. You have to go all the way. We're going to see if the Vikey boys will be able to sink it right here. Bounces between the folks back and forth. No one taking complete control, but it looks like the Bay Ridge Blazers are going to go for a goal.
Looking for it. Whether or not they'll find it is an entirely different question. So far, this game is relatively quiet based off of the previous ones we've seen. No goals just yet, but I'm sure that's going to be bound to change anytime soon as Vikey boys looking for a shot, and that's going to be a beautiful follow-up from the pass, the line at the center, and that's going to be a clean run through, a shot going straight into the net from Vikey boys, leading 1-0 now against Bay Ridge Blazers in Game 4.
It is 1-0, 3 minutes and 45 seconds remain. The Vikey boys in the lead, but we've seen it before. The Bay Ridge Blazers now have that comeback potential. They know how to even up the scoreline. Look at that, they're already bringing out the max aggression to bring things a very exciting start. Right now, Vikey boys getting the demos, bringing them back, and that's something I want to see from them. That's what got them the victory in the first place. They can play a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more engaging, but the Blazers using a full manipulation of that, take the lead, or to even up the score once again. Now anyone can take the lead.
Well done indeed. We're at 3-2-2 here, 1-1 for both of these teams. Another kickoff, that's going to be another chance for either of these teams to steal away the momentum. I feel like right now they've both cleaned up their offense to the point where whoever can establish it is likely to get the goal. It's just a matter of making sure you can really outplay your opponent to ensure the offense goes your way instead of them. Whoever is going to get the stronger and leading offense is most likely to get the goals. As you can see, Vikey boys taking that kickoff, almost getting a goal right away too. It's going to lead to a demo for one of the Vikey boys, however, playing down without one for a little bit longer.
Wow!
But a nice solo goal coming out, carrying that all the way to the goal and shooting it in himself. Well played. Sometimes you got to make a hero play like that, and that's what we call the hero's journey, and that's going to lead to 2-1 over Bay Ridge Blazers.
What an absolutely beautiful air carry from the BMX Vikey boys, getting themselves in the lead, but the Blazers still very close to closing this gap. Only 1 away to bring this to a tie. Vikey boys really want that insurance goal. They want to try and secure the lead, so they play very aggressively. But now I think they've realized they cannot ignore their defense any longer, as the Blazers have found a very good method of attack.
Exactly, and I think that's what's so important to the series right now. First of all, a nice demo could potentially open up some opportunities, but thankfully the Vikey boys are able to stall things out just a little bit longer, even able to get the save, I think, off of that respawn too. So Bay Ridge Blazers trying to figure out a way, an angle of approach, how they want to attack this goal, but they're going to run out of time before they get a chance to do it. So the Vikey boys are able to defuse that situation and to get the clear. Now, however, they're returning it back, trying to get something started here, and they're able to find it as the Bay Ridge Blazers take the shot. They find it right out from underneath the nose of the Vikey boys. We're now tied up 2-2 with 2 minutes remaining in this Game 4.
Just barely unable to save that last goal. It's now all tied up, and we're scheduled to go into overtime, but it's 2 minutes remaining. That's still a lot of time left on this clock. That's a little under half of the time left in the game. Either team could take this one, maybe even possibly see a Game 5, as the Blazers are blazing their path here to another goal. The Vikey boys playing amazing defense. They're going to go for a triple on the offense, but a nice downtown shot for the Blazers. Going to have to be defended out once again. The Blazers keeping this one very, very, very competitive with the BMX Vikey boys. But right now, ball's just bouncing back and forth. BMX unable to find a clear shot on the goal. The Blazers defense is totally locked down right now, and I don't know which team will take the first strike, but it's looking to be the Vikey boys as they take control again. But right as I say that, the Blazers take it once again, take it right back. The demo comes through for one of the Blazers. They have an open goal, and they take the lead with a minute remaining.
Very well done by the Blazers. They're doing such a good job of just figuring out the Bikey boys. It's hard to believe this is the same team we saw in the first 2 games, but they're demonstrating that they, of course, are worthy of being in this semifinals match, because obviously otherwise they wouldn't be here. We're now getting to see it displayed in full force, and in fact, that might be another goal, just barely missing it. However, the Bikey boys can breathe a sigh of relief knowing that it's going to be a little bit easier for them to potentially tie things up. They just need to get 1 goal instead of that 2 that it would have been if that went in, but stuck in the orange corner now, hoping they can get it centered. But the Blazers are able to really attack the ball, get it out, but interception brings it right back in. Nobody's ready to follow up off of that pass, unfortunately. Gonna be able to go for another one, but that one's gonna get sent right back from the Blazers. 30 seconds remaining. That's the amount of time that the Bikey boys have to try to get another goal if they want to tie things up here, but it's gonna be bouncing in the corner from the center, bouncing in the center from the corner rather, and another shot's going to be let loose from the Blazers side, and it's going to be on the Bikey boys to retaliate. A demo's going to come through. That's going to be a shot, but it's going to get saved from behind. Another demo. Can you find that shot? No, the last man standing from the Blazers is able to make the save. 1v3 situation in the last 3 seconds of that match there, and he was able to take it through. Excellently done by the Bay Ridge Blazers, and we now have a Game 5 on our hands.
We might even have a reverse sweep on our hands at this point. We are going all the way here, folks. We are going to a Game 5.
For sure. These players are playing so well on the Bay Ridge Blazers side of things. There's Pronged, Happy Cappy, Hockey Shark, and Big Grant. Of course, on the Bikey Boy side, you have Jiggle, Carplay, Toilet Paper, and Lol Striker 66. Some interesting names indeed. I think you even saw Toilet Paper on the back of his jersey there.
That's his name, or is that a sponsorship?
Who knows, but with this kind of play, I'm seeing sponsorships in his future for sure. So hopefully going to this Game 5, both of these teams can enter with a level head and really try to play at 100%. Loser here out of the tournament, winner advances to the winners finals. It couldn't get more on the line here. Who is going to be able to come out on top, Matthias, based off of what you're seeing so far?
You know, I have faith in the Bay Ridge Blazers, but I don't know if they're going to be able to close it out, because there's a thing. You can only stay on top for so long. You know, you have the momentum, sure, but the momentum eventually runs out. We saw that with the BMX Bikey boys, so I think the pendulum might swing back in their direction, but it could go either way at this point. It's either the Blazers take the momentum from the last few games and continue that dominance, or the Bikey boys somehow get themselves back into the game.
Yeah, I really think that you're kind of getting the right look at things here. The momentum can really shift one way or the other, and if you take the momentum out of the equation, which team comes out on top? If we're looking at it that way, when you're going right into the game, there's no momentum on either side. It was the Bikey boys that were able to, lead and start establishing a strong presence. So if we're looking at it from that angle, I do think the Bikey boys might be able to come out on top. But of course, it's anybody's game, and the Bay Ridge Blazers have shown us that for sure in those last couple of games. Now we're looking 2-2, trying to head into the last game here. A couple of tech issues are going to be delaying us a little bit, but these players are not discouraged. They're not losing focus. They want to make sure that they're ready whenever this game comes to them.
Exactly, and right now I would have to say that on both sides, I would say BMX Bikey Boys almost had a debuff going the last 2 games. They had that pressure of, will we get the 3-0, will we get the 1-0, will we get the 3-2, right? But now both teams have equal pressure. They're both at that apex point where either of them could possibly win. So I think we're going to see both teams performing at their fullest. And now I don't know who will eventually ultimately win. The Bikey boys, I think, had the better all-around team play in the beginning. I think they still have that. Blazers have that like tactical awareness that they have really planned around the Bikey Boys gameplay style.
In any case, we can speculate all that we like, but in the next, at very least, 5 minutes of gameplay, we'll see who's able to come out on top, as we're going to see the Bay Ridge Blazers already starting with their good defense and taking it into an offensive situation here, trying to get the shot right up immediately, riding off the wall and off the top, setting themselves up for a goal. Very well played by the Blazers, and I'm excited to see what more they have in store going into this Game 5. Bikey Boys only 15 seconds down. They have more than enough time to tie and potentially surpass the goal that the Bay Ridge Blazers have just set for us.
Yeah, a lot of time, but now the momentum is in the Blazers' hands. They can manipulate this game how they would like, and they like being in that leading position. We've seen them perform so well from that leader position. Let's see what they do here. They're already laying in on the attack, making sure the Bikey Boys don't have an opportunity to shoot on the goal. But now, as I say that, it slips between their fingers, and now it's going right back and forth. No one really being able to take true control of the ball just yet.
I'm so curious to see the stats on the saves, and especially in these corner situations, I wonder who's been able to get them out of the corner so many times, because I feel like that, especially at this tournament today, I feel like so many, oh my goodness, I think the defender there was just a little bit too deep in the net, was basically on the path to get that defense, but again, just maybe a little too deep to get the save. Yeah, unfortunate there. That's going to be another goal going the way of the Bay Ridge Blazers. But just to finish my thought from before, I feel like a lot of these games from the tournament today have come out to who's able to really recover from the corner and turn that into an opportunity from their teams. And it feels like, especially perfect example, the Bay Ridge Blazers are doing such a great job at that so far. As you can see, right out of the corner, they're able and ready to capitalize. A teammate there to support and try to get a rebound if necessary, but not even necessary, as was able to come right through like a missile and get that goal.
A 3-0 lead is absolutely massive, especially when the games get as close as this series has been. Right now, the Bikey Boys really hammering in on this offense. They need to tie up, and they need to tie it up soon, but they can't go for the triple commit or else they'll leave themselves wide open. But at this point, it doesn't really matter. They need to close this gap, and quick. They go for the triple commit anyways, but the save comes out from one of the Blazers, and now it's back in the Blazers' hands. They're going to start to make their blitz attack once again.
And just looking at this so far, it is seeming more and more likely that this is going to be that reverse sweep situation that we were kind of speculating about just a little bit ago. Bikey Boys just trying to get that shot ready, but it's not going to be able to get followed up on. It's going to get saved as well. And Bay Ridge Blazers looking to retaliate now, trying to get that cleared out. And it's in blue side. They just have to set themselves up for success as usual. A pass is going to come through, double commit to get it cleared out, but a retaliatory save is going to come back to bring it right back over to blue. A shot's going to be made from center field. It's going to get saved by Happy Cappy. And now it's going to be Bikey Boys trying to recover from that save. A rebound and pass centered over into the center of the field, but now we're stuck in the corner. Corner play is going to get made, but there's no follow-up. Nobody's ready to take that shot, so it's going to be trivial for the Bay Ridge Blazers to just get that cleared out. And still just missing that clear, actually. The Bikey Boys still have a chance to make another one happen. Can they find something? No, Bay Ridge Blazers aren't going to be able to get it out, but shooting it right back. Package denied, riding the back of the net to try to get things out there, get ready, come out to support the team. But it's going to get cleared over to Orange. Going to ride the wall here, see if we can get out of the corner, but it's going to be another corner fight. It's going to go the way of the Bay Ridge Blazers, however, and in fact, that's going to be another goal for them. 2 minutes remaining. They're up 4-0. It's looking a little scary so far for the Bikey Boys.
Exactly, and what a comeback from the Blazers. First losing the 2 games, and I don't want to say a dramatic fashion, but it was not looking good for them. And now they're 4-0ing their opponents 3 minutes into the game. There's 2 minutes left on the clock. Mikey boys really need to get themselves back in this, and very quickly. They have about 30 seconds for a goal each, and the first 30 seconds is nearly burned. Getting themselves up for a goal. They're going to swing for it, but the defense from the Blazers is just too strong. And now the ball up in the air. They see the point to strike, and they shoot for it, almost getting a 5th goal, but it gets saved out by the BMX Bike Boys. They still keep that amazing defense in play, but it's just when they have to go for these triple commits that it seems to suffer. But they have to. They have no other choice. And now the attack is on there. They go for the triple commit, and they get the goal, and they're back in the game.
1 minute, 20 seconds remaining. I feel like a broken record, Matthias. Tell me to stop at any point, but this is Rocket League. Anything can happen in that amount of time, especially 3 goals. So, Mikey boys finally put one on the board. That might just be what they needed to bring themselves back from the brink of oblivion. If they're able to try and recoup their strength, just keep that pressure going, finding a goal here would be huge for them. It will show them a path of light through the darkness where they can keep maintaining that aggression that I can tell they want to keep pressing forward. Defense is not what they're looking to do right now with this much of a lead. They just want to keep that pressure going. They're going to have to clear it out, though. Orange keeps laying on the pressure, but a nice shot's going to come through from the side. They're going to be unable to defend against it. That's going to be another goal going the way of Provincial Blazers, and with just about 50 seconds remaining, this 4-goal gap is looking more and more daunting by the second.
Yeah, that gap is absolutely massive at this point. They need a goal every 10 seconds to try and even up this scoreline. But let's see if they'll be able to get it in time. But no, the Blazers are just continuing to blaze on forth and continuing to get goal after goal after goal. It's going to be a very hard-fought match. Now the Blazers, all they have to do to win is run out this clock, play the defense very intelligently, and they'll be able to take this one in a reverse sweep situation.
Trying to get that shot off the post, but with only 15 seconds remaining to get 4 goals, I hate to admit, but that seems very, very unlikely to be possible for the Bikey boys, and it seems that Bay Ridge Blazers have got their number, got the better of them, and have figured out their strategy to conquer in this Game 5 situation. The Bay Ridge Blazers are going to come out on top after a successful reverse sweep situation, and you can feel the excitement, if not seeing it for yourself on the players' eyes. It's a beautiful sight to see.
A beautiful sight indeed. They played amazingly, and both teams played amazingly. BMX Bikey boys just absolutely dominant in those first 2 games, but you have to give props to the Blazers. What an amazing showing. They dug deep in the reverse situation. They're down and out, do or die all the way through, and they took it all the way into the end and ended up winning.
Absolutely. The Bay Ridge Secondary School, Bay Ridge Blazers have shown us that they are resilient and have indomitable spirits. Complete and utter congratulations to them. And of course, to Christ the King Secondary School's BMX Bikey boys for putting on an excellent show too. Can't forget the complete dominance they asserted in those first 2 games. It was looking very bleak. Now that the Blazers have won, I don't feel bad in saying it looked
it was very bad.
Bleak for them in those first 2 games, but able to bring it back over the Bikey boys and recover it. Very well played from both of these teams, but unfortunately we do now have to say goodbye to the Bikey boys.
Unfortunately, but you have to give props to the absolute indestructible mental on the Bay Ridge Blazers. They were able to lock in, just figure out what made that enemy team tick, what made them work, and they deconstructed their play, and they reconstructed their own gameplay, and they made the perfect weapon to pierce their way to victory.
I feel like that's the most important element. Not only did they figure out their opponents, but they figured out what was wrong with their own play and fixed it. Very, very much easier said than done, especially doing such a high-pressure situation as here on the Saints stage. But they were able to do it, overcome, and make it look easy, no less. But ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready for our next game, we're going to have to prepare for a nice break as we get through the action. We still have plenty more to come, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you all very soon.
but you wanna go play yourself. I'ma keep winning. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MCs doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is all in the man. The throne is mine, take that. Yeah, the hottest five got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they've been asking me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. I came this far, nothing can't stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is that time. We are into our first championship matchup of the day. So for the middle school, we have the RLs and Team Parrot. Both of these two teams finished 1-2 during the regular season. And you guys played each other twice throughout the regular season, right? And if I remember correctly, you guys went 2-1 in one match, and then they went 2-1 in another match. So we should have a very, very close final here, a very exciting middle school final. All right? Are we ready, gentlemen?
We are in the finals of one of our many Rocket League divisions. This one is going to be the middle school division. Once again, I'm Matthias, also known as Matthias, and I'm joined by Daniil Betterson McGee.
And it is a complete and utter joy to be able to bring you guys the action here today. It's hard not to feel the excitement as we get into the finals. Even just stepping outside for a brief moment, you can tell how engaged everybody is. Their seasons, all their play, practice, trials, and tribulations lead up to this one point here. And here we have teams that are quite familiar with each other. We have the RLs versus the Parrots. The RLs hailing from Corpus Christi Middle School, and also the Team Parrot hailing from Holy Family Catholic School. These teams top two in their league so far, and they have quite a history with each other. These teams have played against each other before, twice to be exact. Both series going 2-1 for both of these teams at one point. So this is going to be their tiebreaker. Ultimately, whoever comes out on top not only wins the championship, but really settles the score between these two teams here.
This is going to be the ultimate tiebreaker between these two storied teams. Who will take it all is the question we're all asking here, and it looks like Team Parrot is going to go for a goal there, but they can't quite get it there, and now the RLs are moving in and take a goal of their own.
Trying to get something to work here. Team Parrot, it seems like they had a little bit of trouble getting it out, but ultimately they are able to recuperate and bring it back. It's back to the center. It's in the neutral play right now. Nobody's completely stealing it away just yet, but it can actually turn on its head in the blink of an eye. In fact, almost going in. It's going to get saved out by the RLs just in the nick of time, but Team Parrot still establishing a strong offensive pressure so far. It seems that the RLs are trying to figure things out, still trying to get comfortable on how they want to play this game against Team Parrot. But like I said, these teams know each other. They've played against each other. They have an idea of how they work, how they tick, and I'm sure they both want nothing more than to come out on top. So I'm sure that whatever they need to do to get in this game, get their heads in the game, get focused, they're going to do it and do it fast, because they only have 3 games to do so. Well, up to 5, but you can only afford to lose 3 before you're out.
Exactly, you don't have much room to lose right now, and right now you can tell that they're playing up their utmost potential. They are doing an amazing job on the defense here. Neither team scoring goals just yet, but getting so close. We've seen many shots on the goal, but they're just not quite going through because of the amazing defense on both sides. And now we see an air carry come out from Team Parrot, and they are closing in on the RL's net. They're just going to get driven away once again by the RLs. It's going to go back and forth once again. We see Team Parrot trying to bounce back and forth, trying to make something work here. And right now, trying to find a way to go in there. They don't quite get it, but now setting up for an amazing shot. Gonna get it off the top, but they can't quite sink it in. Once again, back to reset, but it's gonna be one more shot. Team Parrot finds an opening, and what a shot! Team Parrot scoring the first goal.
That's going to be a huge mark for these players. Finding the first shot, the first goal of this series will do a lot for your confidence in the rest of it. Team Parrot doing a great job at establishing what they want to accomplish here in this series. And now it's on to the RLs to answer. Can they find a goal in similar style to Team Parrot, or are they going to go down in this game without finding one? A nice shot, but of course the RLs are there to save it. Team Parrot not relenting, trying to bring it right back over to the corner, but it's a disaster right now. They're all fighting so hard to get control of the ball, and ultimately the RLs are going to be able to take control and make a shot. Going to get saved, however. Team Parrot not losing sight of their goal right now, making sure they always have at least one ready for the defense, but it's not even like their offense is suffering as a result. It still feels strong as ever.
Very strong game all around for both teams right now. Team Parrot, though, in the lead by a point. It's 2 minutes for the RLs to try and close this one out, try and even this score line up. It's going to be very hard. The ball's right in front of them, but a nice clear by Team Parrot. It's going to make it that much more difficult for the RLs to sink it in, but they're going to keep going. They're going to get set up, going to pass it right back and forth, try and get it in front of the net. We see one of the teammates trying to hold it here. They can't manage to quite do it as the Parrots are moving in. And beautiful harmony. They're trying to get another goal. The setup all around, but it gets cleared out by the RLs. Once again, the RLs looking to get a goal of their own. There's a nice setup, but the 50 comes through. They manage to win it. It's right in front of the goal, and the RLs sink their first goal, and they're evening out the score 1-1.
As you can tell, like we said before, these teams have played against each other before. They've both walked away with the victory. It's going to be a close series, and I'm starting to really understand how close it's going to be now. They are playing at such a level. It's basically a mirror match in terms of skill. I can't imagine this is going to be easy for either team to walk away with, but unfortunately, only one team can walk away a victor, especially in the entirety of the championship. But even in this game one, even though it's tied up and so close, somebody's gonna have to get the win here. Right now, Team Parrot wants to be that team. They're trying to steal control of the ball, but it's gonna end up on their side of the field. A shot from the RLs was not too far behind, but it is gonna be nicely controlled and protected by Team Parrot. Carrying the ball out now, 30 seconds until this game goes into an overtime. But can they find something before then? A nice shot, but honestly, he's gonna get saved in a very impressive fashion. They are not letting anything through. Just 15 seconds remains in this game. One more shot seems to be coming out, but it's going to go the way. In fact, Team Parrot finds it. An excellent shot, very well done. And that's gonna be their second goal of the game. 10 seconds for the RLs to answer. Can they do it?
It's a tough job to do. If I have to make an executive decision, I would say the Team Parrot has this first game in the bag, but we've seen crazy kickoff goals happen before. It's all up to the RLs right here.
Yeah, the middle school division, we haven't been able to see them today, but they are putting on a very good show for us now with the two best teams of the division. They take game one. Team Parrot does so in a very close fashion. The RLs, they're doing a great job as well, but they are going to lose game one.
I cannot get that first game 1-1, but there's more games in store for them. And I think one of those kids did have a Parrot-style hoodie on the side of Team Parrot, which you love to see when you have the matching outfit to match the name. So props to them. But overall, great goals. Those teams are very evenly matched. It just came down to one decisive goal there. That one last 10-second goal from Team Parrot gave them that win.
Absolutely. I feel like if we went into an overtime, I think it might have even taken 20 minutes before we saw something there. Thankfully, they are going to be able to find that goal and take us now into game two. But Team Parrot fielding the roster of Lost, Exotic Sig, and Candy, whereas the RLs are holding on Adam Bobcat, Deadeye Nass, and Super Gamer. A very solid roster all around, and the RLs showing that they still want to keep fighting. They get the first goal of game two, and they do so very fast.
An amazing blitzing first goal for the side of the RLs. That's how you want to kick off your second game. You want to start off on a good note, especially after listening to that first one. It seems like their mental is unable to be affected there, and that's what you need in this game. Looks like they're going for a second goal. The back-to-back goals for the RLs.
I like that kid's game face. He's really feeling himself up there. The energy can be palpable when you are performing at your peak in front of an audience, so I definitely understand the excitement. Game two already underway. The RLs leading 2 points. A demo comes through that very easily could have been an opportunity for Team Parrot to clear, but unfortunately for them, it's not going to go their way just yet. They're still fighting for it. Ultimately, at least it's out of their net, but they do get the clear eventually. The RLs make a shot, but the Team Parrot returns the favor, and now Team Parrot leading the offense towards the goal of the RLs, but eventually it's going to make its way back over to the blue side. They're making it towards the center, taking the shot. It's going to go off the post. Actually, no, it's going to go straight in. Team Parrot get their first shot of game two, and that's going to lead to a nice 1-2 scoreline with 4 minutes remaining.
I was going to say, 4 minutes remaining. It looks like we're going to have a very high-scoring game on our hands here, because only a minute in, we've already seen 3 goals. We have 4 more minutes to go. We're just about breaking the seal on this brand new game. Now, we're going to see the Parrots go for another goal, trying to make it into that corner there. We see the setup, but we see the dunk. No, we see the clear. The RLs is back and forth. And wow, what a high lob there into the net. The Parrots getting the second point on the scoreboard for themselves and bringing this game to 2-2.
2-2, 3 minutes, 43 seconds remaining now. Whoever can get this next goal will definitely be feeling a lot more comfortable. I feel, maybe I'm wrong, just pure speculation on my point. I feel like, especially with high-scoring games like this, it doesn't usually last the entire game. It's usually just out of the gate, you see a lot of goals coming out, but as time goes on, that's when the defense really starts to lock down. So I feel like whoever walks away with the next goal, as long as this is relatively soon, will be very comfortable to end this game, and it'll probably go in their favor with no more games remain, no more goals coming out. That's going to be my guess, at least. As longer the games go on, the defense usually gets better. But with 3 minutes remaining, and now we're tied 2-2, both of these teams have a lot of incentive to just go all for it, try to find a goal, and then lock down their defense perfectly.
That's what they're all planned for here. It looks like the Parrots are moving in on the RL's net, going for a dunk shot. Can't quite sink it in. They're not going to let up on the goal as he finds one from downtown. The rebound goal, getting the 3rd point for the Parrots and taking them into the lead.
3-2 now for Team Parrot. The RLs better hope that my prediction was wrong. I believe that now both of these teams are going to just completely shift roles. The RLs are likely going to be a lot more aggressive than Team Parrot was just a minute ago. And now Team Parrot might be playing a little bit more passively. They want to maintain this lead. But what's important is you don't play too passively. You still want to be looking for opportunities to find goals, because of course that will just make the gap even wider between you and your opponent. And as long as you're playing offensively, that forces them to stop their offense as well. So I'd encourage and expect Team Parrot to just make sure that while they're looking for opportunities for goals, they pay extra attention to their defense as well, because they just have to make sure they don't lose any goals towards the RLs, and they will take this game once again over them. Right now, it seems to be the case that Team Parrot is trying to play with that in mind. As you can see, it's not even necessarily that they're playing offensively, they're just playing aggressively, keeping the ball in the side of the RL's field and making sure it's difficult for them to get it out. They're having their 2 go up, a triple commit. In fact, no, they're sending one back just as they should. Make sure they have their net defended. They don't have to triple commit. They don't need the goal. They just need to make sure it stays on the RL side of the field. And as long as it is on their side of the field, they want to make sure it's going their way. But a cheeky side swipe, a triple commit from the Team Parrot, probably a miscommunication. That could have been a huge goal from the RLs, but there's not going to be capitalized on. Thankfully, Team Parrot, for themselves, or for their sake at least, they might have been a wake-up call to make sure they stay on top of their defense, because the RLs really could have ran away with that one. A minute and 10 seconds remain, and Team Parrot is still maintaining this lead. Just like I thought, Matthias, the defense of both teams really tightened up as this game went on. We're not seeing as many goals as we were a bit ago.
No, this has come to a standstill. Parrot has locked down on the defense, but they're still continuing to hammer away on this offense. 1 minute remains left on the clock, and now we see the blitz come through. They want this security goal, and they might as well have it, but they just barely missed the goal there, and that was an amazing shot on the goal. But nonetheless, you're going to go for a contest there, and they managed to find it. They're not going to let up. They're going to take another shot on the goal, and that one's looking very good, but it hits the crossbar, but just barely. There's 30 seconds left on the clock, and the RLs have to try and even out the scoreline. They want to bring this one over time. They brought this one so far here, and now you don't want to be struggling against the match point, put in the reverse sweep scenario. You don't want that to happen. And now Team Parrot still doing this in the lead. lead. They want to try and get that security goal. Look at that. It's all lined up, but the clear comes through for the RLs. Now with 10 seconds remaining, they have one more shot left on the goal. They need the disruption. They get it, and now they need to keep this ball up in the air, and they need to try and sink it in soon. But with a touch, it's going to go down. And now Team Parrot is on series point.
Up 2-0 against their long-standing rivals. I'm sure they must be feeling comfortable. And now I see where you're talking about the Parrot hoodie. I love it. It's very cool. I kind of want to get one myself, honestly. But as they go into this Game 3 situation, I'm sure they know they don't want to let it get to their heads. They have to make sure they're playing composed. They have to make sure they're playing at 100. They don't want to let off the gas, and they have to assume that their opponents can and will take any opportunity they can to steal the game away from them. Because again, these are the top two teams. They've played against each other before, and it's always been close, 1-1 both times, or 1-1 is their record against each other. This is going to be the ultimate tiebreaker, and I'm sure neither of these teams wants to lose this one. So the RLs will be playing with that in mind, and I'm sure are going to be bringing their 110% to Team Parrot, so 100% going to this Game 3 situation. Now, as we start things off, I think it's starting off strong, as we're already seeing a demo for Team Parrot, and they're already continuing their offense from the last game. A shot that goes through just barely misses. 2 saves come out there for the RLs, and that's going to be a nice clear. A lot of breathing room. Triple commit for Team Parrot, sending it out towards the left side of the field, and now the RLs looking to intercept, but it goes way too high. It's going to be forced into the corner now, and it's going to be right in front of their net, but a nice save once again. The RLs are still in this game, sending it right back over to the blue.
Sending right back. We're about a minute into this game. No goals so far. It seems like this one's going to be a little bit of a slower game. They can play a little bit more methodically, especially when those nerves are all high. But RL's getting the first score in this game.
A very good goal indeed, with almost exactly a minute down on the clock. He finds that shot, goes in, and that's going to be fireworks going off for this team. They find what they need. They're able to recover. They were able to look within themselves, figure out what was going on in those last 2 games, and hopefully patch it up. I feel like they're facing a lot less pressure. Team Parrot seems to be working a lot harder, but it's not going their way anymore in terms of this offensive pressure. Another demo is going to come out, and I feel like if the Team Parrot wants to even capture anything similar to the kind of experience they were having in the previous game, they're going to need to look for more demos to give them those opportunities to get aggressive, because the RLs are playing so well right now. I can't imagine you can get that much done with all 3 of them, but he makes me eat my words and finds the goal nonetheless. No demo is required. This is a full version, not a free trial, taking it through, finding a shot, tying it up with only, in fact, upstaging that team. In fact, took them a minute to get a goal, took them only 30 seconds.
Jeez, yeah, that is correct, Daniel. They are performing amazingly. What a sneaky air carry there. Just alley-ooped it all the way there into the goal. But looks like the RLs are not going to let that go unanswered even quicker. I think that was 15 seconds or less. Oh, no, that's too bad, but doesn't matter. They got the win. They're in the lead. They're locked in. They're focused.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. I was making it a point about how long it took them to get each goal. That one only took them about 5 or 10 seconds. So already upstaged in this game of horse, they're not going to be able to beat that record, but almost losing down another shot. Team Parrot breathing a sigh of relief, and now they're breathing a sigh of aggression as they take it over to the orange side, trying to make it work here, trying to get something, trying to get it done, but it is going to escape their clutches. Going to bring it right back. These Parrots are carnivorous, and they smell prey. They're not letting up off the offense, but they have to understand they got to make sure they keep their defense up as well. They're sending one back into the net, and they're going to try to clear it. A nice interception is going to come through, keeping it over on blue side, but a Parrot's going to take it right out, off into the corner, off the wall. Can they find that shot? No, it's going to get intercepted. A pass is going to be made, but their goalie is almost, in fact, gets kind of swiped out, looking to get that save, but a shot's going to get made. Thankfully, the rest of the team was there. A Parrot's going to take it right out, flying out to see, can you make this shot work? Kind of clearing it back, but it's going to go over to the blue. The RLs are making a great moments, great movements to make sure that this ball does not go where they don't want it to, but Team Parrot is doing an excellent job as well of continually swatting it back.
Exactly. They're doing an amazing job of keeping themselves in this. They just need one more goal on the board to get themselves back in this. But the RLs just continuing that momentum, that leadership point, that point leader position that they are in. And right now, Team Parrot making great strides to try and carry this ball to the other end, but it keeps getting swatted back by the RLs. Right now, RLs gearing up for a third goal, but it gets saved out in mid-air. And now, Team Parrot just itching to get this out of their side. It's been in this corner for about 30 seconds here. It's a long time, these Rocket League games. Now it just might have been cleared out. Wins the 50. Gonna win out the air carry once again. And this is a good time to set up. Almost gets a clear there. That's an opportunity for Team Parrot, but it just does not go their way. And now RLs get to clear it once again. They're still not letting up. Team Parrot wants to win. They know time is ticking. There's a minute 20 left on the clock. And now time is ticking. We see Team Parrot start to move forward even closer to this next goal. But now the RLs still not letting up either. Both teams going at full throttle. No one is letting up on the gas.
I really like how Team Parrot's playing right now. They're playing aggressive, but they're still playing reserved enough. They're not going all the way, but they're going far enough to find the goal. 2-2 with just a minute remaining. I don't think you could ask for anything more to make this any more exciting. It's the tiebreaker for their records against each other this season, and it is now the goal tiebreaker to potentially either make this the last game of the series or to bring this to a game 4 and potentially set us up for the reverse sweep. I don't know which way it's going to go right now, but the way the winds are blowing, it's absolutely going to be exciting one way or the other. Is right now, Team Parrot working to get the clear out. 40 seconds remaining now. The RLs are doing so much work. They get the save and they get the clear. Good coordination on their end. It's going to have to be fast if you want to make sure the Team Parrots don't force the ball back over to your side. And right now, they're struggling underneath that same problem. It's stuck on their side, and they can't really quite get it out, but they're going to get it out eventually, and they're going to get the shot.
Wow.
Can you get it in? No, it just misses. You can feel the frustration in the players, but you can't let it get to you. All you can do is set yourself up for another one. Over to the corner, the RLs looking to get the clear, but triple commit from Team Parrots. They're all there. They're all ready. Throwing caution to the wind, making the shot. If it touches the ground, it's overtime. It might not even do that, though. They're going straight forward, but no, it hits the ground. And here we are, overtime in this game 3. Who's going to take this one?
The first overtime me and Daniil have casted today is, of course, it's going to be the grand finals. And already, Team Parrot putting up the pressure right in front of the net. Everyone's trying to clear it out again, but it's a slower goal. And Team Parrot has won the finals of the OSEA tournament.
The OC Championship goes to Team Parrot. Such a heartbreaking loss for Team RLs for sure, but they played so incredibly well. What a match for both of these teams. A showstopper done for Team Parrot. Such good records, close games against each other all season long, but when it comes to this final game, when it comes to the OC Championship, Team Parrot, they don't pull any punches.
They do not. Those Parrots are squawking all the way to victory. And wow, what amazing gameplay all around. That was a very exciting match. I cannot believe how high octane, high action that one was.
I can. This is the OC Championship, baby.
Of course.
They're bringing it all at all points in time. The middle school division, those are the two best teams that we brought here today. Of course, all the other teams playing so well, of course, throughout the season and here today. I'm sure everybody's proud of how they did. Nobody more than Team Parrots, though.
Exactly. They had an amazing run through this entire tournament, and they have now secured themselves winning the victory. The best 2 out of 3 they had going with that enemy team. They won it with a decisive 3-0, but that was as close as you could get in that final game.
Absolutely. All those, it's 3-0, but as we often say here on the Saints broadcast, you know, the numbers don't tell the whole story. You know, it's a very, very, very close series altogether. But, you know, it did end up going 3-0 the way of, you know, Team Parrot. But it was still a hard-fought game nonetheless. Very well played by both of these teams. I'm excited to see what they have in store for the future. You know, maybe one day we'll end up seeing them on the Saints broadcast as players.
Exactly.
You never know.
exactly, whether they're hopefully on the Saints team or hopefully not against us. But yeah, that is an amazing, congrats to Team Parrot. And it was an amazing run, amazing gameplay, and an amazing run through this tournament. I must say that twice just to emphasize how amazing it was. But now, that's not all we have in store here today, is it, Danielle?
No, we still have 2 more championships to crown. We have the Diamond Plus division and the Platinum Minus division for the high school teams. Those games are coming up right as soon as we finish up with a quick break, and we hope you don't go anywhere because you don't want to miss any more of this action. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
What an amazing final for the middle school division. Congratulations to both teams on a super, super hard-fought match. I honestly think I saw some more skilled play from you guys than some of the high school teams this afternoon or this morning. That was phenomenal. That was phenomenal. Okay? I do have medal presentations for both teams. So could I call up the RLs from Corpus Christi as our middle school finalists? Congratulations, boys. Really good work today. Really hard-fought games. Well done. Congratulations. Congratulations, boys. And then give one to... Congratulations. One more big round of applause for the RLs. Very hard-fought season. Well done, boys. Thank you so much for participating. Okay, and then just step off to the side for a second for me. And your champions of the middle school division from Holy Family in Wallaceburg, we have Team Parrot. There you go, boys. Huge round of applause for both teams and all middle school teams throughout the season. Thank you so much. We are getting ready for your high school Platinum Minus division, where it is a showdown from Osgood Township High School. We have the Baby Panthers versus the Osgood Panthers, and we will get ready to get that started here in the next few minutes.
Hello, everybody. We just saw the conclusion of the amazing middle school bracket of the OSEA Final Championship. But now we're going to be moving on to the Platinum Minus Division. And now we have to give a shout out to a certain school, Daniil. And what school is that?
That's going to be the Osgood Township High School. They have 2 teams in the grand finals, and that's no surprise to anybody who's been seeing the action here today, because these teams have been completely dominating the competition out there. That's going to be the Panthers and the Baby Panthers out on the field today, competing for who gets to go home with the prize. But this school today will be going home with both first and second place, thanks to the caliber of their teams.
Yeah, that is an amazing accomplishment in and of itself. You know, it's an accomplishment just to have one amazing team, but to have 2 amazing teams battling it out here in the grand finals, it's just an amazing piece of work right there. That is props to Osgood High School.
Absolutely, and as they get ready to head into this last game, I'm sure their coach is going to have an interesting time juggling, kind of giving advice to both
Who's
teams.
going to be the favorite?
Exactly. I mean, I've been in that situation with my own team. I have 2 of my players playing against each other. I'm just like, I don't know what exactly to say to you guys right now. So it's going to be an interesting conundrum, but one I'm sure they're happy to be having. Of course, these players not only going to the same school, but I'm sure they practice, they play, they train with each other. They know exactly what to expect from each other, and that should make this game all the more interesting to see. And I can't wait to see what kind of antics they're going to get up to on the field.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what is going to take place. It's always a joy to see how each team plays dynamically. Some people are more attacking, some people are more technical, and some people are more super defensive. So I'm excited to see how these 2 teams coalesce against each other in game. But as I say that, we're going to get to see very soon as we load into our first game.
Yes, in the high school Platinum Minus Division Grand Finals, Panthers versus the Baby Panthers, both hailing from the Osgood Township High School. Let's see who's going to come out on top as we get started with this game. We have Sparrow Sausage taking the lead, but Frank My Fry, we saw him earlier, we see him back, trying to get things started on the offense side of things. Ethan Skelly looking to try to get this cleared out, but not going to go the way Sparrow Sausage is getting the nice save. Demos coming out for the Panthers here. Not the Baby Panthers, the Panthers. Icy Hazard trying to get the clear, but the Panthers are able to keep it in the Panthers side of the field, completely dominant. The Panthers are having such a hard time getting clear, but they are able to take it over to the Panthers.
Exactly, and now the Babies are making their move here, trying to get a spot on the goal, but it looks like the Panthers are going to be the ones taking a big swing towards the Baby Panthers there. And now there's a nice shot on the goal, nice setup if anyone's there to make good on it, but no, there it is. They're going to try and go through. Nice 50, but it's going to go the way of the Panthers, and they're not going to let up. They have an opportunity that presented itself, but now the clear comes through for the Babies, and they're going to keep on keeping on.
Yeah, now the Panthers are trying to set themselves up for a nice shot down the center, but it's going to get intercepted by Icy Hazard. Actually, no, rather, he's going to get demoed. It was a different teammate that was able to clear that one out, thankfully, and now W. Aiden is going to be able to send that launch right over to the orange corner and trying to get it centered up off the center. Not going to go their way. Going to have to bounce it off the corner, but no one's there to lead up off of the shot. Frank My Fry catching the clear. Going to turn it back into an offensive play. It's going straight for the net, but it's going to get caught and intercepted. He's going to try to nudge that out, but it's going to be a 50 situation that's going to go the way of the Baby Panthers, and in fact, turn into a goal. Icy Hazard with a nice clean shot. That's going to be the first goal of the series going the way of the Baby Panthers, and I'm sure both of these teams are feeling the heat now.
Exactly, that is putting the pressure on the Baby Panthers, looking very good at getting the first goal in the game. It's all the Panthers to try and even this one out. Baby Panthers, I'm sure, want that security goal. As you can see, the Panthers already moving very quick, trying to put as much pressure as they can on these Baby Panthers here. So as you find a nice clear from the Babies. Now they're in the middle, anyone's game to take, and the Panthers continue to put on the pressure.
pressure is starting to become beneficial over here for the Panthers. I can start seeing some cracks showing in the Baby Panthers defense, but ultimately it is going to culminate in a nice clear, which is going to lead to the pressure going now the side of the Baby Panthers way. It's going to go right back over. The Panthers are able to clear and get a demo, in fact, to alleviate some of that pressure. That was a very well played and strategic execution there to kind of stop the offensive play coming out from the Panthers. But now Baby Panthers, they are kind of rallying back and forth, almost looking like ping pong at this point with their brother team here. But ultimately going back over to blue side, and that's another shot, and it's also going to go in. Icy Hazard in the perfect position in the center to get that shot going towards the net, and it's going to get cleaned up to be a second goal for the Baby Panthers.
Yeah, beautiful second goal for the Baby Panthers, and now with only 2 minutes remaining left on the clock, they are looking to make a name for themselves, saying they may be babies, but they're just as fierce as the adults here. And as we see, they're making another round towards the Panthers' goal. The Panthers are going to have to try and clear this one out, and they do. Making a blitz to their own towards the Baby's goal. Now with the demo in sight, they're going to go for a nice tactical play, but it doesn't quite work out as the Baby Panthers manage to clear the ball in time. Along with that demo, it's going to put a squash in that Baby's plan. And now it's up in the air. Who's going to be the one to claim it? It looks like it's going to be Icy Hazard taking it all the way there. Gets saved by Chewies there. And now another goal is about to be hit once again.
That's a very good coordinated effort coming out from the Baby Panthers, and it's going to be a nice play as well coming out from the adult ones. It just seems that these teams are so evenly matched, which again is hard. It's not hard to believe. Again, hailing from the same school, and both of them doing so well in the series so far, and all of them being very familiar with each other. It's inevitable that they'd be such a close competition for each other. Only 2 goals going off so far, whereas most of the games we've seen so far would at least be on like maybe the 4th or 5th. The defense is tight from both of these teams, which today we haven't seen that much of offense pressure for sure, but defense usually was lacking for a lot of teams. Here, that's definitely not the case, as W. Aiden and Frank My Fry rather, are trying to get this one cleared out, and they are able to succeed in that fact. But Sparrow Sausage trying to get that save, but ultimately for Chewy is able to take that one back and get the shot on. That's the Panthers getting one on the board against the Baby Panthers.
Yeah, now the Panthers may be making a comeback here. It's 30 seconds, but it's not an impossible task to do. They are well within closing distance right here. As long as they play their cards over, we might see an overtime forced already here in the game one. So the Baby Panthers to play as defensively as they can. And wow, look at that, Baby Panthers having the other option, not play the defense, but play the clean offense, getting that security goal. Now 1-3, the Baby Panthers look like they have this one secured for themselves.
Yeah, 30 seconds remaining, and both of these teams, I'm sure they want the bragging rights back home. Who came out on top? Because I could tell at least it might be some teasing going on back home between the first and second place, and they don't want to be on the receiving end of that. So Panthers are now stepping it up a bit, getting their second goal of this series, and now it's 2-3, 20 seconds remain in this game one situation here. Very well played by both teams so far.
Both teams going on the full offense here, trading goals back and forth, left and right. The Panthers still need one more to close this one out. We see Chewy's going to lead the charge with his team with just 10 seconds left on the clock. We might see an overtime here come through. The Panthers need one. They need one desperately. So the Panthers continue to put on the aggression. But now I see an air carry. Can he get the ground? He gets the dribble. It's up in the air. Will we see it? It's up there. It's last second. Will we see a touch? We might see a goal from the Panthers. But no, it gets cleared by the Baby Panthers. And they continue on taking game one.
Baby Panthers taking game one, at least based off of the name. I'd assume that they might have been the underdogs or undercats in this series. But you know what? The way I'm seeing it now is, you know, Panthers versus Baby Panthers. An adult Panther might be better suited for hunting elk and moose. But when it comes to Rocket League, I'd assume that a Panther and a Baby Panther are on equal footing. So no assumptions in skill on my part anymore.
I had that assumption too. I was like, maybe, you know, these are two groups from the same school. Maybe the Baby Panthers, you know, not as strong as an adult Panther, but we were sufficiently proven wrong. They were just as quick and as agile and lethal as a full-grown Panther.
Good one. Good one there. But as we're getting ready to head into game 2, in fact, not much longer we need to wait. Both of these teams are eager to get home. Maybe they have a long drive, but they want to just get their games through. They're excited to put on a show for everybody and excited to figure out who's going to come out on top. Who gets to get the cooler medal than the other ones, right? They want to know who's going to come out on top, and they're going to do their best to find out fast. We're getting into game 2 right away. 20 seconds on the clock. We already see Baby Panthers leading strong defense against the Panthers' assault. Initially, at least, Frank My Fry is doing his best to maintain control over here, but Ethan Skelly rather, is off on the side, waiting for the ball to get over to him. W8 going for a shot, but Ethan Skelly, like I said, patience is a virtue, able to recover and find the save off of that long distance shot, was waiting and ready to recover from that one. 4 minutes, 10 seconds remaining, and both of these teams are looking to still keep a strong composure and not let anything slip by them.
Amazing gameplay all around there. It's W8 trying to get a big save there, and he gets it now. Baby Panthers both playing very defensively. They know they can't give up a goal as the Panthers are looking. They're on the prowl to try and find an early goal. Skelly almost finds an opening there, but decides against it as he knows the defense is there. He needs to go on the defense for his team. Once again, it's up here who will catch it. It's going to be Icy Hazard carrying it all the way to the other end of the field. He has a teammate going to go for a pass. Got the Beauty going to find it also as well. 50 wins out for the Panthers, and now it's on the Baby side. They're going to get the clear in the corner, but still going to be mounting pressure for themselves to get a nice clear. Will someone be able to save it? And no, that is going to be a score for the Baby Panthers.
They're really feeling the energy now. A very nice, coordinated, almost feeling effortless shot coming out from Baby Panthers as a squad together there. And I'm sure they're making some memories, enjoying being on camera at every point possible. You got to make the most of these moments, make the most of these days, and I'm glad to see that these teams are doing just that. But more importantly, you got to walk away with the win, so you can't get too ahead of yourself. Of course, Baby Panthers establishing a strong lead from game 1 and now carrying it over into game 2. It's on to the Panthers to answer. W8 trying to keep chase, trying to make sure that the Baby Panthers can't outmaneuver them. And Chewy is also ready to do the same, taking it over to orange corner, taking that shot now, but it's going to make its way to the opposite side. Now trying to get the rebound. They find it. In fact, that turns into a shot, but nice and clean save coming up from Icy Hazard. Ethan Skelly is now looking to get that cleared out, but it's gonna be a little bit more harder than that. Frank My Fry chasing as well, taking it up into the air and now sending it flying down. Sparrow Sausage and the rest of the Baby Panthers are kind of cooped up together here. I think they definitely want to split up, find an opportunity to get cleared out and open, or else the shots are just gonna keep on coming, and one just like that from V4 Chewies could just take the goal, and that's exactly what happens here. The Panthers are now tied up with the Baby Panthers.
Yeah, relentless aggression from the Panthers manages to pull it off for themselves. Now it's 1-1. 2 minutes remaining. We're about halfway through this, or a little over halfway. These teams have a horse in this race, but I think Baby Panthers want to be on that game-winning point. If they can get the 3-0, that would be beautiful for them, and they are on track to do so.
Doing so very well indeed. There's just completely flexing on them so far in this series. 2-1. They are making sure that everybody knows who's on top here, but I don't think the Panthers want to have any of that. No, they can't get showed up on here. They're doing their best to try to take control back, and in all fairness, I think they're doing a great job at it. The way they're able to find answers to the common situations the Panthers are throwing them through. You can only do the same thing so many times before your opponents are figuring it out, and I feel like the Baby Panthers kind of strategy here has been pretty comfortably solved by the Panthers in this series, and I think we're going to start seeing a lot more aggressive play come out from the Panthers, and they're going to be able to start finding their own goals a lot more consistently. I might have spoken too soon as they left their net open once again, which I thought was the problem that they had, and I thought they had solved it, but it was just barely patched up in the nick of time before it turned into a goal once again for the Baby Panthers. But hopefully now they've kind of got it under control. The post is there to assist them with the save, and it's going to get cleared out, taken over to orange side, and now W. Aiden looking to take the shot. He finds it, and it just barely escapes the goal. So close. But now Frank My Fry going up and chasing the ball down. Icy Hazard trying to make something work here, anything to go down, but W. Aiden taking the shot as well and following it through just to tip it even more, but a great save once again. But that follow-up shot, the rebound from V-Fort Shoes is going to find it in, and it's going to take it. An excellent shot indeed.
Excellent shot indeed. 49 seconds remaining, and now we might have an overtime on our hands. Of course, we have 1 more minute on the clock, but you never know what's going to happen. This could be a stalemate, or this could go very quickly. Baby Panthers have always proved us wrong, and that's a big opening, and he might as well stick it in. Icy Hazard bringing this to 2-3, putting us in the lead with 41 seconds remaining.
A very clean shot indeed, but like you said just a second ago, there's still plenty of time in this game for more and more surprises. They just need 1 goal on the side of the Panthers to tie things up, and just 2, in fact, to take the lead, which is all very doable in the allotted time left. V-Fort Shoeys looking to see if he can find an opportunity to take this out of their side, but not quite. It's not going to be that easy. The Baby Panthers are relentless in their assault, relentless in their pursuit. If they can just get that shot in, that would cement the victory, but not quite. They're not going to find it. V-Fort Shoeys getting that one popped out over to orange corner. Follow-up pop as well, but it seems Sparrow Sausage is going to go look for a breakaway. The demo is going to get found, and that's going to be ample opportunity to make something happen, but by that time, the respawns have already come through, and still not enough time to find a goal for the Panthers. That's going to be Baby Panthers taking not just game 1, but game 2 of this series, but still very close games. We're far from over. I wouldn't be surprised if even after 2 victories in a row here, we see a game 4 or game 5 come out.
I wouldn't be surprised, but I also would not be surprised if the Baby Panthers take this year. You can tell that their mental is so intact. They're feeling so confident. They're just having fun out there.
Exactly.
So you know that that is just going to give you so much of a bonus. If the other team is feeling stressed, you know, their life is on the line here. They got so far in the tournament. You know, that can hinder or buff your performance in the game, but you never know. It's always a toss-up.
For sure. I feel like in most things in life, even things that are deathly serious, the more you have fun with it, the easier it is to perform well. And I feel like right now the Baby Panthers might be doing just that. Instead, like you said, it seems like they're having a lot of fun out there. And of course the Panthers are too, but the Baby Panthers just seem to be a lot more natural and a lot more calm with this game. Maybe less expectations on them, so they're able to just get more creative with their plays. And I think it's working out for them very well. But W. Aiden looking to make a point, make a statement. It's going to get stolen from him, however, taken over to blue side. Wouldn't be surprised if we see some follow-ups coming out. Icy Hazard as well, but Ethan Skelly almost taking that shot there. Icy Hazard there to stop the roll away, taking it up to the corner now. Spare Sausage to follow up, roll it over to the center, trying to clip it out, but V-Fort Shoeys not too far behind. They're going to be leading it up. Frank My Fry trying to find something. He does find a demo for his troubles, and in fact, that demo is going to lead to an open net, basically. A nice focused shot, and they're so close to getting it in, but it's not quite there. No, sir. So close, but not exactly what they needed. We're 1 minute in and no goals. I got to tell you, both teams probably feel uncomfortable at this rate because they're used to having at least 1 on the board right now.
Yeah, right now this one's going a little bit slower. The Baby Panthers are looking to sink this one in, not letting up on the aggression at all. And now we're going to go back over to the Panthers. They're going to carry it downfield right now. Now, it's a lot of resistance being met by the Baby Panthers, though. They're not going to let this one go in here, but they just might. They go for the double touch and they manage to get it. Now they're not going to let up. They're going to keep on sinking it once, time after time after time. Now we go back over to the Panthers. They're going to keep on keeping on here. Position themselves for the defense as they know the Baby Panthers have that rhythm. Defense attack, defense attack. They're going for the big rotation. But now the triple commit from the Panthers might be what seals the deal. No one's there in the net to kind of be a savior there, but it still manages to get cleared. And now Baby Panthers making a mad dash dash for the net, and the 50 goes out. No one quite wins it, and now we're going to see W18 send it right over, trying to get one from downtown. Now gets a set up for his team, and we're going to see a big clear from the Baby Panthers. They're all clumped up together. If someone can get an off angle, this could be the one that seals the deal. But right now, it's going to go back over to the other corner. The Baby Panthers need a clear, and they need one quick. But Ethan's going to clearly make this a nice shot, but it gets saved out.
V4 Chewy's an excellent goalie in the time of need, ready and waiting to get those clears. W8 now taking it up as well, and we're going to see Frank My Fry, V4 Chewy's all crawling the wall, double commit, and they're both going to be ready for it. Not even going to need the second follow-up because that 50 is going to go their way. W8 taking it over to the corner now, and that's going to be an aggressive play that's going to be afforded over to the to the regular Panthers rather. Frank My Fry intercepting that clear once again. W8 going for the pass, but it's going to get intercepted. It's going to get launched up and taken back over to blue. Sparrow Sausage, Icy Hazard taking the shot, but no one's there to get that save. Ethan Skelly getting a goal, and that's going to put us on the first goal of this game with 2 minutes and 12 seconds remaining. This is still anyone's game.
Still anyone's game. We're about a little over halfway through. I'm sure we're going to see more goals fly closer to the end of this, but Baby Panthers now on track to potentially win the game 3. It's all up to the Panthers try and bring this one back. Now look at that aggression. They want to tie this one up as soon. You want to catch your opponent while their guard is down. As soon as that goal is off, the Panthers want to strike. They don't want to leave any time left for dilly-dallying. Now, come back over. Baby Panthers trying to regain control of the ball. Panthers in a good position to take a shot, but now net's wide open. Ethan trying to carry that one. It gets cleared out once again. Gonna get some boost here and try and go for this aerial touch. It's risky. It's gonna be Sparrow Sausage who's gonna be the one to do it. Gonna have to play the defense. A nice save from W8. A nice goal from W8. Now, look at that. The Panthers tie it up 1-1.
Tying it up, you can feel the pressure kind of falling off their shoulders here. A minute 30 remaining, and now they're tied. That's a lot less scary than being down 1 against a fierce team such as the Baby Panthers. Now it's just a matter of playing conservatively and waiting for an opening. You don't have to try too hard to find anything. Just make sure you definitely don't lose anything. Icy Hazard looking to make that happen just as much. However, Frank My Fry is going to be able to put a stop to that one, and an attempt to make an interception is not going to go their way. Ethan Skelly a little too late on that one, but looking to redeem himself, however. But Sparrow Sausage able to get that save that was coming out of that intercept shot, but an open net, not for long, as Ethan Skelly's able to get the save after coming back in their time of need. And that's going to be a breakaway, beats the 50. Can you break another one? Not quite. W8 beats him there, but Icy Hazard coming to recoup. Ball's going to hit the ground towards the center. That's an open net, an open shot, open clean. Is anyone going to be there? No, but it's not going to hit the goal. Just barely missed it off angle a little bit, but Ethan Skelly going for a second one, not going to be able to find it. Icy Hazard there to prevent it from going back over to orange side with 30 seconds remaining, going for the shot. This is the 50 of your dreams. He's going to lose, unfortunately. V4 Chewy's breathing a sigh of relief, but now the offense is just getting started. If they can get this clear at least, or the rebound rather, they find it. Ethan Skelly there to kind of make it easier for Icy Hazard. All you need is find the shot, but W8 beats him out, kind of crosses him out, fakes him over. W8 trying to get the clear, but Icy Hazard finds that one, sends it right back into the corner. Ethan Skelly chasing, but as soon as the ball hits the ground, we're going to an overtime.
And overtime, and of course it's an overtime. It usually is when it goes to these grand finals. I'm sure this is going to be more and more common if we go to further games. Frank My Fry starting things off, being very, very aggressive. It's in the corner. Maybe the Panthers need to clear that one out, and they barely just do so. And now the Panthers keeping up the aggression. Baby Panthers, though, on the prowl, even sending one. They need to send all 3 to compete. Now the triple commit is coming out from the Baby Panthers. We haven't seen this from them very much. They like to play a little bit cautiously. They still have one in the midfield playing the defense, and send a few back. And now big save and a big demo from W8, and they're bringing out the demos here, trying to secure this goal right here, right now. The Baby Panthers almost get the goal, but now just barely. That would have been the series winning goal right there, but now it's still in the game. The Panthers still have a chance at bringing this to a game 4. The Baby Panthers are now still making a now run for it. Going up the wall, in the air, all around. Lancey and Sky, they are looking to make this goal. It's all teed up, but no, it gets cleared out by the Panthers once more.
Baby Panthers' net is wide open, and thankfully, Sparrow Sausage retreating alongside Icy Hazards to make that no longer the case. And a nice clear attempt at the very least turned into a stalemate, but now they are able to clear it out. Ethan Skelly looking for something there, gets a demo with the help of Sparrow Sausage and bouncing it back up. The demo's not going to give them too much of an opportunity to get an aggressive play, but at least they stole some of the boost. They're so dry over on the side of Baby Panthers now. They just need to replenish some of it so they can make some more of these aggressive plays, whereas the Panthers look fully loaded up. I spoke a little too soon. They're drying up now too, but to be fair, they did just make a very aggressive play. Now they just have to make sure they don't lose the game here. The Baby Panthers just need to get it cleared out, recoup their boost, and go for an aggressive play on their own, but the Panthers kind of beat them to it, fully stocked up. They're ready for anything right now.
Ready for anything, and they are ready to strike. The Baby Panthers are all teed up here. This could be the game-winning strike for them. They're putting the pressure on the Panthers. They almost get it in, but the clear is just too strong from the Panthers. They're on full defense mode, but there's only so much defense you can have for so long. They're going to go on the offense here, but a nice goal from downtown. The Baby Panthers win the OC Championship for a Platinum Minus.
And that was a beautiful game indeed. You could see the emotion in their faces, the excitement. They probably tried and trained so hard for this moment. They came out on top, but of course, I would be remiss to mention they came out on top of their own teammates. Basically, this is the two teams from the same school playing in the same division, playing in the same championship, playing in the same series. Two teams making the grand finals, and unfortunately only one of them could come out on top, but realistically they're all winners here today, as they're just showing how dominant that their school is, and that's Osgood Township High School.
Like you said, if there's anyone you want to lose to, it's your own teammates, it's your own school. So good games all around, but what a showing from the Baby Panthers. We both underestimated them in the beginning, and it turns out they got the 3-0. But it was a very competitive game all throughout, but they just had some insane plays that put them over the top of the adult Panthers.
For sure, and maybe that's the naming scheme. You know, the Baby Panthers are maybe even seem to be the advantageous team, because nobody expects a Baby Panther to be the one that does you in. But that's going to be the case for that series. Baby Panthers are going to take it away, take the series 3-0 over their teammates at their school, and they're going to walk away with the first place prize. But again, that school's walking away with both first and second place, so I don't think anybody's going to be complaining there.
No, that was an amazing game all around, and I just want to give props to everybody on that team. They were so fun. I think like both teams were having fun. I think one a little bit more jokey than the other, but both teams had very good sportsmanship all throughout. So props to everybody, and props to Osgood from nurturing both of those teams and bringing them to the pinnacle of that Plat Minus division. But that's not the only division we have, is it?
Of course. No, we have one more. We have the Diamond Plus division. We have one more championship to crown, and that one is going to be coming up sometime soon, hopefully. But before we throw it to a break to get ready for that last game, do you have any last thoughts you'd like to share on that series with us?
I am just excited for this next one. That last one was amazing, and now that we're approaching this Diamond Plus division, I'm excited to see the penultimate showdown here today. But we will see you very soon after a short break.
keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MCs doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is all in the man. The throne is mine, take that. Yeah, 105 got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been next to me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself.
I came this far, nothing can't stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for the grand finals of the Diamond Plus division. We have the Christ the King Secondary School. I believe these are the Spear Goblins on the stage here against the Bay Ridge Blazers, and they are back in the grand finals, ready to show us what they're made of.
Yeah, and now the Bay Ridge Blazers are going to have to defeat another team from Christ the King Secondary School. They have to do it once more, but this time here in the grand finals. And that was a very hard-fought victory for the Bay Ridge Blazers there. They had to go for the reverse sweep situation, and I think they're going to try and avoid that altogether here. But you never know. Things might have to come to that once again.
Absolutely. This time around, I'm sure both teams want to show us exactly what they're made of. They don't want to give any room for error, any room for mistakes. I'm pretty sure these teams want to go completely undefeated, uncontested, to really show everybody who's on top. But only one team can win. And here in the high school Diamond Plus division, we're going to see the highest level Rocket League we've seen all day today in the grand finals, no less. Here we have the teams already underway. 4 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock so far. 30 seconds of non-stop action have already gone through, and we already have just so much going on. Another shot on the net coming out from Grant. It's not going to quite hit the mark, but the rest of the team is ready to try to capitalize off of it. It's going to get taken over to blue corner, but Happy Cappy almost ready to capitalize, playing patiently, however, not leaving their zone of influence, not gonna let themselves get too impatient so they don't get caught out. Grant's gonna get demoed by Godly, and it's gonna be an opportunity for the Bay Ridge Blazers to look for something here. But a return demo is gonna try to neutralize things, and these teams are showing that they're not here to play around.
Wow, what a save there as we flip over here to the other side. The Spear Goblins are putting up a lot of pressure for the Bay Ridge Blazers. Going to have to try and dunk this one in as soon as they have the chance. But no, the defense on both teams is absolutely very strong there. What a save from Grant once again. But no, the double shot from the Spear Goblins. They finally sink the goal.
What an excellent shot, and you can tell that the teams are excited. Of course, why wouldn't you be? You're here playing for all the marbles on the same stage. There are very few things that are as exciting as that. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Spear Goblins with one on the board. Can Bay Ridge find an answer and retaliate to the offense that Spear Goblins has already been putting forward?
That is the question here. Looks like the Bay Ridge Blazers have to try and put up a lot of pressure here, which is what they are doing. The Blazers looking for the clear. Now Grant's looking to find that opening thread and sink that one deep in there, but it's not going to quite work. But because the defense from the Spear Goblins is just too strong. Now Prong looking around for the opening, and wow, a goal from the Bay Ridge Blazers evens the scoreline already.
The last game we saw from the Bay Ridge Blazers, rather the last series, was a comeback situation, but they're not even waiting for the first game to already start the comeback. They're retaliating with the Spear Goblins, getting the first goal with a goal of their own, and we're tied up now with almost just halfway through this game. We're 250 in, or 250 remaining, and both of these teams are not letting up in the slightest, and nor should they. They want to make sure they're going at 100% at all times, or else you really have no chance to win this. It seems now Grant is just waiting to intercept, and his patience is rewarded. Going to be able to stop that one right in his tracks, but it's going to get popped up once more. This ball is just completely hovering around center side, but finally gets tossed over to Orange. We're now over halfway through this first game, and we're tied up still. One team has to do something to try to break this stalemate, but right now it's still stuck in blue, but the pressure from Bay Ridge is looking to be effective right now. The Spear Goblins seem to be letting up.
It seems to be letting up here, but right now the Bay Ridge Blazers doing a good job at keeping things slow and steady. And of course, we'll win the race, but this isn't a race, this is Rocket League. So the Spear Goblins gonna have to make a big dunk right there. The defense from Bay Ridge Blazers is just so strong. And now the The Spear Goblins making a play once again. They have to play the defense here. They have to try their darndest. That's a nice goal from the Blazers. That's a nice shot on the goal by the Goblins. And once again, it's just going back and forth here.
Going back and forth indeed. It's really hard to even keep full track of all the different plays going on around the field. But what can I say here besides another goal for the Spear Goblins? Waving us hello. He knows what he's done, and he's done something really good for his team. Getting another goal, taking this one 2-1 over Bay Ridge Blazers. I feel like of all the games today, this one might be the most electric when you consider all the things that are at stake, as well as the nature of these two teams. Bay Ridge showed that they are a very scrappy and fight-heavy team, ready and willing to get down and dirty in the field. But another shot from the Spear Goblins is gonna secure themselves another goal, and that's gonna be even harder for the Bay Ridge Blazers to come back from. But if any team can, it would be this one.
An absolutely brilliant goal by the Spear Goblins, and now with a minute 14 left, it's all on the Bay Ridge Blazers to try and tie things up. I mean, look at that. They're already going for another goal on the Spear Goblins. They're not letting up. They are being completely unrelenting in terms of goals. It's up. The Bay Ridge Blazers trying to get the clear, but they cannot get control of the ball. That's just in the Goblins' hands right now. Now they have a little bit of momentum heading towards that goal, and that might be a goal heading for the Blazers, but a huge save from G2 is going to keep the Spear Goblins in this one.
It's a moment like this, it's a situation like this where I really feel like you just got to go all in on the side of the Bay Ridge Blazers. Realistically, you don't have a lot to lose here over on your defensive side of things. You might as well throw caution to the wind, triple commit, double commit, do whatever you can do, get demos, and just go down swinging at the very least, and they're continuing that pressure. It's a good strategy when you're already down in such a close game. You might as well just throw it all in. Godly going for a shot, but it's going to get extended out by Prondos. So now we're going to have a contest going over the corner. Metavice chasing it out. G2 meeting it in the corner in the center, but this game is in the bag for the Spear Goblins, taking game one over the Bay Ridge Blazers. Not an easy feat, but they managed to pull it off.
They managed to pull it off, and you got to be hoping you're not getting the run back. You know, you don't want to have that back-to-back reverse sweep situation. So you got to be feeling good if you're a Spear Goblin, but you cannot lose hope if you're a Bay Ridge Blazer. You still have a chance unless you've done it before. You just hope you don't have to do it again.
Here's the advantage of losing, however. Bay Ridge Blazers, they have been in this situation before from their previous series. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't even let this first loss really face them at all. Honestly, this might not even matter to them. They know they've come back from much scarier, much harder situations and reverse swept the entire series. So I'm sure being down one game at this point for this team really is not too much of a deal for them. Happy Cappy is going to be there to set up something, but it's going to be a Spear Goblins goal, helped out and assisted by basically the entire team.
Exactly, there we go. A great goal by the Spear Goblins to kick things off 20 seconds in. And now they can definitely play a little bit more comfortably. They still cannot relax just yet, as the Bay Ridge Blazers are known for getting those counter scores very, very quickly. I mean, look at that. Already making a huge push through there. Not gonna quite get it just yet, though. Right now, the defense of the Spear Goblins is tantamount. Happy Cappy gonna get one, though. They can maybe break through there with that demolition. Now it's in the corner. They need to clear another demo coming out, but on the side of the Spear Goblins, they're looking to keep on the pressure on the Bay Ridge Blazers. I mean, look at this. They're already teeing up for a thing. The disruption by the Bay Ridge, though, is going to be major for them. Now it's going to be heading towards the Spear Goblins' goal. They have to play very defensively here. It's up in the air once again. It's anyone's game if someone can grab it, but a nice clear from the Spear Goblins keeps them in the game.
a nice clear. Sometimes all you need. What's been happening time and time again in all the series we've been seeing so far, unfortunately, for usually the team clearing, is it often gets rebounded right back, but not this time. Pronged is almost there, almost ready to take that one back, but it's going to get saved out. Godly now on the offensive with the assistance from Metavice. They are going to find the goal, and that's going to be a second one from the Spear Goblins, doing such great work to tie up, or not rather tie up this game, take this game completely by storm.
Exactly. We still have 3 minutes 30. Things can still shake up, but that is an amazing start for the Spear Goblins. The Bay Ridge Blazers need to get in a position where they can try and analyze the situation, go back, relax, and maybe find an opening through the Spear Goblins game plan. And so far, the Spear Goblins playing very, very well. They're on this stage about a year ago now, so they are hungry for this win.
Yeah, you know, you can only come twice so many times before you kind of just lose it, and they don't want to come twice again. They want to come out on top, take the victory home, and with 3 minutes, if they can at least make sure that Bay Ridge doesn't come away with 2 goals, they will be 1 game closer to that. But 3 minutes might as well be 3 decades in Rocket League years, because a lot can get done in 10 seconds, let alone 3 whole minutes.
Wow.
Just like that, however, they're demonstrating that fact, but maybe to the opposite effect. Just goes to show that in that amount of time, they can make their lead go even further than what it was before.
Even further beyond our expectation. They are 3 points in the lead. There's 3 minutes remaining, not an impossible gap to close. The Bay Ridge Blazers need to start moving, and soon. And look at that. Spear Goblins still playing like their life is on the line. They are getting goal after goal and maintaining such immense pressure on the side of the Blazers. It's just hard to decide what you're supposed to do if you're on Bay Ridge.
There's 2 ways of playing like your life. Whoa! My, oh my. Wow. Spear Goblins showing me how to play Rocket League, and I'd even have to give them like a tuition. I'm getting a free masterclass in Rocket Leagueology. It's quite the blessing indeed. But one thing I just want to comment on, like you said, the Spear Goblins playing like their life is on the line. I feel like there's 2 ways to play like your life is on the line in anything. That's to play either too aggressively or too passively. But it feels like Spear Goblins have found a nice middle ground, but Bay Ridge seems to be playing a little too passively for their own good. Bay Ridge with an insane save from Godly and a nice other save follow-up from Metavice, and just like that, G2 with the clear. This team is working in perfect harmony. Their back may be against the wall, but at least they're still back-to-back with each other, making sure they're all playing, covering each other's bases. This is the kind of team coordination you need if you want to make a comeback in this series, and this team is showing me that they're capable of it. I would not be surprised at all if, even though they lose this game, they show us that they are more than capable of making the comeback through the rest of the series, but they still have a long mountain to climb. They still have this game. In fact, if they can at least get 1 goal, they'd be a lot more comfortable, but no. Spear Goblins, they're going to be the ones to take it. G2 is taking that one, and Bay Ridge Blazers is not feeling great after that one.
We've seen some crazy comebacks from the Bay Ridge Blazers, but this would have to be the comeback of all time here. 5-goal gap to close. It's going to be a very tough job with only 1:30 left. They have to outdo the Spear Goblins by a factor of, I can't do the math right now as there's so much action going on right now, but then right now the defense is tantamount for the Bay Ridge Blazers. Going to get a clear out, while the Spear Goblins still hammering in on that goal. They want to get as many goals as they can in here while they can. While they have this mojo, they're in the flow right now. Metavice still prowling his eyes on that ball. He is tracking it like a Spear Goblin tracks its prey, and now he bounces it towards the Blazers, and wow, what a bank shot there. It's a good setup for the teammate, but it gets cleared out by Bay Ridge Blazers once again, getting the boost. Making sure to stay in this. You can't forget the boost. It's a paramount resource here going forward. There it is. It's going to go back down to the ground. Bay Ridge Blazers queuing up for a goal. They just might have it right here. You want to try and get one near the end to try and give yourself some momentum here, but it looks like the Spear Goblins are going to continue to lay on the attack. They don't want to let this go down without a fight. They want to see how high they can fly and how much they can perform here.
And they're performing a very good show indeed. It feels like I'm at Cirque du Soleil right now with all the acrobatics going through the air. Look at that, a pirouette in the sky and a nice ballet dance on the grass, trying to circle around and send this one into the goal. They're flying through the air, trying to catch the ball. They're finally going to find that to get the clear, but with 10 seconds remaining, this is all but a done deal. Spear Goblins taking game 2 with a 5-0 lead. Bay Ridge Blazers, if you ever had to activate your clutch gene, now would definitely be the time. But what's important to remember and what's scary to remember if you're on the Spear Goblins is they definitely do have that clutch gene.
They do, and wow, now it's all on the line for Bay Ridge Blazers. They have to go for the second reverse sweep in a row that we have seen, and this is going to be a very tough job, especially against a team as sufficient as the Spear Goblins. They have been as perfect as I could say a team could be so far.
Absolutely. I definitely feel like we've seen some pretty one-sided matches all throughout the day so far. But while I wouldn't say this one's been one-sided, this feels like probably the most sophisticated Rocket League we've seen today. And I would not be surprised if either of these teams is still able to walk away with the series. Obviously, I'd be less surprised if the Spear Goblins take it. Slightly more surprised if Bay Ridge is able to take it, but all the same, this team, Bay Ridge, they have shown us time and time again that they're able to surpass their limits that they've set for themselves and go even further beyond. But now they really have to ascend to a new form if they want to have a chance to take this game home. 4 minutes and 50 seconds, well 40 now on the clock, and Spear Goblins versus Bay Ridge Blazers has entered potentially its last game in this grand finals. The Diamond Plus division, the pinnacle of the action we're seeing today. Who's going to take home all the glory?
There's going to be a demolition taken home here. Looks like Spear Goblins are already upping the aggression here to the max. It's going to be up to the Blazers to try and get the first goal. They want to have the momentum swing their way, at least first time for this series. And now we're seeing pressure set in. 1 minute, no goals. How the pressure starting up, people will get H in for this goal. We're going to see people get a little bit more aggressive. That device is going to lead a charge, getting a 50, sending it over to the side. We see an air carry there. It almost gets the hit midair. Cannot quite get it though. And now Blazers putting on a very aggressive show here.
A very aggressive, very impressive, very interesting show off the post, but a follow-up shot just barely missing. Spear Goblins want to put one on the board desperately. A follow-up from Metavice takes the goal, and now they're looking great, looking in good form, in good shape for the series. 3 minutes and nearly 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Bay Ridge Blazers got to find an answer to the problem that Spear Goblins has put forth. But unlike your homework, this problem doesn't come with an answer key.
No, sir. This is an open-ended question. This is an essay you have to write here. Damn, this is going to be very difficult, but wow, an answer right back from the Bay Ridge Blazers, tying this game up 1-1. Maybe this is the first step of the journey of 1,000 miles to lead them to the reverse sweep. It's all up to the Spear Goblins to maintain their composure and try and get themselves back in this.
The best part of open-ended questions is you can get really creative with your answers, and I feel like Bay Ridge definitely did with that goal. Kind of caught everybody by surprise there, but it hit the criteria, so you get full marks. But can you find another one? Spear Goblins trying to get for the goal, but Bay Ridge able to get the clear. Grant and Pronged working in tandem like a metronome swinging on a table. It's just tick-tock, tick-tock. The rhythm is incredible between these two, but G2 looking to disrupt the flow, but not going to be allowed. Pronged flying through the sky to say absolutely not. Pronged now chasing it through, trying to get the center, but it's going to get cleared out by Godly. Chasing it up now too, saving one. Metavice waiting in the net while his two teammates keep chasing forward. Pronged still giving chase, leading the charge for Bay Ridge Blazers so far. You can tell that they're still comfortable despite being in a scary situation. This team has been in this situation before, reverse swept it. They're not letting it get to their head. They're still playing their game, still playing their plan, and they they've been putting so much work into adapting. I know they're capable of it, but can they find the shot here? So close, but an excellent save coming up from the Spear Goblins. Grant's shot not there to find the dream for them, not yet. Bay Ridge Blazers still has a lot of work cut out for them in this series. 2 minutes remaining. Both of these teams are fighting very hard, but Spear Goblins fighting just a little bit harder. They're almost getting another goal and another shot to follow. Godly now looking to set things straight, but Grant is fighting in the air with one of his teammates. Metavice taking the shot. Prog saying absolutely not. Getting the save. Godly making a clear, setting it up. Going for the shot. G2 finds it. That's the second goal for the Spear Goblins. 2-1 against Bay Ridge Blazers. Can you find the answer?
Can you find the answer? It looks like they found it twice in a row. It's 2-1. 1 minute 39 remaining. The Bay Ridge Blazers need to find something, and soon, or else the Spear Goblins will take this game 3-0.
And I don't think the Bay Ridge Blazers, the team notorious today for their comebacks, will like that very much, would you, boys? Absolutely not. 2-2 is the score. 1.5 remaining. There's still so much Rocket League to be played here. Even if it's just in the next 1.5, I think we're going to see so much put into this very short period of time.
Exactly. Everything's on the line. Bay Ridge Blazers perform very well under pressure, and now you can see the ball's going back and forth. Look at that. Already another shot, and the goal gets cleared out by Metavice, and it's already going on the other side against the Bay Ridge Blazers there. Double demo coming out for Spear Goblins. They have an opening here. They can't quite use it as the single man on the side of the Bay Ridge Blazer clears it out for his team and even tees them up for another goal. With 1 minute remaining left on the clock, who will take this one? Will this go to an overtime in the final stretch here? Potentially. As long as the Bay Ridge Blazers can get one more, they might even bring this to a game 4. The tension is palpable. Everyone's going towards that goal. It's shots back and forth. It's wide open. Gets saved by the Bay Ridge Blazers. And with 30 seconds remaining, I cannot believe my eyes, Daniil.
I can't believe it either. 30 seconds remaining. There's still so much life on the field. Nobody wants to lay up anything, but eventually you will have to. Spear Goblins take a shot and another. Both of them save. The Bay Ridge Blazers are not letting anything through. They want this more than anything, and they're fighting tooth and nail for it. 10 seconds to go. Grant and the rest. Spear Goblins take a shot and another, and that's the goal. This could be the series, Matthias. It would be so hard, but I would not put it past the Bay Ridge Blazers to come back from this. 9 seconds on the clock. Are you crazy? Can you make it work?
I am absolutely insane right now because there's 9 seconds. Bay Ridge Blazers has everything against them right now, but they just might do it. They are the clutch team of all time. The Spear Goblins just need to stall the time. And the ball's out there, the grab and keep it up in the air. The Bay Ridge Blazers
there it is.
Alive. They cannot blaze a path as now the Spear Goblins have taken their spear to victory and won the Diamond Plus division of the Off-Sea Championship.
The CTK Spear Goblins are your Off-Sea Diamond Plus division champions here, ladies and gentlemen, and look at all the emotion coming up from the players here. It's a hard-fought season. It's hard work. It's a lot of love, of course, and great sportsmanship on both sides indeed. Everybody has great respect for each other because they all know how much work it takes to play on this stage. So nothing but love for each other here, and it's all sportsmanship. A great game from both of these teams.
Exactly, an amazing game all around. Very close. The Spear Goblins, had a very good, fresh start, but you could definitely see the Bay Ridge Blazers near the end of that third match, even all throughout that third match, kept things super competitive. Always had an answer for every single goal. But I think if this was, maybe a best of 7, if it went just that little bit longer, I could have seen the Bay Ridge Blazers maybe even taking that one.
Absolutely. There's so many moments. They're just microseconds, just micro steps. So many little situations, little interactions that ended up having that game end up the way it did. Realistically, I'm still of the opinion, maybe I'm wrong, that really could have gone either way. Both of those teams have demonstrated today that they're more than capable of taking away the victory, but at the end of the day, Christ the King Secondary School's team of the Spear Goblins were able to come out on top in this series 3-0. All of the finals games have been 3-0 today. Interesting, because most of the other games have been pretty close, at least in the scoreline. I really feel like, though, even though they were all 3-0, the championship games are definitely the closest of the games we've seen today.
Yeah, definitely. You said the scoreline doesn't paint the whole picture, of course. So those games, while they were competitive, they were all 3-0s, but they were so competitive. They're so hard fought, so much technique, so much passion behind every single game. You have to give props to these kids. You know, they train so much, and I know they're going to go very far.
Absolutely. Like I said, I couldn't imagine anything like this when I was in high school, let alone elementary school. So to see these players coming out here, playing at this level, playing at this caliber, showing this level of sportsmanship, professionalism, and competition, it really is inspiring, and I'm very proud of all of these players doing everything they've done today, showing so much promise, not even just to players, but even some of like the marketing team, the photographers, everybody out here putting in so much work to represent their schools, represent each other, and show the positive side of competition. It's incredible.
Oh, yeah, it is incredible. Thank you to OSEA for organizing this whole event. Thank you to St. Clair for letting us host the whole thing here. Yeah, thank you. But yeah, thank you to everybody who showed up. Thank you to the players. We wouldn't have anything without them either. They trained so hard to be here. With all that being said, do you have anything else to say before we close this one out?
Just thank you once again to OSEA. Thank you very much to all the players. Thank you to all the schools for giving your players a chance to compete. I know esports is definitely still a burgeoning, opportunity, it's a burgeoning scene, but all the schools who have given their teams a chance, given their teams the resources to compete, to train, to come out here, thank you very much, and we hope you continue to support your teams, because this is truly the spice of life, and I can't wait to see more of this in the future. These teams, these players, all of these kids, these students have so much left in them and so much to do in their future, so cannot wait to see more of it. But I think that might be it from us today, Matthias. That wraps up our action, and once again, thank you to OSEA, thank you to the Saints, thank you to you, thank you to Dan, and thank you to Amanda, who are helping us out in the back. And do you have anything else you'd like to add?
No, that's about it. We'll see you very soon, everybody, and thank you very much for watching.
Good. Check, check. Okay. We'll redo this. Congratulations to our high school Diamond Plus Division finalists, to the Bay Ridge Blazers. An extremely hard-fought match. I know you guys have had it out a few times over the season. Really awesome to see. Congratulations, and we will present you with your finalist medals. Here you go. Congratulations, buddy. Congratulations. Congratulations. We're going to see a few of you guys back next year, right?
Thank you. Yeah.
Congratulations, boys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for participating over the last few years. And your coach. Give your medal to your coach as well. Yes, it's your turn. And to your Diamond Plus Division champions from Christ the King, the Spear Goblins. Extremely proud of you boys. I know you've worked really, really hard this year to try to sweep these tournaments as much as you possibly can. And I'm really, really proud of all the hard work that you guys have put in over this year. So congratulations, and I will present you with your medals.
Thank you.
Godly?
Let me give you a kiss.
You actually go. And last but not least, boys, your banner. No. Congratulations to your 2024 spring season Diamond Plus champions, CTK, the Spear Goblins. One last shout out. We would love to say thank you so much to St. Clair College for everything that you've done for us over the past 24 hours and everything that I know you'll continue to do for us in our organization going forward. We love the partnership that we have with you guys, and I know that we're both in this together to see it grow within Ontario. So thank you so much to Dan, to Sean, to the whole team at St. Clair. Thank you so, so much. That is a wrap on our 2024 championships. Thank you all for coming, and hopefully we see as many teams back next year as we can. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a safe drive home.